Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see, what if Harry Potter's twin sister was born more powerful than Voldemort? Here is short summary. Born alongside Harry yet feared far beyond him, his twin sister possesses magic so ancient and overwhelming that even Voldemort dreads her existence. Hidden for years to protect her power, she now emerges into a world unprepared for the force she has become, one destined to change the fate of the Wizarding War forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Fear, with more bewilderment, shot through me and adrenaline forced my body into action. I flailed around, unable to find the strength to do more than roll a little to the left and right. I looked down in horror at my tiny, chubby hands that I knew were not mine. The hands before me were pale and pink, and most certainly too tiny to belong to any adult. My arms were covered in fat, and stubby. I was wearing some kind of footy pajamas. Impossible. Impossible. I tried to think back on my previous actions. I tried, desperately, to remember past the pain. My head throbbed sharply for a second, causing my brow to furrow as I winced. Then I remembered. I died. I know I did. There was no possible way for me to have survived what had happened. I was in my 3rd year of medical school. I knew it was impossible for me to have survived. It was perfect. It was a perfect death. I knew I died. I had to have died. Then pain. So how was I here? I died, but now I'm alive. I was reborn. How? Why? I was no one special. I was a groomed child who did everything right. I wasn't mean to anyone. I had no grudges. I went to prep school, boarding school, absolutely everything my high-powered lawyer mother had me do. After graduating from high school with many university classes under my belt, I tested in early to medical school and did everything expected of me. I studied. I pulled all-nighters. I worked long shifts at a chance for more experience. I practiced my sutures religiously. I did everything right, so why do I have to go through it all again? I didn't want that. That would be a special kind of hell if I had to do it all again. Wasn't death supposed to be the end? Never. Rosie. My gaze turned to the front door of the room as the door slowly creaked open. A woman entered with startlingly bright green eyes and a halo of dark red hair. She approached me, her gaze warm and loving as she looked at me. There was a hopeful light in her eyes and her lips slowly upturned. Rosie, are you feeling better, sweetie? I didn't know what to say. Hesitantly, I reached towards her, stretching my tiny fingers up in the sky. Her eyes watered, and she swooped down and picked me up with ease. Oh, my sweet little flower. Is the pain gone? James, my vision is remarkably good for being a baby. How is it even physically possible to have all the memories in the brain of a baby? Then a man appeared at the doorway as the woman held me close and began to my forehead and cheek. James, I assumed, had shaggy dark hair and deep blue eyes behind round glasses. A strong sense of familiarity hit me upon seeing him. In his arms was a baby, perhaps 3 weeks, I would guess, who was sound asleep. Lily. What's? Rosie isn't crying anymore. Lily was crying quietly by that point, ing me over and over. She's safe now. She didn't hit the 1-month mark. Her magic finally stopped building in her head. Magic. Wait, Lily. James. No way. James choked back a sob. As he stepped towards us and placed the baby in his arms in the middle of the air. I stared in shock at the floating baby before James pulled us both into his arms and began to Lily and I each on our cheeks. I knew she would be okay. I knew it. Our little Rose is as tough as they come. Yes, love. Oh, Rosaline Lily Potter, you had us so worried. Rosaline Lily Potter. Lily and James Potter. So, in addition to being reborn, I was reborn as the daughter of Lily and James Potter. Likely twin sister to Harry James Potter, the protagonist of Harry Potter. Death is the next great adventure. About a week later, I had mostly everything figured out. I had died and been reborn as the fraternal twin sister to Harry. I was by that point a month old. Typically, a month-old child would not be able to remember sentences, let alone an entire past life. It would appear that all that pain I had felt after Lily gave birth to me was my brain having repeated aneurysms and the magic inside the body constantly fixing it. My tiny brain was forced into rapid development to accommodate all the memories and knowledge I possessed. In a typical sense, that would be impossible. But in a magical sense, it was apparently entirely possible. The doctors had told Lily and James that my magic was building up inside my head, and if it didn't relieve within a month, they would be forced to cripple my magical core and turn me near squib, or I would become brain dead. The phenomenon was called deaths. It occurred in newborn magical infants, with a fatality rate of 80%, a squib rate of 15%, and everything becoming A-OK of 5%. The sheer luck I had was unprecedented. Not only was I reborn into my all-time favorite series, but I survived the process, and I got to be Harry's sister. I could not have asked for a better, next adventure. How many times had I dreamed about being able to affect the Potterverse? And here I was with the greatest opportunity of lifetimes. I was not going to mess this up. Lily was a wonderful mother. Although, she clearly was new and at times seemed at a loss with how to ease Harry's cries. My darling baby brother, even if he was born ahead of me, given my true age he would always be my baby brother now, cried easily, like all newborns. He couldn't yet sleep throughout the night, and if for an instant he was left alone in the room, he would bawl hysterically. Lily did her best, and James tried valiantly to help. Lily would rock her son while murmuring sweet nothings, while James would do odd bits of tricks to coax a smile or laugh. It was endearing to watch, and I felt incredibly affectionate toward the duo. While they loved Harry, they never ignored me or showed favorites between us two. The young couple showered us with love and attention in between every moment they could spare. When Lily wasn't attending to us, she was working on complex and alien-looking schematics. James, though, would try to fix non-existent problems around the house. It wasn't hard to surmise that we were already under the Fidelius with Peter as our secret keeper. The thought made me sick. Peter was easily one of the most hated characters in the fandom. His slimy nature on top of his betrayal was simply unforgivable. I wished I could voice my thoughts, but what could I do? I barely had control over my own body, and there was simply no way they would believe me when I said that Peter would betray them. I could try to tell them I dreamed about Peter betraying us, but I knew in my heart that would never work. Still, I would try. I had to at least try. When I was old enough to say words without drawing suspicion, I would tell them I dreamed of a scary man following a rat to us. That the rat opened the door to our home and the bad man came in. I couldn't get more obvious than that, short of telling them all I read about everything to come from a book. That could have dire consequences that I didn't understand. But that was still a solid 4 months if I wanted to push it to 5 months to be safe away. For now, it was watching the world around me, learning to control my body, and trying to get a hold of the magic inside me. I always thought, that it would be painfully obvious I had magic inside me if I was ever magical. Considering I had no magic in my first life, I thought for sure I would be able to notice the distinct difference between the bodies. Alas, the difference was not obvious enough that I could easily detect it right away. In fact, the magic in me was so quiet, I had to strain and focus for nearly an hour before I could properly feel it. I hoped that in time that would be easier, both from practice, and that my magic would grow alongside my physical body. Only time would tell. There was a crackle of the fire, and whoosh of green flames before Sirius Black stepped into our living room. I raised my head up from where I sat in the playpen in the living room. Harry was snoring quietly on a pillow beside me, clutching onto a patchy stuffed deer. I had been playing with soft cubes for the past hour or so, attempting to force my fingers to pick them up and move them over and over, in hopes of obtaining my previous life's dexterity as soon as possible. Lily looked up from her pages of work. She nearly covered half the living room floor with her pages and floating books. A smile lit up her face. "Sirius, the one and only," Sirius said with a grin and a gleam in his eyes. "How's my favorite new mother?" Lily laughed. "I'm fine. James is upstairs if you want to see him." I squealed out loud. Sirius turned his head, and his gaze widened. "Little Rosie isn't crying anymore." Lily beamed, levitating herself up so she could stand up and hop over her papers. "No, everything is fine now. She hasn't cried all week." I squealed again, reaching my hands up, trying to grab the attention of one of my favorite, can't really say character anymore, could I, person ever. Sirius's smile stretched widely over his face and he hurried over to me to pick me up. Large hands grasped me and swung me up high. Look at you, Rosie. You look like a little princess in that dress. I giggled with delight, reaching out to his face and patting his cheek. Lily smiled at the two of us, reaching over and tucking behind a strand of dark red hair behind my ear. She looks exactly like you, Lily, Sirius said, readjusting me in his arms. Got your hair, eye shape, nose, mouth, mirror image. She has James's curls and eye color, Lily corrected. Sirius patted the top of my head, running his fingers through my unruly hair. That she does. She'll be beautiful. The thought made me laugh. Beauty was something I had never associated with myself. Scrubs and dark circles were all I could see myself with for the past 3 years of my life. Even with gorgeous parents such as Lily and James, I still couldn't imagine myself as one of the pretty girls in school. It would be neat if that happened, but I certainly wouldn't hold out hope. She'll be the most beautiful girl in the whole world, Lily bragged, ing my forehead. James and I are going to have to beat the boys away, huh, Sirius joked. Or girls, Sirius corrected himself. Padfoot. James's voice drew our attention towards the stairs where he hopped off the last step and beamed at his best friend. Sirius grinned. Prongs. Been too long. Sirius handed me to Lily in order to man James, the two men laughing and already starting to whisper mischievously to each other. Lily rolled her eyes. You'll have to help me keep them in line, Rosie. I patted her cheek. That would be an impossibility. At 5 months old I had finally achieved acceptable control over my body. I still lacked the strength and stamina to do many things, but I was greatly relieved that I wasn't quite so helpless. Since I had reached the standard age, albeit a month early, for most children to start speaking, I decided to begin talking. It was getting dreadfully boring squealing, pointing, and crying to communicate. Although, I had to hand it to Lily, James, and Sirius for picking up on my cues relatively quickly. Sirius came by about once a week when he could. He only stayed a handful of hours, enough to play with Harry and me, and update the Potters on the war front. I had yet to see Peter, thankfully. I wasn't sure I would be able to not scream in rage at him for what he would do to this loving family. And it was a loving family. It was absolutely nothing like my previous home life. I felt no obligation, or expectation placed upon me. Lily and James were doting parents, and tried their best to keep us happy in an obviously dark time. It was admirable, and it made my heart ache even more so at how Peter would betray them. I would do my best, though. I had to let them know without letting them in on how much I knew. I had no idea what would happen if someone else got their hands on all of my knowledge, so I had to be absolutely careful to not overtly give anything away. Dumbledore himself insisted on playing with time with great care, and what I was about to do was, certainly going to require all the delicate handling of removing a ticking time bomb. Oh, and of course study occlumency as soon as I was able. I was certain I would be able to have a quick grasp on it, since I already had the self-discipline from my past life instilled in me. I played with Harry's hair in our playpen. Harry's bright green eyes lit up while he tried to fit a cube into a circle. His hair was soft, fluffy, and bounced back up when I patted it down. Harry enjoyed having his hair played with, and we quickly found that it soothed him when he cried. Lily was preparing dinner for us plus Sirius with James's help. She waved her wand, and potatoes began to peel themselves before being placed into a boiling cauldron. James, meanwhile, was mixing a cake batter, who knew he loved to bake. While telling Sirius to watch his damn language, my stomach rumbled, and I stood up from the playpen. I leaned heavily onto the red gate, watching the trio of adults. I cleared my throat and then said, squealed more like mama. Everything froze. All adults turned towards the playpen, and Lily's face morphed into sheer excitement. Rosie. Mama. Lily screamed, leaping up into the air and then shooting across the room towards me. Rosie. Did you say, Mama? Mama. Papa. James dropped his bowl of the mix, his face bright as can be as he ran towards us. Lily picked me up into the air, twirling me around before James then picked both of us up. I repeated their titles in a chant, warm feeling of happiness bubbling inside me that I could make such wonderful people so happy. When the spinning was done, James picked up Harry and ruffled his hair. "We have the brightest kids. Papa hungry. Look at that," Lily exclaimed. Her first words and sentence. "She's so early, so bright. Pretty sure this constitutes as cheating, but the compliment is still appreciated." "Let's feed the pups, then," Sirius said, giving me a wink. He had cleaned up the mess in the kitchen during the commotion. "Patty," I declared, pointing at Sirius. Our godfather gave us a splitting grin and eagerly stole me from Lily's arms. She whipped out her wand and threatened to hex him into tomorrow if he didn't give me back, but he danced around the house and essentially played monkey in the middle, Lily in the middle, and I as the ball, with James. Harry squealed with delight, watching the game and sparks of magic around the house. By the time it was done, dinner was well overburned, and they had to start again, but nothing was able to shake the smile on their faces for the rest of the evening. The next night, when Harry woke up screaming, I screamed alongside him. It wasn't hard to coax tears out. The hormones in my body were as powerful as puberty, and when the parents came to the bedroom, Lily picked up her son and began to rock and calm him while James picked me up and rubbed my back. "Shish, shish," Lily soothed. "It's okay, Harry, Mom is here." James began to rock me in place. "It's okay now, Rosie. It's okay." "Rat," I hiccuped. "Bad. Bad rat." James at the top of my head. "Bad rat. Bad rat. Bring bad man. The bad rat brings the bad man," Lily murmured, taking Harry over to the changing table. James ed me again. There, Rosie. There are no bad rats. You're safe. Bad rat brings bad man. Do you think?" "Of course not, Lily," James exclaimed. "It's simply a bad dream. The doctor told us she could have recurring bad dreams after recovering from deaths. They'll go away in a month, or so." "Wait, what? Shit." Every night Harry woke up crying. I would cry alongside him and tell them about the bad dream. With stubbornness only a wizard could possess, James continuously dismissed the dream and reassured Lily it meant nothing. After a month passed and I continued to have the dream, James became a bit more hesitant. The next time Sirius came by, he carried armfuls of books. I wasn't able to see the titles, but James and Lily became engrossed in them for 3 days. Upon emerging from their readings, they both looked immensely relieved. My next nightmare of Peter betraying them, and they had me drink an odd white potion that bubbled down my throat. Again, and again it happened. They never mentioned thinking for an instant that they believed in my dreams. As time went on, I got a bit more elaborate in my dreams, describing Peter as best as I could, but they never faltered. Later on, I would learn they would discover that children affected by deaths were plagued by worst-case scenario nightmares. They picked up on the worst possible outcome that could occur every night, and for many years they would dream about it. It happened less than 1% of the time, but given that I was already in the 5% margin for surviving deaths without being turned squib, they figured I was in the 1%, too. Plus, the power of Potterplot is strong. So no matter what I said, what I described, they would only ever view it as a dream and force-feed me a dreamless draft. I was fearful of what was to come. I wished Dumbledore would come by, but he never did. I even tried to drop hints that I needed to see him. I dreamed about him coming by, and that it made me very happy, but nothing worked. Short of telling them the absolute truth, I was running out of ideas. As we neared our 1-year birthday, my mind was becoming more and more flustered. My magic lashed out accordingly, and Lily and James were forced to put me to sleep frequently, so I didn't accidentally hurt myself or Harry. I feared I wouldn't be able to save them. But I had to keep trying. On our 1-year-old birthday, Harry woke up first with an excited squeal. He was levitating in his bed, slowly drifting up to the ceiling from a burst of accidental magic. It brought a smile on my face to see my brother so happy in the morning. He didn't have a lot of accidents with magic. Unlike me, but when he did, it usually revolved around levitating or summoning items to him. My bursts had died down the couple of weeks leading up to the birthday, as I was able to get a very vague hold on them. Thankfully, I could sense my magic a lot easier after months of practice, but it was far from perfect. I still couldn't command it to do as I wished, but that was to be expected. Apparently, witches and wizards developed their magic up until the age of 10 rapidly. Their magic would steadily grow, along with spurts of significant growth spurts that caused the magic to lash out. It was why children did not attend magical school until 10, because their magic would be unreliable until it leveled out in its growth. There were instances where people had bursts throughout puberty, as well, but nowhere near as common as childhood. Magic during childhood was unreliable. It struggled to fit inside the growing body and fought to stay calm. At times, it really seemed like it had a mind of its own. The only thing in tune with its and my desire was to keep the physical body safe and healthy. But, I was stubborn. If I wanted to do the things I wanted to do, I would need a hold on my magic sooner than 10 years old. So, every night after Lily and James tucked me in and fed me a dreamless potion, I laid in bed and tried to call forth my magic. I tried to bring it towards my hand and push enough of it out of my body to see it. It took nearly an hour every night, sometimes two, if unlucky, but I had faith that dedicated practice would fruit success. James was the first to enter our bedroom, laughing at seeing his son floating in the air. Harry clapped his hands. "Papa." James reached up and plucked Harry from the air. "Morning, Harry. Happy birthday." "Happy birthday, Harry," I chirped. James waved his right hand at me and I felt the tug of his magic. I floated out of my crib and into James's right arm. Harry, in his left, reached towards me and G'd me. I ate his cheek. "Happy birthday, Rosie," James told me. "Happy birthday," I echoed, patting Harry's cheek. "Cake. Later," James promised me. "How about we head downstairs? Patty is here." "Patty," I squealed with delight. James carried us downstairs, and we found the living room to be lovingly decorated with banners, posters, pictures, and presents. A shaggy black dog laid on the carpet in the middle, his belly up in the air. I screamed with joy, squirming to play with Sirius in his animagus form. James laughed and sat me down on the living room floor, and then headed to the kitchen with Harry to work on our birthday cake. My tiny toddler legs moved as quickly as I could to the happy dog who playfully growled at me. I leapt onto his belly, hearing the soft oomph from him before Sirius rolled over and grabbed the back of my shirt before tossing me up into the air. I felt his magic coil around me, levitating me in the air before gently lowering me down. I fell onto the soft carpet onto my bum before scrambling to stand back up and proceed to chase Sirius around the carpet. He would playfully catch me again, and again, tossing me into the air and then levitating me down. It was an absolute delight, and I relished it. Now I'm sure you would think that by the time that awful night came to be I would have had a solution prepared, right? I had literally over a year to find one. But I didn't. Every maneuver, or plot I cooked up was batted away. My control over magic was barely good enough to levitate paper, let alone fortify my home against the Tom Riddle, all grown up and hopped up on dark magic. The only card I hadn't pulled was being blatantly honest, and my gut was screaming at me that it would result in a worst-case scenario. Such as being taken away from my parents and handed off to unspeakables to be experimented on. Not that Lily and James were malicious people, but think about it from their perspective. An adult is in the body of their child and has been pretending to be their baby for over a year. Creepy would be an understatement. I'm a little creeped out myself when I think about it like that. When that night came it was horrible. I had seen people die before, seen them die from slowly devouring diseases, seen them bleed out on an operating table, seen them beg to be saved right before their heart stops working. Death was not something one could ignore as a medical student. I learned very early on, due to my mother, how to compartmentalize and cope with the stress of being a doctor, of inevitably losing patients. But sweet mercy, that did not help me that night. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to tell you the step-by-step gruesome detail of a kind man and woman who were murdered before me? It was heart-wrenching. Do you want me to tell you how handsome that murderer was that killed them? Side note, he was. Very unfairly. Dark arts bastard. Do you want me to tell you how we screamed in our crib? How we cried, with every fiber of our being as Lily fell forward dead? Do you want those details? No, you don't. Or rather, I won't give them. That night was literal hell. And it forever tilted my viewpoint on death. On what line I was willing to cross. Because I decided, as I stared over their corpses, and held Harry's hand, that I could not restrict myself to morality or legality. Playing by the rules was not an option when my family's life was in danger. Severus Snape was the first to come to us. It was awkward to watch him break down over Lily's corpse. Out of respect, I covered Harry's eyes, and politely looked away. My dear little brother was exhausted from crying hysterically for the past couple of hours after the whole thing that happened. Snape wasn't there for long. He knew others would be coming soon, and he collected himself after having his solid cry fest before leaving. Barely 3 minutes later Sirius bounded into the home, panicked, then he hoarsely cried out for Lily and James. I heard him find James. The choked-back sob was ragged, and he stumbled up the steps finding Lily next. It was not a loud breakdown like Snape. Sirius fell to his knees, tears spilling over his eyes. Color washed out of him, dark waves of grief pulling him down and forcing the young man to crumple under its weight. It was not an explosion of pain, but a silent cascade of misery that drowned him. It was impossible not to cry beside him, causing Harry to wake up and start crying all over again. Snape was overwhelming, and I was still fresh from the shock of it all that I could numbly ignore it, but seeing a man I had come to care for his family fall apart was. As soon as he noticed us he jerked forward, limbs springing to life as he incredulously stared at us in shock. You're alive, he whispered, voice cracking as he picked both of us. Merlin's balls, you're both alive. Harry couldn't stop whimpering or crying, and I clung onto Sirius. He held us tightly as minutes dragged on and on. Shock must have prevented him from doing much else. Harry lost his energy after enough time and slipped into an exhausted slumber, while I forced myself to stay awake. I had to. I could not allow my guard to drop. What happened next that night had to be changed from the canonical story. A solid hour must have passed before Sirius started to slowly, begin to carry us out of the house. His motorcycle was parked outside, and rushing up to us was an out-of-breath Hagrid. Sirius, Hagrid bellowed. Oh, Bluey. Is dead, Sirius whispered. James and Lily they're both, but. Sirius we gotta get Ari and Rosie to Dumbledore, Hagrid said hurriedly. Take them. I have to go. I have to find. No. I screamed, flailing my magic around as I clung onto Sirius with all my might. Don't leave us. No, Patty, no. Sirius let out a shout of surprise as my magic lashed out, waking Harry up who started to profusely cry again. My outburst startled him dearly enough that he was a fish out of water gaping at me in disbelief. Rosie. No. I shouted as loudly as I could, wrapping my tiny fingers around the collar of his shirt. No leave. I think ye shall come, Hagrid said, carefully taking Harry out of Sirius's other arm so Sirius could try to console me. Rosie I have to go, Sirius insisted, trying to unstick me from him. My magic must have been in a good mood that day because it clung onto him, making it nearly impossible for him to remove me without pulling out his wand. Rosie. No. Hagrid placed a massive hand on Sirius's back. Come on. Tyke ain't lettin' go. You don't understand. He's going to get away with it now. Sirius snapped, pulling harder on me. He was trying not to hurt me, but he was having to use more strength to try to remove me. Although compared to the torture he would face in Azkaban if I let him go, this level of embarrassment and pain was nothing. No. It took a solid 10 minutes of me screaming, kicking, sobbing, and clinging onto Sirius, but eventually, the hot-headed man relented and came along with us to Dumbledore. A good thing, too. Since he didn't chase after Pettigrew, Dumbledore was able to learn about the secret keeper switch immediately. Sirius Black was never blamed for their deaths, and so Sirius Black was never sentenced to Azkaban and instead inherited legal guardianship over Harry and Rosaline Potter. Dumbledore was a quiet and kindly old man. He was not a perfect man, but he tried to do what he thought was right. He was a character that you either loved or hated. I admired him. He made mistakes. There were issues in the story that could have been better handled, but they were perfectly human flaws. He was not so arrogant as to claim to be the one with all the answers, but he tried to help where he could. The biggest flaw he had was that he was human. Truly, a flaw many of us struggled with. Contrary to what some fans would guess, he did not encourage Sirius to give up guardianship to Petunia. He was visibly relieved that Sirius accepted his role without fuss. Well, okay, there was some crying involved behind closed doors when both men thought I was asleep like Harry. Both agreed Harry and I should still live in relative seclusion while growing up for our own safety. They also vehemently agreed that using a secret keeper was not an option again. For 1 month Harry and I stayed with Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had private quarters in his office where the two of us slept under Fawkes' watchful eye. McGonagall was the only other professor to know about us there, and she visited us while Dumbledore had to attend to other duties. From what I could understand, Sirius and Dumbledore were rapidly working on setting up a new safe house for us. Frustratingly enough, the adults didn't speak about the specifics of what was going on to the two toddlers. I couldn't blame them, but I still wished they would tell me. I knew there was a lot of celebration going on, and I knew the press was howling to meet us. We were given an award. McGonagall had asked Dumbledore why it was given to both of us when the prophecy spoke of one. Dumbledore told her very plainly he did not want something as silly as fame to come between two siblings, and that it was better if the world had two saviors, instead of one. Which, hello, yes. Thank you for not putting all that fame onto only one sibling. Very good. Someone read a parenting book at least once. I was mature enough not to get jealous when Harry would inevitably take the spotlight, but it was good common sense not to show blatant favoritism for twins. At the end of the month inside Dumbledore's quarters, we were whisked away and placed in our new home. It was a very large two-story cottage-style home with a massive yard that was surrounded by thick pine trees. A new home for us, and Sirius Black as our new guardian. Remus was, thankfully, a new common visitor and helped us move in. I overheard Sirius repeatedly asking Remus to move in, but the werewolf was concerned about the potential danger of being around children on the full moon. Didn't stop him from visiting us nearly every day for the following months, though. A good thing, too, as it looked like Remus was now Sirius's only consistent contact with the outside world. Although to be noted, Sirius was fully capable of leaving the home, but it was agreed upon that if he did so, Dumbledore should come over to essentially babysit us, and confirm that when Sirius did return he was not compromised. Again, this genuinely surprised me by how logical it was. I was fully prepared to deal with little common sense in this world, but I am so pleasantly surprised to be wrong. Also to be noted in hindsight, this did not always happen because Sirius was loath to bother Dumbledore during the school years and would instead call for Remus. Rosie, age 3. It was very late into the evening. Harry and I had been tucked into bed hours ago, but I crawled out of bed when I heard Sirius get out the alcohol. The upstairs consisted of 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. Harry and I shared a bathroom that connected our rooms. Sirius had the master bedroom with a private bathroom and Remus would occasionally crash in one of the other rooms. The old-styled cottage creaked with every harsh wind, so sneaking out of my room was a piece of cake on windy nights. I heard Sirius sigh quietly. From the hallway, I peeked down the stairs and into the living room where I saw Remus pour each of them a glass of fire whiskey. I G'd my blanket around me, as I sat on the top step and peered through the railing into the living room below. The two friends sat on the couch, Sirius looking over an official-looking parchment and muttering. Why would she do this? Who can say? Remus murmured, taking a shot. What are you going to do? What can be done? I'm Lord Black now that died, Sirius grumbled, then snorted. The family I tried so desperately to escape, and now that title is bonded to me until death. That's spiteful. Remus patted Sirius on the shoulder as Sirius took another shot. That was his 4 that I had seen. Is there anything I can do? Not a lot can be done. Want an estate? Remus gave Sirius a weary look. No, thanks. Sirius winced. If I leave it to rot, as an official lord, I'll be charged fees for abandoning a noble and ancient home. I can't move the kids there, shit's filled with dark magic. Won't Creature be able to maintain it? That bastard is too old. I would have to purchase another house elf to help him, at the very least. An idea popped into my head. Patty, Mooney. Both adults turned up towards the staircase, and Remus stood up. Rosie, what are you doing up? I don't sleep good summy times, I said, intentionally lowering my vocabulary use to not draw suspicion. I squeezed through the bars on the stairs and tumbled into the air. Sirius immediately cast a slow-falling charm on me and then levitated me over to them. He caught me and placed me in his lap. We should get you to bed, though. But, an idea, I protested. The adults chuckled at the idea of a 3-year-old having an idea that would be prudent to their predicament. Bring Creature here, I said. Sirius shook his head. He's not someone to have around kids. Bring Creature here, I repeated stubbornly. Another elf clean the old place. It's filled with stuff, right? We might, nay, some of the, later. Sirius grimaced. I don't know. Patty, please. He's not right in the head, Rosie, Sirius insisted, his tone softening. Just for a little bit. If he's really that bad you can send him away again, I pleaded. There was a sigh, and an exchange between glances. Would it hurt to try? Remus asked Sirius. She has a good point, we don't want Creature going to the Malfoys, and doing nothing won't help us. Fine. The following night, Creature, I called out, sitting up in my bed. My bedroom was, well, you could tell Sirius literally just went to a girls' section in a store and bought everything. Surprisingly, it wasn't overly pink. Apparently Lily hated that color, but there was a lot of pastels. I had shelves lined with children's books and stuffed animals. My walls were covered in moving pictures of flowers, or meadows, or very cute animals wearing bow ties. My bed cover was checkered pastels. It looked like a unicorn threw up in here, basically. Actually, since every Christmas Rosie Sirius had made it a point to get me a stuffed unicorn. I had 3 so far, and they were all rather soft. Endearing that he tried so hard, but boy did he miss the mark for my personal preferences. Oh, well. Creature appeared in my room with a snap, tired yellow eyes glaring hatefully at me. How can I help the young child? Regulus's locket. The elf froze, his eyes widening. What? The locket he told you to destroy, it's very special. It can only be destroyed through basilisk venom, a dementor's, or fiendfire. Understand? Creature gaped at me. Why yes. Will you be able to destroy it now? I asked him. Give me an honest answer. Yes, Creature said. Good. Go do it. And he was gone. The next time I saw Creature, the elf didn't glare quite so hatefully at me. He looked healthier, too. There was a glow to his skin, and he wasn't as hunched down. It boggled my mind that being unable to complete command would be so detrimental to an elf, but that was magic, I supposed. In between the ages of 3 to 4, as I worked on controlling my magic and researching for my list, I sought Creature out again and again. The grizzled elf was gruff, but no longer so discourteous. And when I reached out with kindness, he did not snuff it away. It took 9 months, 2 weeks, and 3 days, but in the end Creature began to call me young mistress. The first thing I asked of him when he did so. Creature, Patty hid something of my father's. The cloak of invisibility, I told him. Can you bring it to me when I need it, and put it back without him noticing? After all, I had seen Dumbledore return it to Sirius when we moved into our new home. Surely Sirius had kept it. Creature nodded his head, yellow eyes glinting in malicious glee at the thought of deceiving Sirius. Yes, young mistress, Creature can. Creature can glamour the hidden spot, as well, so bad master will never knows. I beamed at him, reaching forward to gently touch the top of his head. Thank you, Creature. The house elf smiled crookedly, bursting with inward joy at the simple praise. Note to self, work on Creature's self-esteem, and read up on survivors of long-term extensive domestic abuse. With the cloak down, it was time to go back to line 3, which could either be the hardest, or the easiest. Rosie, age 4, Patty. I greeted him early. The next morning, Harry right behind me and holding onto my hand. Patty, we want to learn to fly. Sirius Black lowered his weekly subscription to Quidditch Quest on the dark table where our breakfast sat. Sirius never liked the idea of eating food made by Creature, so he learned at a young age how to cook his own meals. Perhaps out of love for James, or in memory of him, Sirius became exceptionally fond of baking. Soufflé pancakes were a regular breakfast item in the household on the good mornings. I didn't like to talk about the bad mornings. Sirius did his best to raise us, but he had days when he couldn't even bring himself to get out of bed, let alone make food for us. Grief was a terrible, awful, cruel thing, and I understood it well enough to not raise a fuss on those days. I would watch Creature make us food, and I would tend to Harry if Remus didn't arrive. I doubted Sirius noticed any of it, and I was glad it had never been brought up. I didn't think I could explain my odd maturity without arousing more suspicion. That true? Sirius asked, looking Harry and I directly in the eye. Vroom, vroom, Harry said cheerfully, shuffling behind me in such an adorable fashion. Sirius stared at us for another minute, and then he let out an elated whoop and swooped us both up, one under each of his arms. Woo! Let's go fly, puppies. EMPs were not overly difficult to make. Anyone could make them, really. They required lithium batteries, wires, extra metal, a disposable camera, soldering experience, and time. In high school I took 4 years of engineering classes under PLTW, and for my final project I made an assortment of EMP timed traps and a small bot program to escape a maze without running into the EMP traps. It took all of my senior year, and a lot of help from my teacher, but I got the hang of it. After confirming, and reaffirming, that I could use technology under the wards but at the very edge, and not inside the heavily magicked cottage, I set about creating a makeshift treehouse to use as my workshop. I needed a safe place to create several dozen EMPs for the first step of my plan. Plus I always wanted a treehouse. It didn't take much asking for Sirius to get some wood and make a treehouse for me within a day. It did take a little arguing on my part for him to not put any enchantments inside the treehouse, but he relented soon enough. It was a small, cute little thing. He built a ladder into one of the few large oak trees in our front yard and put together a small house-looking abode. It was big enough to accommodate children, but once I hit puberty I would have to squat and crawl around to get around the room. He put in a couple of tables, and we brought out an abundance of blankets and pillows and anti-flame spreading candles. Harry adored the treehouse, and he frequently went up there to read his beloved books. Sirius, thankfully, consented to our rule that no adults would be allowed inside the treehouse, and when the two of us went up, he would pull out the radio and sit outside listening to our laughter and the music. Despite being a man-child, Sirius was loath to let us out of his sight completely while sober. After obtaining the treehouse, I had to get the supplies to create an EMP. The hardware store had everything I needed, and thankfully Creature was more than capable of obtaining the items discreetly and dropping them off in my treehouse. I also had Creature pick up leather gloves, as a precaution against forensic evidence. Then, it was time to create. I headed up into the treehouse in the early morning, Harry quietly following behind me and rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He had another nightmare, that night, and had crawled into my bed. I didn't particularly want him to see what I was making, but it wasn't such a big deal that I felt the need to hide it. Harry was good at keeping secrets, and if I asked him not to tell anyone else, he wouldn't. We crawled into the treehouse, and the candles flickered alive upon us entering. Harry immediately went to his corner of pillows and blankets and flopped down. I pulled up a tiny chair to the bench and dumped out the supplies from the first bag Creature placed upon the bench. I rummaged through everything before I pulled out the soldering gun and numerous battery packs. I would need to use quite a few of the batteries to power the soldering gun since we had no electrical outlets. I set to work creating the first EMP. The process took nearly 2.5 hours because I had to be meticulous and double-check everything. It would become faster after practice, but for now, it was slow going. Harry stopped reading his book after I finished the first EMP and looked over at what I created. "What's that, Rosie?" "Secret," I told him. "Can you keep it a secret?" "Yeah," Harry said firmly, nodding his head as his eyes grew wide. "What is it?" "An EMP. It disrupts electricity." "What's that?" "It's what Muggles use in place of magic." "Why do you need that?" "To help keep the statute of secrecy." "Why?" I turned around and pinched his nose. "Ask me when you're older." Harry's nose crinkled in distaste, but he did not ask further. He was always such a good boy. "Kids." We popped our heads out of the treehouse's window as Sirius stepped outside the back door. Harry grinned and waved. "Up here, Uncle Patty." Sirius waved back, smiling at us. "Want some breakfast?" Harry nodded eagerly and dropped from the treehouse hole onto the thick grass below. Later that night, the night sky was beautiful. London at night was a treat unlike I had seen before. I had flown over cities in my past life, but nothing so glamorous or sparkling like London. The night was a tint of dark blue, and the lights of London a sparkling warm yellow. Soaring above it felt like a cinematic experience. I was so glad I snuck out. Even if my mission failed, the view alone was worth it. Now, my immediate first threat was, would the wards notice if I was leaving? One night when Sirius was having a bad day, he drank away all the whiskey while Harry and I were supposedly asleep. Once properly intoxicated, I started asking him about the wards. It was hard to discern some of his answers, but Creature helped translate. Apparently house elves could speak drunk. The strongest ward available to Holmes was a Fidelius, following that were blood wards. Both of which were not available to us for one reason or another. That left high-powered layered wards that most noble homes had. A home could either detect what was coming in, or what was coming out. Doing both would cause instability in the setup, and the wards would collapse on each other within a year. So, no. That being said, the next question is, would the wards notice if I entered them? Only if I was an unexpected guest. Wards did not trigger, or alert the lord of the home if people of the same household were coming and going. Harry and I were both registered to the wards. This was required because the wards would detect if Harry and I were near malicious intent, or hurt. Such wards only worked on those keyed into the home wards. After 20 minutes of flying I arrived at the V&A Museum. I had been studying the blueprint creature made of it for the past month, and now it was time to act. I didn't need the EMPs. All I needed was the cloak of invisibility, a broom, and the spells, Wingardium Leviosa, Silencio, and Alohomora down pat. I had spent the past 3 years perfecting the past 3 spells to the best of my ability. I could perform them without the wand, but it took great concentration, and unfortunately I still needed to speak them and move my finger like a wand. The EMPs were to provide an explanation as to why the security cameras didn't work. I would activate the EMPs when I reached the goal, and in the 30 seconds it took for security to notice the error and call the police, I would grab as many of the items I could under the cloak and into the expandable pouch. Whatever was too heavy to lift by hand I would levitate. With the cameras down, they wouldn't see the theft, and the statute of secrecy wouldn't be overtly violated. While they swarmed the place, I would hide in a corner on my broom under the cloak. Even if orders came, I couldn't discount that I could trigger an accidental magic alert even without my wand. I wasn't sure how the ministry tracked accidental magic if perhaps small and intentional acts did not trigger it, or, the cloak was far too powerful and would hide me from them unless Mad Eye Moody came out of retirement suddenly. When the opportunity arose I would make my escape and return home. I had to place the EMPs around the museum, even in parts that I wouldn't go to, and set the timer on them to trigger in 10 minutes after placing them. It wasn't a lot of them, but I figured this would have to be fast. If all else failed, I had the emergency portkey Sirius gave each of us. I hoped not to use it, because it was a one-time use, and explaining to Sirius why I had to use a portkey would be tricky. But, it was there. I descended upon the V&A Museum in London, adrenaline and anxiety coursing through me. A part of me was thrilled. I'm a thief. I'm stealing. In my previous life, I would have never considered it. Daring to do anything outside the neat lines mother had drawn for me warranted time in the closet and missed dinners. I hadn't even shoplifted before, yet here I was about to commit numerous illegal acts for the sake of a plan that I wasn't even sure would work. But, I needed the money. I needed the money and power fast if I wanted to do the things I needed to do. I couldn't access the Potter Vault anytime soon, nor was I talented enough to steal from Death Eaters as I planned to do later. All I had was my previous life's knowledge of technology, and magic at my disposal. And an undeniable urge to have no regrets this time around. At least I could hopefully cross off become an art thief off my bucket list after tonight. I hovered before the back door of the museum before I raised my finger and went through the motions of Alohomora. It took 3 tries, but I finally got it and the door swung open. Then, moving as quickly as I could, I began to place the EMPs around each corner. I flew around the patrolling guards, and none of them noticed. When I reached my goal, the crown jewelry room filled with old royal crowns, uncut diamonds, and other precious jewels, as well as antique and priceless jewels. I pulled out completely ordinary rocks from my expandable pouch and took a deep breath. 1986, before the bulletproof glass was implemented in all museums, and perfect computer security. My timer for the EMPs went off and I threw as many rocks as I could at the cases. I urged my broom forward, grabbing what I could and stuffing it into the expandable pouch, while levitating what was too far away towards me with my other hand. I heard shouts, as security officers sprinted through the hallways. Security is down. I can't call for backup. We must have intruders, someone get the police. Phones are down. When an officer came into the room I was in, I stopped everything, pulled the cloak tighter around me and began to make my escape. Thankfully, the EMPs worked a bit too well and prevented the gates from Coming down. I was out the back door and soaring through the night sky again. Returning home was a quiet affair. Except for the fact that Creature 100% caught me, but that was to be expected. I knew going in this would be a difficult thing to hide from the house elf. It's why I didn't bother. Creature was never going to be fond of Sirius, and the feeling was mutual. But he was a teeny bit fond of me. Primarily because I assisted him in completing Regulus's last order to him, and secondly because I treated him dearly. "Welcome home, young mistress," Creature greeted me. "Thank you, Creature," I whispered, hopping onto the balcony of my bedroom. I pulled out the sack of stolen goods. "There are precious artifacts I stole from the Muggle Museum. Will you be able to pawn them off?" I had already discussed it ahead of time with Creature. He assured me he could complete the order. It was not the first time the Black Elf had to deal with stolen, illegal goods. Primarily in purchasing them, but he knew who to sell them to. Creature's knobbly fingers grasped around the bag as he said, "Yes, mistress." "Thank you, my dear." Creature's ears wobbled happily. I honestly thought it was pretty cute. It wasn't right, what he did. No matter how bad things got, deliberately harming children to get back at their parents was never going to be the answer, nor was it forgivable. It was an awful and cruel thing to do. But I could understand it. Strictly from a psychological standpoint, at least. Shunned and forced into self-loathing isolation would permanently damage anyone's psyche. Spending years alone, longing for acceptance but mercilessly turned away at every attempt would break even the strongest men. In addition, society itself would go out of its way to harm him for simply existing. Werewolves were the snubbed ilk that society perpetually spat upon and conveniently looked the other way when it suited their needs. Anyone would grow bitter from that. Anyone would want justice, would want someone to know how unfair society was. Fenrir Greyback made it his life's goal to convert as many as he could, to force society to acknowledge werewolves and force them to accept them. For someone left uneducated, alone, and consistently spurned, it was the only idea he had, the only hope he had. If everyone is a werewolf, no one will hurt me again. So while his actions were deplorable and unforgivable, I could understand them. And I detested the magical society for it. I didn't understand how I knew where to find him, didn't understand how I knew to send the owl addressed to Fenris Grey. It was one of those odd things that floated in my mind, and I had to wonder if maybe I read about it on Pottermore or something. I made a little basket with food, water, and basic medical supplies. I added a thick blanket because it was cold, and I knew he would be sleeping outside. Then I made a little letter. To Fenris. You do not know me, and we will not meet for some time. You may call me an Eratos, and you should know that I am on the side of the werewolves. I hope the basket helps you. Your friend, an Eratos. A small and simple gesture. But it was the first step I had to take. If I wanted to fix the prejudice in society, I had to acknowledge its mistakes and try to correct them. Although in the private part of mind I could quietly admit that I was not acting solely out of righteousness. There was a selfish motive to my move. But only in the dark parts of my mind would I be willing to say even that much yet. A week later. Dear Fenris, a very happy holidays to you. I have come of wind of some lovely gifts I believe your pack might enjoy. As always, if there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. Your friend, an Eratos. 5 months later. Dear Fenris, a ghost whispered to me that there is a raid scheduled for your camp tomorrow night. Take caution and evacuate. I have included more expandable bags for you. Your friend, an Eratos. An Eratos. The pack is safe. Watched the raid happen from the distance. Thanks, Fenris. Several more months later. Dear Fenris, while spring is always a delight to see, it comes with an abundance of allergies for those with sensitive noses like you and your pack. I have included some nasal potions for all of you. If you require more, please let me know. I have also looked into your previous request, and I believe I will be able to procure it by next week. Lastly, please enjoy these cookies I baked. Your friend, an Eratos. An Eratos. The peanut butter chocolate chip cookies were good. We need more clothes for the girls. Sizes M, XXL. Fenris. Fenrir interlude. Fenrir did not know what to think about his new benefactor. Every week for a little over a year a letter was sent to him using an alias he only provided to those he absolutely trusted, all of which had been dead for more than a couple of years. In the letter was a brief message, conveying well wishes and always ending with asking Fenrir what else he needed. The first 2 months Fenrir never responded back to the letters. With each letter was a package that contained necessities that were hard to come by for his pack. Medicine too expensive for them to buy, and too well protected to steal. Durable clothes and blankets that weren't covered in tears, dirt, and blood. Food baked just for them that wasn't stale, from the trash, or hard to eat. There were even some books ranging from children to young adults. And of course, a small sack of galleons. Fenrir would be lying if he said his new benefactor wasn't helpful. But it was too damn weird. Something was off, something was wrong with this picture. People didn't help werewolves, certainly not Fenrir. Fenrir was the most hated werewolf in society, and those who associated with him only did so out of desire to use his power against their enemies. Even Voldemort rejected Fenrir, only ever seeing him as a tool to be used and discarded. It took 3 months before Fenrir finally decided to test the waters. He took up pen and paper and wrote back, "What do I want? A new world for us." A day later, an Eratos sent back, "It shall be done, Rosie." Fenrir was, well, he was a man of few words. From his penmanship and scrawled out lines on the letters he sent, it was easy to tell he struggled with writing. Likely a combination of not receiving a proper education, and not having to use a pen in several years. His penmanship had drastically improved over the years, but it was blatantly apparent he would never feel comfortable writing out letters. Which was fine. All that mattered was that he was reciprocating this friendship. Getting Fenrir behind the movement would be a major step in helping the werewolves. A monster by wizarding society was largely considered a protector by his fellow werewolves. Except for the children he converted, but if I fixed the core issue no one else would have to be hurt. It was easy to hate a man and ignore the causes behind his actions. I would not permit that shallow thought process anymore. Fenrir's deeds were terrible, but there was a cold justification for them. It was long overdue to correct it. Werewolves deserved equality. It was time they got it, and Fenrir would be exceptional helpful for me to make it happen. Life at home was nice, I supposed. Sirius had more good days than bad, and after one particularly nasty night with Remus all the alcohol in the house was confiscated. None had been in the house for a solid 6 months since then. He was more of a man-child than a parent. He was excited to play with us, read with us, and most importantly of all teach us how to fly. Had Remus not suggested we would need interactions with children our own age before entering Hogwarts, I doubt it would have occurred to Sirius. But how could that be managed, the men wondered out loud. Harry and I had to stay out of the public's eyes for as long as possible to minimize our danger. Remus was the one who tutored us at home. We could not attend public school, too risky, Remus and Sirius had said. But we should have some friends our own age before being thrown into Hogwarts. The solution? I suggested we learned karate. Why? I had read about super cool kung fu in a book and wanted to try it. That immediately satisfied both men. They enrolled us in a large class with Muggle children our own age. It would give us a chance to socialize with other children, while also practically teaching us a good skill, and encourage our athleticism. A good thing, too. Harry had only ever interacted with me, so he was cripplingly shy meeting other children. It took a solid year of taking that class before he was even able to hold a conversation by himself with the other students. Rosie, age 7. At long last I had the money. A part of me still felt a bit guilty from stealing, especially from perfectly nice places, but the guilt was shoved aside in favor of how the end justifies the means. I had never put my stock into that saying before, but I honestly believed my cause warranted a little flexibility with the law. I was, physically, a child. The idea of sharing my knowledge with the adults of the world sent me into a quivering mess that I knew I would never be able to reach out for help willingly. I could, I supposed, wait until I was physically an adult, but the idea of waiting around and letting others suffer for decades because I couldn't handle a little rule breaking made me sick. It seemed like a pretty flimsy excuse to me, especially since I could always purchase back the items I pawned off with my Potter inheritance as an adult and give it back to the museums. Or donate their value anonymously. Or steal them back. Returning to the point, however. I had the money. Using Eratos I purchased a large stretch of land, nearly 1,000 acres of land, and began to put well over half my sum of money into putting up defenses, and building empty homes and shops inside it. I hired people to build large concrete walls with barbed wires to discourage muggles from trying to enter, and I ordered them to pave roads and plant trees. I ordered the construction of several dozen greenhouses and hired a handful of magical herbologists to begin growing the ingredients necessary for Wolfsbane potion. I hired Gringotts to put up the best wards money could buy, and boy did they cost me a pretty sum, but I hoped it would be worth it. The whole project would take a year, which would give me time to bribe the officials and press in preparation for what was to come. I only hoped it would work. The first party I bribed was one of the neutral parties, led by Lord Greengrass. They sat squarely in the middle of most of the debates, barely swaying to either side unless it benefited them directly. I sent them pretty things and dangerous things. I sent Lord Greengrass precious gems I had personally stolen, and I knew his daughters would adore them. The party treated my bribes with no obvious response, likely waiting to see what I wanted from them. Through letters as ineratos, I only hinted at wanting to build a sanctuary for several months. It wasn't until the leader of the party himself asked me directly what I wanted that I answered with care. A sanctuary for werewolves. I would pay for it, provide security for it, and handle the distribution of Wolfsbane. It didn't need to cost their party a dime, and it would do nothing to harm them to support me. The party didn't care for what was right or wrong, they only cared about self-serving, and their families. So I painted them pretty words of how it would put their families at ease if all the werewolves were kept in a safe place, and not forced to run wild and risk random attack. I waxed gentle pictures of how my sanctuary could, in a few years of production, turn into Britain's largest provider of rare herbs and save the ministry a small fortune in having to import. I told them I would consider it a favor if they supported its construction. And after a total of 9 months of bribing and wheedling, I had their support. Lord Greengrass even offered to be the one to put forward my proposed bill since I, ineratos, would not be able to attend. I accepted his offer with gracious thanks. The next party I curried favors to was not nearly as hard to persuade. It was Madame Longbottom's party, the more light conservatives. I knew she would take offense to bribes, so I skipped straight to a long-winded debate that lasted 5 months. Madame Longbottom didn't adhere to her prejudice of werewolves, but she didn't see the value in assisting them, either. Eventually, I was able to wear her down by arguing about how it was the ethically right thing to do in a manner that made her think of her lost son. Low blow, I knew, but a necessary one. Next, I courted Amelia Bones and fellow law lovers, using how practical it would be for her ors if the werewolves lived in one place, of how safer it would make the public, etc. She only took a month. To my friend, I'm sure you have already heard the whispers of my plan. Yes, it is true. I hope to create a safe haven for all werewolves to live in peace. I know it will take time for me to change society to fully accept those afflicted with the curse, but in the meantime, I wish to give your fellow brothers and sisters some peace. I will personally provide security for the establishment until such a time that they can provide their own law enforcement inside. I have already set up several businesses that are more than happy to relocate and provide merchandise. I have 2 healers who are happy to follow their families into the sanctuary and offer their care, and 1 potions master, so far, who will brew the Wolfsbane potion. I know it is not the solution you want, but I hope it will provide a safe space for until the time I have fixed society. I must thank you for your patience and belief in me, my friend. I have sent several more blankets and basic first aid to help those you come across. Please enjoy the cookies I baked, as well. Your friend, Ineratos. P.S. Dolores Umbridge is a viable threat to my haven. It would be helpful if she could come to understand your situation better. To my friend, Elena sends her thanks for the food, and my pack expresses excitement in the prospect of having a home. It feels strange to say, and had anyone else but you told me about it, I would not have believed. I have scouted the land, and watched them work for a few months now. I know those wards were not cheap, and the gardens look nice. Have you thought of a name yet? Your friend, Fenris. Before I forget, Umbridge has decided to take a long-term vacation out of the country for a couple of years. I wish Harry's story hadn't told us such a biased perspective against Fenrir Greyback. It was understandable, but regrettable, as it made me second-guess a lot of interactions with Fenrir in the beginning. Fenrir Greyback was an interesting pen pal to say the least. The more we wrote, the better his handwriting got, and so the longer his letters became. He started to divulge little truths about himself that both surprised and humbled me. There was not much information on Fenrir Greyback in the fandom. He was a werewolf that targeted families who were malicious enough to actively work against werewolves. His thought process was simple: if there's a werewolf in that family, the politicians wouldn't be so against us. Cruel, most certainly, but I could see how an uneducated, desperate man would make that conclusion. In some cases he was correct, and in other cases he was wrong. Certain families would rather kill, or cast out their cursed child, than change their viewpoints. Fenrir, as I understood from his letters, had a very large pack that he struggled to consistently find food and shelter for. To my surprise, only a couple were those he had turned, and whose families consequentially abandoned them. Most of his pack were simply random stragglers that were cast out. Fenrir wasn't the only werewolf in Great Britain, and contrary to fandom belief, he was not the largest spreader of the lycanthrope curse. He was simply the only werewolf who showed his face and gave the public a name to hate. Most alarming of all, he took credit for others' accidents. It made sense in hindsight. His face was well known. If he was spotted in an area, people were sure to be on guard, yet on certain full moons there was a new accident. And somehow all of those accidents were tied back to Fenrir, even if they happened in multiple places at the same time. Most of the conversions were done by abandoned children who didn't understand what to do. The children tended to run into Muggle homes to hide from the Aurors, and when the full moon rose, well, mass conversion, which would lead to more children running away until the next full moon, and rinse and repeat. He could find them on the full moon because werewolves could hear each other's howls. He had enough wits about him on the full moon to get the bitten families out of there when he found them. Then he'd leave enough trace of himself around to take credit for the attack, even though it was not his blame. Do it often enough for a few years and even attacks on the opposite side of the country were blamed by him. Not that he did anything to correct it. Infamy was still publicity, still awareness. Forgetting werewolves was considered much worse by his standards. His described penchant for children was another fandom myth. Children simply survived obtaining the curse better than adults, most adults died. Children also didn't have anywhere else to go, whereas an adult could try to make a living. So Fenrir ended up with an absurdly large amount of children following him around. In another world it might have been cute. In this world it was just sad. There wasn't exactly an orphanage to drop them off at yet. I didn't understand why the children survived the curse more often than adults yet. I had every intention of studying the lycanthrope curse. Hopefully my past life's knowledge as a medical student could be of some use. At the very least it was better than doing nothing. Fenrir's words were childish and short in his letters. He admitted he had never attended school and he was self-taught. He never had a house, never had a consistent meal, never had any kind of stability in his life. It did not make what he did okay. Abusive childhood did not justify abusing others. Murder was still murder. Reasons would not excuse that. A life taken was a life taken. It's so easy to hate the man instead of the cause. It's so tempting to blindly hate instead of looking past that and fixing the core issue. Society makes the monster. The more I interacted with Fenrir, the more I felt assured by that. Ever since I started reaching out to him, he had not attacked anyone. Not once. There had been an attack in Germany that one of the Britain wizards made a cruel remark about, but Fenrir did nothing. I was listening to him. I was paying attention to him and the werewolves, and that was all he ever wanted. His pack had consistent meals, clean clothes, and warm blankets in the winter. It was more than anyone, even Voldemort, had given them. In between the words of his letters, I got the feeling of relief from Fenrir. Like someone else had taken a burden off his shoulders. It was odd, and conflicting. It felt like I was validating his wrong actions by giving him what he wanted, but I couldn't stop. Condemning an entire race for one man's terrible actions did not sit well with me. What could I do though? Sit around and wait a couple of decades before I legitimately rose to power? That felt so much worse. How many more werewolves had to freeze in winter, and starve to death because I was scared of a man whose story I had only ever heard about from his enemies? I wanted to help the werewolves. I had the wits and knowledge to do it. What reasons could I rationalize not to? If I wanted any chance of building a safe environment for werewolves to live in, I needed Fenrir on my side. I needed someone to be there in that community and vouching for it. I needed someone I could trust to work in the best interest of the werewolves while I attended Hogwarts. At the end of the day, Fenrir was the one who took in the abandoned werewolves. Fenrir was the one they turned to. Fenrir would do whatever it took for equality for werewolves. He would do anything if it meant they didn't have to suffer another year of extreme prejudice and poverty. I knew that like I knew the back of my hand. If I needed him to do something for the sanctuary, no matter what, he would do it. If I needed him to kill again, he would. If I needed him to be patient and passive, he would. That kind of commitment coupled with this already established connections and fame in the werewolf community made Fenrir invaluable for that goal. Even more so than my dear uncle, Remus. Remus was a good man. A better man than Fenrir. But he resented werewolves, and considered them a genuine danger even though he was one himself. And, worst of all, he was one of Fenrir's true victims. If I used Remus then Fenrir's entire pack would be impossible to bring in and Fenrir had the largest pack of werewolves. Remus had a home. He had a guaranteed meal every night. He had us. He did not need the sanctuary like they did. I could think loops around my logic to reach out to Fenrir. I had as many reasons to give him a chance as I did not to. But in the end, I was glad I did. Because the more I got to learn about Fenrir, the more I realized that if given chance, some men would rather be the heroes than the villains. I was going to give him the chance. Fenrir Greyback was not a good man. But maybe one day that would change. With Hogwarts only growing closer it was time to tackle the next section of my list. Occlumency was a high priority. Creature had long since brought over the books on them that were stored at the Black Library. The only thing that had prevented me from diving into them right away was my lack of free time. With the sanctuary secured, dubbed Lunar Orchids since I planned on turning it into a mass-producing greenhouse, so they could make their own wolfsbane potions and sell enough to pay for their own other essentials, and an impressive fortune left over only because I routinely stole from museums and the absurdly wealthy, my time could be spent learning the art. I already had a good idea on what to do. Or at least an assumption on what to do. There really was no way to learn if it would work without having someone try to invade my mind. Something I'd guess I'd experience the first time I properly met Dumbledore. Since Harry and I were too young to officially have memories of him, I wouldn't count our time at Hogwarts. Before that could happen I had to do everything I could to prepare. Standard occlumency practiced the art of deflection, becoming a shallow pool that only revealed what the defender wanted to show. But if fanfiction and Sherlock Holmes had taught me anything, it's that the mind is a powerful thing and there should be more than one way to defend it. The books Creature brought didn't provide any reason my idea wouldn't work, so I began nightly meditations where I would guide my magic in my mind to erect a proper mind palace. Yes, I was absolutely ripping off Sherlock Holmes because his mind palace seemed super cool. If there was even a chance to recreate it for myself, I was going to. If only it was simple. The actual constructing of the palace was fine. After 8 years of dedicated training I had enough control over my magic that pulling it into my mind was as easy as breathing. Organizing, constructing, and creating my mind palace was a genuine delight. From my castle I added a moat, a village surrounding it, a forest, and then I surrounded it by a black sea that reflected the night sky above it. Over time the details only became more refined and I started to add traps as I saw fit. The ocean around my palace would act as my standard shallow pool, but if someone got through. The palace was not only designed with defense in mind. There was something else I was curious about that I hoped to confirm in my second year at Hogwarts. While making my mind palace I found something odd. Concerning, really. I honestly had no idea how it could possibly even be there. I had no scar from the night of Voldemort's attack, nor did I sense anything odd about my magic since then. Yet somehow during my construction, I found something black, charred, and so definitely not my magic. It looked like a smoldering egg that had been burnt to heck and back, but it pulsed with a heartbeat. It was quickly stored away in the dungeons of my palace. I really hope that isn't what I think it is. Rosie, Harry called out to me, tugging on my gray cardigan. Will you please read to me again? I responded, sitting up properly on my bed. Harry had come into my bedroom without knocking, something I was used to, and carried a classic fantasy book Remus had bought him. I had read to Harry too many times to count previously. He was capable of reading on his own, however, he loved it when I read to him. Harry, like canonically, was a quiet and well-behaved boy. He was pretty shy around new people, but once he was around them long enough he would start to relax. He was slow to make friends. He didn't have proper friends at our martial arts class, only people he liked to talk with. All of that changed when he was on a broom. Playing mock Quidditch with Sirius brought out an aggressive, gleeful, and smidgen arrogant side of my brother. He had a talent for flying and boy did he relish in it. He was a right menace on a broom. About the only way to get him to have a tantrum would be to try and pry him away from his beloved broom. He was a good boy. A very good boy. Our relationship was nice. I certainly wouldn't call it a sibling relationship. Not in a traditional sense. I was mentally an adult and when our parents had passed Harry needed a more maternal role in his life. Sirius was a wonderful godfather, but the man was still heavily grieving when he took us in and there were some things he simply didn't know how to do. It was I who tucked him in, who soothed his nightmares, who read to him before bed, who got him up in the morning and dressed. And so on. We didn't bicker with each other like siblings normally did. He did not view me as a peer, but as a maternal figure even if he wouldn't verbally admit it. I was his caretaker, much like Sirius. I supposed I should count my blessings that no one in our little family knew my behavior and maturity was not normal. Sirius and Remus did not grow up in healthy, loving, and normal childhoods, so they had no reference. Harry obviously wouldn't know better. Doing all those little things meant nothing to the adults, no one commented on it. To them, it was normal that I had rapidly matured due to trauma and taken a maternal role for my brother. Harry crawled into my bed. He handed me the book he had chosen for me to read. It was The Hobbit. Harry had become fond of Tolkien's writings, he especially enjoyed the voices I gave them. I opened up to the chapter he had bookmarked, The Forest with Spiders, and began to read. With experienced ease I made my voice match with the scene and carefully retold the classic tale for the, honestly I had no idea how many times I had read The Hobbit to Harry by that point. It wasn't a very long tale. The only thing that prevented me from finishing it to him every week was that making all the voices left me parched and raspy. When my voice began to give out again, the heroes had reached the mountain, I coughed and placed the bookmark in. Sorry. Harry shook his head, smiling with sweetness. Thanks, Rosie. I leaned forward and ed his forehead. Yo are we Elcombe, dear. A glance at my cat-shaped clock told me that it was near dinner time. I was about to ask Harry if he was ready to eat, but a thought occurred to me. That thing I found inside my head. My gaze drifted to Harry's scar. Ha Ari. Ha Avenue U, ta talk to A, SNA ache. Harry's face screwed up in thought. He was quiet for a minute as he seriously pondered my question then said, in my dreams, I think. Creature. I tentatively called out. Without hesitation the house elf popped up on my bed, ears flopping as he nodded to me. Yes, mistress. Do we have any, SNA aches? Creature saw some in the garden. Should Creature bring one to the mistress? Yes, please. He was gone for barely 30 seconds before he reappeared and held out a little grass S. It flicked out its tongue several times as it squirmed in Creature's hands. I asked Harry, see can you saw I hi to it for me? Hi, Harry told it. That didn't sound like Parseltongue, I thought uneasily. From what the books made it seem like it was instinctive. Was he too young, or? Hi, I nervously told the S. I didn't sound any different from how I normally sounded, either, but the S stilled. Creature let out a gasp of surprise which instantly made my stomach drop. Whoa, Harry said. You speak S. S is speaker. The S hissed out, its voice small and hard to hear. Mistress is a parselmouth. Creature exclaimed, his tone elated as he hobbled on the bed closer to me. A proper witch, yes, a proper witch. Why yes. I drawled out with a wince. What the hell does this mean? Harry definitely had the Horcrux scar. But he didn't have the parselmouth ability. I did, though, which meant. Am I a Horcrux, too? I couldn't discount that possibility. Given the circumstances when Voldemort blew himself up it wasn't terribly far-fetched that his shattered soul latched onto any and all living creatures within the vicinity. But, given how weak and tiny his soul was upon death, the splinters didn't have enough substance to grant us equal Horcrux rights. I chewed on the inside of my cheeks in thought. Harry definitely had the scar, and I vividly remembered Dumbledore referring to him as the prophesied child while we were at Hogwarts. Harry had to have a fraction of Voldemort's soul. I simply would not believe differently. But was it possible I somehow took a fraction of that fraction? Twin magic was such an unexplained thing. There really was no way to get around the fact that the wizarding community had no explanation for things that magical twins could do. Some could share a mind. Some could share abilities. Some would lose their magic if the other died. Some would absorb the other's magic. It was illogical and random. With the lack of research put into learning about it, the only thing people could say when discussing twin magic was, meh, just magic, I guess. So now, I've split the canon Horcrux in two. That was the only logical conclusion I could draw. The pathetic little worm inside my mind palace was too weak to do much else but wither. My eyes narrowed in thought. With the Horcrux being weakened in Harry, there was a good chance that Lily's protection wouldn't cause him pain when being near Voldemort. At that revelation, I needed to reconsider how the heck to safely remove the Horcrux without either of us dying. There was a solid chance that we could receive a fatal blow and kick the Horcrux out in our place, but I was reluctant to leave such a thing to chance. Or, more likely, that kind of chance was only given to the prophesied one. I sure as heck wasn't in any kind of prophecy. Unless one conveniently happened after we had left Hogwarts, so I'd have no way of knowing about it. How silly. Okay, I said out loud as I ended my thought process. Inner time. And I guess I better tell Sirius and Remus I'm a Parselmouth. Then when I tell them I'm planning on going to Slytherin, it won't hurt as bad. I was wrong. For Sirius, me being a Parselmouth was a snort and shrug. Me declaring I planned on going to Slytherin, though. Absolutely not. Sirius boldly declared at the dinner table. I had chosen to wait to break the news until after I had eaten my fill so I could flee if I needed to. The very second I brought it up, Sirius had dramatically paled and he clutched at his chest as if he had a heart attack. Patty, I whined. Nope. No goddaughter of mine will be AS. But I have to, I protested. Someone has to take control, guide that house. That elicited a raised eyebrow. Come again. Harry's obviously going to Gryffindor, I said, to which Sirius firmly nodded, then I gestured to myself. I need to go to Slytherin to keep them in check. I don't want to be in separate houses, Harry protested. Why can't you come to Gryffindor? You're super brave. Sirius was nodding again at Harry, his expression dark. That house is filled with evil wizards and witches, Rosie. You shouldn't be anywhere near it. All the more reason to be in it. I can handle them. How? Sirius snorted dubiously. I'm a marauder's daughter, aren't I? I challenged him. Are you saying that you can't prepare me to unleash absolute hell on any Slytherin who wants to hurt me? That you can't set me up for success when I enter the enemy territory? Sirius wagged a finger at me. I know what you're doing, Missy. You're trying to bait me. You think challenging my ego will make me give in. Yes. Well, you're right. Weekend flying lessons are on hold for you, Missy. I let out a sigh of relief. You're going to have to focus on surviving the focused attention of Padfoot. Avoid my traps for a year and dish it back. Not only will I give my blessing, I'll even buy you a stupid Slytherin scarf. I grinned and held out my hand across the dinner table. Deal. Oh, God, did I regret that deal. 5 months later, I was hiding in the attic from Sirius one Saturday morning. He already got me with a sneak attack at 1 in the morning and my hair was turned into an ugly shade of sickly carrot. I knew he would eventually find me in the attic, but I had to take the opportunity to regroup and plan my own counter-attack at lunch. Creature had helped me prepare a hidden clove in the far back corner of the attic. There was enough light coming out of the single window that I could properly see, but the way the shadows were stretched out would make it hard for anyone to find a crouched child. Mistress. Creature popped up in front of me. Creature found a familiar for Mistress. Whoa, really? Since revealing my Parseltongue ability, I had expressed the desire to have AS familiar. It made the most sense. Who wouldn't want to be able to properly communicate with their own familiar? Of course Sirius wrinkled his nose up in disdain at the very thought, but Creature was over the moon. It took a solid month of buttering up Sirius and laying on the I love you so much, which I did before he threw up his hands and said, fine. Do whatever. If it bites you, I'm feeding it to the stove. With that blessing I instructed Creature to find me a familiar befitting a budding dark witch. And apparently he did. I shifted in my hiding spot to peer at the teeny-weeny S in Creature's cupped hands. I let out a gasp of surprise when I noticed it had wings and a baby dragonair, I whispered in awe, gently picking up the tiny little serpent. Little one, are you okay? The little winged serpent raised its head to me, its scales changing colors with the way the light reflected off them. Its scales were iridescent, primarily white, but shifted to blue, purple, or pink depending on how the light reflected off it. Its wings were a pristine snow white, and its eyes a pretty shade of blue. Like my own. I was Harry Potter's twin, but we did not look identical. He had James's wild dark hair and Lily's eyes, but I had Lily's dark crimson hair color with James's curls. My own eyes were blue like James, and unlike Harry, I did not wear glasses. Contacts only since I had to be ready for a brawl at any moment. Harry was a black-haired green-eyed cutie, and I was an auburn-haired blue-eyed thief. The only thing we had in common were our curls. The baby Akemi flicked out an adorable black tongue. Mama. My heart melted. I will be your mama, I whispered. My little Iris. And that was how I got an Akemi for a familiar. She was adorable. I loved her. Thank you so much, Creature, I gushed, reaching over and pulling the house elf into a big. She's perfect. Creature squirmed in my arms, but after a minute of jing he carefully patted my back. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Yep, that's right. Hogwarts letters weren't individual for twins. What a ripoff. The day our Hogwarts letter arrived, Sirius slapped it on the fridge and told us to get dressed. Harry hurriedly put on his dark blue pants and gray sweater vest while I slipped on my dark blue dress and black tights. Then we put on our fancy black cloaks and wool hats, green for Harry and blue for me 'cause of our eyes. The hats were pulled over to make sure no one could see our foreheads. Mine was scar-free, however Harry wanted to match. It was still summer, we couldn't get away with wearing scarves, but we could time our visit to Diagon Alley to be in the middle of the workday and avoid the crowd. At 9 in the morning he scooped us up and off we went via apparition. Side-along apparition was always unpleasant, but Harry and I had grown accustomed to it. On good weather days, Sirius would bring us along on his motorbike. We were both small enough for now to fit in his side cart without fuss. On bad days, which happened fairly often in rainy Great Britain, we had to apparate. It was not fun. Imagine stepping off a spinning ride without the rush of adrenaline and joy to counteract the dizziness slapped into your face. Disorienting was a severe understatement. The human eyes weren't meant to witness teleportation, yet even with my eyes squeezed tightly shut I could vividly picture the woozy-inducing scene. Thankfully we landed with our feet firm on the ground in Diagon Alley, and we didn't lose our breakfast at time. The very second our world stopped spinning Harry gasped in wonder. Had I been mentally younger I would have done the same. Diagon Alley was a marvel to behold for those who had previously lived a life without magic. It didn't matter I had been growing up with magic for a little over a decade by that point, it was still magic. Shops ripped straight off the movie set lined up along cobblestone paths. There were sparkling trinkets, gadgets, animals, and so much more in the windows. There were shops never mentioned in the books or built in the movies. For example, there was a shop dedicated to chests, bags, and other expandable storage. Magic filled the air and with every breath I took the world seemed brighter. To be honest, the sheer volume of magic I felt was a touch overwhelming and I gripped Sirius's hand tightly to keep myself steady. He squeezed my hand in comfort. The shopping district was busy, but not bustling like it would have been on a weekend. No one paid the small family any mind as they went about their business. They had no reason to suspect that such a famous trio would arrive and our disguises were plain. It was a good thing. None of us wanted to be swarmed by paparazzi or rabid fans. Sirius and Remus had told Harry and I the truth about our parents when Harry asked long ago. Sirius hated the idea of keeping their death a secret. He almost went along with Dumbledore's suggestion to keep our fame hidden, but Remus thought it would overwhelm us if we went into the wizarding world so unprepared. Their solution was to be nonchalant, so it was mentioned in an offhanded manner. They dismissed it, downplayed it, and did their best to trivialize the world's adoration of us. They wanted us to dismiss the public love, for Dumbledore's encouragement from what I guessed, so we wouldn't grow too big of an ego to manage. Consequently, we knew we were hailed as a hero, but Harry thought it was irritating and I didn't give a flying hoot. Harry resented his forced-upon hero status with a burning passion that was hard to explain. I didn't do anything, he would tell me in private, his tone laced with annoyance. I'm not Frodo. I haven't had my adventure yet. For Harry, his fame undervalued what he deemed to be heroes. Harry wanted a proper adventure of his own, on his own terms. The way he described it made me feel like he knew he was going to have an epic quest to face down later in life. He wasn't wrong. Outside the Orly in Diagon Alley I pulled out the item list Sirius had handed me before we left. The three of us moved off to the side as to not disrupt the flow of the crowd. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat black for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Iris, who had hidden under my shirt, poked her head out from my collar and hissed out, "Mommy, can I come?" "Don't worry, sweetie," I soothed her quietly. Patty already got permission from Dumbledore. Familiars are allowed under certain circumstances. Circumstances like being favored by the headmaster. To be honest, I wasn't sure if it was canonically correct that the exception existed in the first place, or if it was a rule made by Dumbledore just for me. Even if I was not the prophesied child, I was his twin sister and I somehow magically got Parseltongue while Harry didn't. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that Dumbledore expected something of me in allowing me to keep my familiar at school curried favor to that idea. Not that I disliked him for that. I was a schemer myself, so how could I resent another scheming comrade? Who knew, maybe I could even out-scheme the great Dumbledore. Yeah, right. Iris let out a little trill of pleasure. Her noises ranged from a hissing S to songbird and everything in between. She had clung onto me like an imprinted baby chick ever since I had first held her. It made me wonder if Creature had grabbed her right after she had hatched. Wouldn't have surprised me. Creature was the sort to value what his mistress wanted above ethics or laws. I might have felt bad for her apparent kidnapping, but that was largely dismissed over how much I friggin' adored her. I was at loathe with the very idea of being separated from her. We were always together since that day. Our connection was so significant that we had even formed a proper bond. The only other person she allowed to touch her was Harry, and that was only for short periods of time when I needed to be alone. "All right, kiddos," Sirius said, clapping a hand on both our backs. "Let's get fitted for robes first, books second, cauldron next, stop for lunch, get the rest of the equipment, and lastly wands." "Can't we do wands first?" Harry eagerly asked. "Nope. Rosie's already proven to be enough of a threat without a wand. I want to postpone her getting one as long as possible," Sirius said firmly. Harry sadly nodded in understanding. "Hey, he started it. I just finished it," I defended myself. Sirius winced, likely recalling the tick bomb I had hidden in his mattress. I was quite proud of that one. Creature was absolutely giddy with glee watching Sirius scramble to get the ticks off him. Remus not so much. He had to be the responsible adult and sent Sirius off to the hospital while he watched over us and made me dismantle the other bombs I had hidden in Sirius's room during our year-long prank war. "You deserve Slytherin," he muttered, but there was a touch of pride in his gray-blue eyes. I almost feel sorry for the professors. Almost. I'll be good, I promised. Then at his raised eyebrow, I added, I won't get caught. I wouldn't have believed you if you meant good student. Good terror is more like it. Harry giggled at my pout. With a path set we headed off. For the most part we adhered to it, but if Sirius or Harry spotted something shiny or cool they detoured us into that shop to examine it. It resulted in Harry getting several new toys, books, and Hedwig. I was able to grab a very expensive potion set with ingredients priced in such a way they made me wince, but Sirius didn't even bat an eye at the money spent. It was evening by the time we had reached our most anticipated destination, the wand shop. The building was narrow and shabby. Healing gold letters over the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. A bell chimed as we entered the store. It was a scene straight out of the movie with walls filled with boxes of wands. There were towers upon towers of boxed wands scattered all around. Ollivander noticed us immediately and the old man with wide, pale eyes greeted us with a soft, good evening. Hello, Harry and I said together. Ah yes, said the wandmaker. Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you too soon. Harry and Rosaline Potter. It seems only yesterday your mother was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. He approached Harry first. The boy froze up and instinctively stepped back into Sirius, who placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. And hello, Sirius. Good to see you in good health. Your wand, 13 inches, firm, ebony, has clearly been well cared for. I nudged Harry forward, and he hesitantly stepped back up to Ollivander, a quiet signal for him to have his wand chosen first. Well, now, Mr. Potter, let me see. He pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. Which is your wand arm? Well, I'm right-handed, said Harry. Hold out your arm. That's it. He measured Harry from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit and round his head. As he measured, he said, every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. While the tape measure was measuring between Harry's nostrils, Ollivander was flitting around shelves, taking down boxes. That will do, he said, and the tape measure crumpled into a heap on the floor. Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Harry took the wand and waved it around a bit, but Ollivander snatched it out of his hand almost at once. Ollivander grabbed a different one. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try. Harry tried, but he had hardly raised the wand when it, too, was snatched back by Ollivander. No, here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy. Go on, try it out. Harry tried. And tried. A solid, not even exaggerating here, 45 minutes passed. The pile of tried wands was comically tall on the spindly chair, but the more wands Ollivander pulled from the shelves, the happier he seemed to become. Tricky customer, Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, I wonder, now, yes, why not? Unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand as he glanced over at me with discomfort. The more times he had failed to produce results, the more uncomfortable he clearly became. A considerate boy by nature, he must have hated that Sirius and I were waiting on him. He raised the wand above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. Sirius whooped and clapped while I whistled, and Ollivander cried, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, how curious, how very curious." He put Harry's wand back into its box and wrapped it in brown paper, still muttering, "Curious, curious." "Sorry," said Harry, "but what's curious?" Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry visibly swallowed, reaching out a hand to grasp my own. Sirius stepped in there, clearing his throat. "Now I believe it's Rosie's turn." "Yes, yes, yes. Twins. I do love pairing twins. Twins always have the same core," Ollivander muttered to himself as he busied among the boxes. "Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix." He pulled out a long red box and handed it to me. "This one for sure. Yes, I know this one will do for someone with eyes like yours." A little concerned about spending another hour in the store, I tentatively picked up the wand and gave it a little flick. To my elated surprise, white sparks popped out of the tip and danced all around me. The wind picked up and gently pulled on my hair. There was a rush of magic from the wand and it eagerly reached out to my own magic to greet me. I couldn't hold back my silly smile as I felt the wand's magic intermingle with me. Do wizards know their magic basically holds hands with their wands, magic? I wondered. Due to how I learned how to use magic, I was acutely sensitive to it. I could not see it, but I could feel it like a second appendage after years of blindly working with it. Redwood with a phoenix feather core, 9.5 inches and hard flexibility, Ollivander touted. This wand is attracted to one who already possesses an admirable ability to fall on their feet and snatch the advantage from a catastrophe. A sly one, aren't you? Redwood had been my second guess. I would have thought for sure I'd nab the beach due to having, died and been reborn. Guess I wasn't considered wise beyond my years. Unless the wands could sense how old I truly was. "Hello, little one," I thought, channeling a touch of my magic into the wand and feeling it react with warmth. Although it had no voice to respond to me with, I could sense it greeting me with adoration. "You and I are going to do a lot of different things. Dark, light, and everything in between. Are you ready?" If wands could cheer, my baby Redwood would be howling. "I'll call you Muse." "Well," Sirius said with a clap. "Let's head home, kiddos." Come September 1st, Harry and I were as ready for Hogwarts as we could be. We had read through our books, twice, and impatiently waited for the first day to arrive. To call us excited would have been an understatement. Harry was practically frothing at the mouth at the idea of being able to try out for Quidditch. Even if first years weren't allowed their own brooms, there was no rule explicitly saying they couldn't try out. Most just didn't make the cut. In between the prepping for Hogwarts and managing my alliances as Inaredo's, time flew by. On September 1st, Harry and I were up before dawn with our enchanted suitcases packed. Creature made us an extra yummy breakfast before Sirius even had the chance and promised he would stop by Hogwarts to pick up any urgent letters Creature had been the one to send out. My letters as Inaredo's all these years. I couldn't exactly start using Hogwarts owls, could I? Once breakfast was done, Sirius apparated us to the platform. It was glorious. A shining scarlet steam engine was waiting next to a platform packed with people. A sign overhead said Hogwarts Express, 10 o'clock exact. Sirius had a hand on each of our shoulders, and he leaned in between us to say, "You sure you're both ready?" "Patty," we whined. "'Cause I can hold you back a year. Remus is perfectly fine to keep tutoring you." "Patty," we cried out. I let go of my suitcase. It stood perfectly upright on the paved walkway. I turned around to properly him for all he was worth. "You trying to snap my spine now, Rosie?" Sirius teased, giving me a tight in return. Harry shifted from foot to foot between as Sirius got the hint and pulled him into our embrace. "Love you," I told him with all the sincerity I could manage. "Promise to take care of yourself and Uncle Mooney." "I promise," Sirius said, but I didn't wholly believe him. He was a man-child at heart, after all. I ordered Creature to make sure there was no alcohol in the house while we were gone, and Creature assured me he would make sure of it. "All right, as soon as I get sorted," Harry promised him. "I expect it," Sirius said in return. "Now off you two go." We pulled back, each of us grabbing our suitcase. There was a compartment where other children were piling their own suitcases. Thankfully ours was enchanted for extra storage, durability, lock strength mandatory if I was going to be a Slytherin, and lightweight. Not cheap by any means, but it was well worth it when we could easily slide our suitcases into the compartment and not have to worry about it in the slightest bit. Harry brushed back his curly dark hair out of his eyes. Remus had tried cutting it, but it always grew back the next day. Let's go find a seat. Okay, I agreed. I followed behind him and onto the train, staying close. We found an empty compartment somewhere in the middle of the train, and we took opposite seats from each other. We had a carry-on expandable bag that we used to pull out our entertainment and wands. We weren't allowed to use our wands since retrieving them. Not that such a rule really stopped us. The Ministry only monitored homes with muggles in them, not homes with magical adults. Despite the fact I was able to perform wandless magic, having a wand was like switching the difficulty from nightmare mode to easy mode. A real breath of fresh air. I never wanted to go without again. I would, but I didn't want to. Harry pulled out his wand, the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring. Who you think will sit with us? No clue. Hopefully future friends, I said with a shrug as I pulled out my own copy of Deadliest Drafts and Drinks. Iris poked her head out from under my shirt, quizzical eyes looking down at the book. I asked her, "Do you want to read with Mommy?" "Yes," she hissed out, sliding out entirely to be able to properly sit on my lap. She stretched out her snowy white wings and yawned. We still had an hour of peace before the train was ready to depart. About 45 minutes into our quiet reading session, the door to the compartment slid open and a bushy-haired brunette poked her head inside. "Mind if I sit here?" "Please help yourself," I said, patting the seat beside me. "You don't mind familiars, do you?" Hermione Granger, no way that bushy-haired belonged to anyone else, perked up at the mention of a familiar. Her dark gaze immediately zeroed in on the Akami in my lap. Iris straightened up and let out an adorable trill at Hermione, who smiled widely in return. Hermione didn't hesitate to sit down beside me, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly asked me, "Is this your familiar? What's her name? What is she?" "Her name is Iris, she's an Akami," I answered Hermione. "I'm Rosie, by the way, and that's my twin Harry." Harry shyly waved at Hermione. "I'm Hermione Granger," Hermione introduced herself, offering a hand to myself, which I shook, then to Harry. "That's amazing you have a familiar. I didn't see that an Akami was on the list of allowed pets." "Familiars can be the exception to the rule," I told her. "Iris is only a baby and can't be separated from me for too long. Our magical bond could break." "Oh," Hermione said, eyes lighting up with understanding and a burst of curiosity. "That's fascinating. How do magical bonds form?" "I haven't found much of anything about familiars in our texts." Harry quietly answered her, his grip anxiously tightening on his book. "Magical bonds form when a witch or wizard connects with a magical creature. Most bonds develop over time and exposure. Some bonds become strong enough that the creature turns into a familiar." "Is there a difference between a magical creature bonded and a familiar?" Hermione asked, turning to face the red-faced Harry. I was proud of Harry for joining into the conversation on his own accord, but his social anxiety made it clear he was uncomfortable. He stumbled over his words for a few seconds. Familiars die when their witch or wizard die." Hermione let out a quiet gasp at that. "You must be Muggle-born." I probed, wanting to steer the conversation away from the death of my baby girl Iris. "Yes. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart. Of course, I just hope it will be enough." "Do either of you know what house you'll be in?" "I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad." "Gryffindor for me, I hope," Harry answered with a shy smile. "Slytherin for me," I said with my own smile. It wasn't a nice smile. Sirius liked to call it "you got that from Dark." Lily's smile. "Really?" Hermione peered at me with narrowed eyes. "I've heard a lot of things about Slytherin." "Yes. I'm planning on fixing that," I said. I had to steer the conversation away from that as well. "You said you've already read through the texts. How about we quiz each other on the way down?" Harry perked up at that. "Can we start with charms?" He was determined to be the best at charms since that's what Sirius always told us Lily was best at. The whole being the best seeker in the world took priority over everything, but charms was a definite second. If Hermione smiled any brighter she would put the sun to shame. What a cutie, I thought with fondness. I had a soft spot for sweet kids. Made me want to baby them. It was a little strange to see Hermione Granger in person yet really neat as well. I knew she'd grow into such a remarkable and powerful young witch, but I couldn't think of her as anything other than a child. I was mentally an adult and she even still had some baby fat on her cheeks. Totally adorable, but it felt the same as when I called Harry a cutie. As if sensing I was calling someone other than her cute, Iris nipped at my fingers. The ride down to Hogwarts was pleasant. We were only interrupted one time by Neville looking for his toad. It went without saying I told him to ask a Gryffindor prefect to Accio the thing. Accio was one of my go-to spells and the poor dear looked in near tears trying to find it. He fervently thanked me and went his own way. We never met the Weasleys on the way down, nor did Draco Malfoy come looking for us. While I was sure Draco knew we were on the train, he was likely too prideful to go knocking compartment by compartment to look for us. Canonically the Weasleys had advertised where Harry Potter was to nearly every student on the train. The train slowed down and finally stopped. People pushed their way to the door and out onto a tiny, dark platform. Harry and I shivered in the cold night air. A lamp came bobbing over the heads of the students, and we heard a deep booming voice, "Furs years. Furs, years over here. Any more furs years. Mind your step, now. Furs, years follow me." Slipping and stumbling, we followed Hagrid down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. It was terribly dark so it was impossible to see what kind of path we were on. Nobody spoke much. "You'll get her furs sight o' Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder, "just round this bend here." There was a loud, "ooh." The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. Hogwarts. No more in four to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry, Hermione, and I headed to one of the boats together. I helped both of them into the boat, making sure they were safely seated for the journey. I would have hated if either of them fell into the water on their first night at Hogwarts. Not the kind of change I would want to make from canon, I thought dryly to myself. "Everyone in," shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward. The fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as a mirror. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. "Heads down," yelled Hagrid as the first boats reached the cliff. We all bent our heads and the little boats carried us through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. We were carried along a dark tunnel, which seemed to take us right underneath the castle. Eventually we reached a kind of underground harbor where we clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. The students climbed out of the boats with an air of trepidation and excitement. We walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the oak front door. Hagrid assessed the group. "Everyone here." He seemed satisfied to believe that because he turned back around, raised a gigantic fist, and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there. She had a very stern face and it was impossible for me to not grin at her. The only downside of sorting myself into Slytherin was the lack of Professor McGonagall in my life. "The furs, years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here," she said thinly, her tone clipped and firm. She was exactly like I had imagined her in the books. Most of the people I had seen thus far were very accurate to their book descriptions. Professor McGonagall pulled the door wide open. The entrance hall was so big our house could have fit inside it. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches, the ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing us led to the upper floors. We followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor. I could hear the quiet chorus of hundreds of voices talking all at once from a doorway to the right, but Professor McGonagall guided us into a small, empty chamber off the hall. We crowded in, plenty of children standing rather closer together than they would usually have done, peering about nervously. It was so adorable to see the students all bright-eyed and innocent. Any less restraint than I already had and I might have gone around pinching their cheeks and cooing at them. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Her eyes lingered for a moment on certain unkempt students. "I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." She left the chamber. Harry huddled closer to me, his fingers barely grazing my own as he fought the reflex to hold my hand. I went ahead and gave his hand a comforting squeeze which he gratefully returned. Then several people behind us screamed. About 20 ghosts had just streamed through the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided across the room talking to one another and hardly glancing at the first years. They seemed to be arguing. What looked like a fat little monk was saying, "Forgive and forget, I say, we ought to give him a second chance. My dear Friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name and you know, he's not really even a ghost. I say, what are you all doing here?" A ghost wearing a ruff and tights had suddenly noticed the first years. "Waiting for Professor McGonagall," I politely answered. "Ah!" Nearly headless Nick exclaimed. "New students," said the fat friar, smiling around at them. "Hope to see you in Hufflepuff," said the friar. "My old house, you know." "Move along now," said a sharp voice. The sorting ceremony's about to start. Professor McGonagall had returned. One by one, the ghosts floated away through the opposite wall. "Now, form a line," Professor McGonagall told the first years, "and follow me." I took the lead at the start of the line, Harry right at my heels with Hermione not far behind. We walked out of the chamber, back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. Oh, Hogwarts was everything I dreamed about and more. There was no memory I had to compare it to, no words to do it proper justice. The Great Hall was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. Those tables were covered with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Professor McGonagall led the first years up there, so that we came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. I looked upward and saw the famous velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. I couldn't hold back my sigh of admiration. Hermione whispered beside me, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside." I read about it in Hogwarts. History. Honestly, being able to step foot inside the Hogwarts in person elated me to such heights I felt ready to tackle any problem before me. More than that, I felt that I would win any problem before me. It was going to be an interesting year to say the least. I had spent years planning for my debut in Slytherin with Sirius's help, but I knew things did not always go according plan. More than that, my eyes drifted over to Professor Quirrell. A sharp surge of cold anxiety cut through my elation and for a moment I was back in that crib staring at glittering red eyes completely insane with power. Those eyes. I had never put much belief in how eyes were the windows to the soul, or how people could see it in their eyes. Admittedly, my past life marred my viewpoint on a lot of things, but how could anyone expect those eyes? Voldemort's eyes were not the eyes of a man, but of a crazed monster disguised as one. The very idea of having to see those eyes made me nervous, but as I stood in Hogwarts and took in its majesty I felt reassured. Maybe, just maybe, things could work out. If everything goes according to plan I won't ever have to see those eyes again. Professor McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool she put a pointed wizard's hat. The hat was patched and frayed and filthy and God I loved it. For a few seconds there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap." The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became still again. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. Abbott, Hannah, a pink-faced girl with pigtails, stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. On the list went. Everyone went to their expected houses, and like in canon, when it was Harry's turn to be called, the hall went silent. He was under the hat for a few minutes before it bellowed out, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted into the loudest cheers thus far as Harry joined them. It was my turn next. I gave Harry a smile. He returned it with a nervous one of his own, then took a seat. The hat was placed upon me and its raggedy voice echoed in my head. First one like you I've seen," it said. "Old soul, the things you have seen are better left forgotten, don't you agree? You should let it go." "Let what go?" "Only having surface memories is fine for now, but I hope when you have all the pieces you'll choose to let it go. Now what to do about your placement? I see you want Slytherin. You certainly have the ambition and cunning for it. But your thirst for adventure and bravery would make you aptly suited for Gryffindor. Come on, don't be an ass. Slytherin pretty please with a cherry on top." It laughed. "All right, Slytherin." I doubted anyone who didn't know me expected me to go to Slytherin. There were certainly some slack jaws as I confidently strode over to the Slytherin table. I took a seat beside a grinning Draco, as if that platinum blonde hair could belong to anyone else, resisting the urge to mess with his neatly combed blonde hair. "Hello," I greeted with a charming smile. "Welcome to Slytherin, Potter," Draco said, holding out a hand. "I'm Draco Malfoy." I accepted his hand. "A pleasure. I look forward to getting to know you all." Poor kids. There was definitely evil laughter in my head. The first dinner was lovely. The trip to the dungeons was marvelous. I constantly glanced about in wonder at the Hogwarts castle. I was walking in the Hogwarts. Could you believe it? The Hogwarts. My jubilant attitude wouldn't falter throughout the trip to the dungeons. Professor Snape warily eyed me several times and I could feel the faint probes of his legilimency attacks. The only thing he saw was my black C, and from his increasingly frustrated glowers, I knew he knew I knew occlumency. He also knew I was raised by his hated enemy, Sirius Black. He definitely suspects me of being a potential hellion. He was absolutely correct. The amount of sheer pain and suffering I was going to inflict on these baby SS would be remembered for decades. I was going to be Queen of Slytherin and my subjects were in desperate need of discipline. How could I refuse? Was it wrong that I was enjoying my plans so much? Maybe I shouldn't get too invested in the RP. The Slytherin common room was such a mood. The stone walls had Gothic architecture, which I had to guess was redesigned in the Gothic era since that style definitely didn't exist pre-Hogwarts, and had a relaxing greenish-blue tint over it since the windows were literally windows to the Black Lake. It was super cool to have underwater windows and see little things swimming around out there. There was a roaring fireplace with green fire and white leather couches, and, it was amazing. If the Gryffindor common room was comfy and cozy, then the Slytherin common room was classic evil wizard. Little sad there wasn't a human skeleton chair. Note to self, make a human skeleton chaw, no. Make a throne out of human bones. Professor Snape promptly dropped us off at the common room and left before I even had a chance to start teasing him. It was neat that the other houses had their head of house led them. Professor McGonagall was too busy as the deputy headmistress to do so. The Slytherin prefect was a witch named Gemma Farley, and she had pointed out the girl and boy halls, and that each student had their own room. Before anyone was about to head off, I cleared my throat. "Excuse me, could I have everyone's attention?" "Ooh, the great Potter wants our attention," mocked one of the upper years. There was some laughter. I smiled, a type of smile that would have made Sirius turn tail and flee. "There are going to be changes around here," I said quietly with my chilling smile and forced steel into my tone. Children of Death Eaters or not, they were still children, and I was an adult who had been meticulously planning my takeover of Slytherin for nearly a decade. I was prepared to face their worst opposition, and while my repertoire of spells wasn't nearly as vast as the upper years, I was damn determined to succeed. It would be a trial, most certainly, but I was prepared for it. Harry would have enough to deal with. I would not allow him to have to worry about being stabbed in the back while at school. Plus I had some of my own goals for the Slytherin house. Prejudice had to be adjusted slowly, carefully, and thoughtfully. I couldn't brute force equality without drawing blood, and earning resentment for the sake resentment. If I received too much resistance, I could end up causing more harm than good in the long run. I didn't have high expectations for the upper years, but I could start with my own year group and work down. Before that though, I needed power. They needed to respect me and value my opinions. I wasn't sure how Tom Riddle was able to take over Slytherin with no magical training, no money, and no power to his name, but surely I could do it when I had all of those things. My words drew some stares, but the upper years merely scoffed and turned away. Draco paused, and he turned to face me fully. His guard dogs followed suit, and soon all the first years, and many of the second and third years were facing me. "You'll have to clarify, Potter," Draco told me, his gaze assessing. I lifted my chin high. I hissed in Parseltongue, "You're an idiot." That immediately drew some looks of surprise, and the older students turned back to me with cold eyes. Iris squirmed under my clothes, but she knew better than to reveal herself to so many people without my order to do so. Slytherin House has fallen to pathetic standards. We are the house of ambition, yet all I see are morons who bully lesser years because they're too pathetic to fight their equals. Even worse, everyone knows it's you, and the only reason you're not expelled is because of Snape. Where is your cunning, Slytherin? Where is your ambition? For the past decade, half of Slytherin graduates disappear into nameless TS and nobody's quickly forgotten. The other half, barely scrape by unless they live off of their family's money. Who, in the past decade, has contributed? Has arisen to proper ambitious heights? Our minister is a Hufflepuff, when for the past century it had almost always been a Slytherin. My words drew glares, sneers, and looks of anger from all of my housemates. "And you're going to fix that, you blood traitor." I let out a hiss again, and a few students cringed at the cold sound. "It's simple. Act like morons, and you'll be properly punished. Snape won't save you anymore, because Dumbledore will never expel me." A bluff. I was certain he would draw a line as need be, but they had no way of knowing that. One of them let out a mocking laugh. "Let's see you try. It's us against you. You're nothing but a mudblood lover, and you won't ever be able to change us." "We will see," was all I said. I pushed past all of them, headed down the girls' hallway and entered the room with my name already scrawled on it. I did not sleep that night. When the clock struck 2 in the morning, I slipped on my invisibility cloak and I got to work. As I didn't sleep that night, I was the first one out in the common room. Dressed for the day and with a big smile on my face, I patiently waited for my fellow housemates to leave their rooms. I had 2 lifetimes of pulling all-nighters, adding another to that list didn't faze me. At least I was young enough to have the energy to spare. One by one the baby SS started to leave their rooms. And with each one exiting their room a scream filled the hall. The first scream made me cackle to myself and I knew it caused confusion. Another rushed out, got caught by my trap, and off went another one. Each student, except the first years, were targeted. A trap was set up outside each of their rooms. No trap was the same. For maximum psychological impact, they needed to see exactly how vast my abilities could be. Granted, well over half of them were actually designed and made by Sirius in the past year. I was decent enough, but Sirius's imagination and experience had me beat. The first one who made it to the common room was a 7th-year girl who was covered head to toe in sticky worms that wiggled and stank so foul it made her gag with each step. She saw me lounging casually on the couch, and she shrieked, "Potter!" It was a stampede. They all came rushing out to me, each victim displaying how they were caught in my traps. When one stepped too close to me, he set off the defense trap I had prepared beside me and was launched away. Oh my, I tauntingly laughed at them. How far Slytherin has fallen. Their outrage was music to my ears. I wasn't sure who took out their wand first. It didn't matter. As soon as the first shot was fired, I reflexively ducked underneath. I pulled out one of my sleeping bomb potions and released it. I held my breath as I sprinted out of the gas before turning around and casting Bulladome, a low-level charm to make a large bubble to trap a gas. It would stay up as long as I powered magic into it and could easily be popped. It didn't matter, because the students who had been raring to attack me breathed in the sleeping draft. It was doubtful any of them had ever faced proper opposition, given their lack of ability in dealing with me. With the opposition cursed they lacked education, and with too many students cowering from them, they lacked experience. I'd be willing to bet most, if not all, had been coddled by their parents and never had to deal with many obstacles in their life. A shame. Learning to lose was an essential life skill. They were out like a light. It wasn't meant to be a heavy-duty sleeper. Only enough to knock them out for a couple of minutes, but that was plenty of time to gather their wands and lay them out flat on the table. In one hand I held my own wand, and in the other I had an axe. So those sweet baby SS woke up, still covered in gunk, goo, slime, or bugs from the traps, and saw me grinning evilly over their wands with an axe. The word terrified felt too weak to describe their expressions. Now, in any other house I would have been reported. In Slytherin, it was an unspoken rule that no one reported anyone during a power struggle. In that one morning, I demonstrated a bit of my power. They would not tattle to a teacher. It was a war between students, and most importantly of all, how could they ever admit to an adult that a blood traitor was besting them? It was their turn to show me their power. Who will rule Slytherin? Aside from that energetic start, my morning was rather calm. The first-year students saw the aftermath. Draco had the courtesy of entering the common room as I cackled over the older students with a raised axe, and wisely did not try to bait me. If anything, they were outrageously polite to me. Draco must have had some instinct deeply ingrained in him through his Malfoy genes to stick to the powerhouses, because he literally walked right past everybody on the floor and offered to escort me to the Great Hall. What a sweet child. A brown-nosing sweetie pie. Not that I could blame him. It was in his best interest to befriend me. Either to backstab me later on, or to reap in the benefits of being friends with Slytherin's new queen. Just good common sense on his part. It wasn't hard to spot how flustered he was. He didn't even wait for his bodyguards. He had stumbled over his morning greeting to me and his skin was noticeably paler. He tried to hide it, but he was still a child. A scared one at that. Very kind of you to escort me, I praised him, making my tone gentle. There was a reason I hadn't targeted the first years, after all, and I kept the second-year traps to very minor things like mildly annoying smells and changing their hair color for an hour. It was too cruel to go all out against children. Still, kind of cruel to target the teenagers, but I could live with it. I had to make a stand in order to make a difference. For children who had been groomed in sadistic prejudice, I could not afford a soft hand. I couldn't go too hard, either. Even if they were children with over a decade of prejudicial conditioning, they were still children. Their brains hadn't even finished developing. It would be pointlessly cruel to use the full extent of my adult mind to bully them. I didn't have a torture fetish like Dolores. Ah, Dolores. That was one which I'd hide all the water from if she was on fire. What a horrible woman. I'd jump for joy if her death was posted in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Now that might turn some heads. After all, I gave the terrible Fenrir a chance. Shouldn't I have done the same to Dolores? Giving Fenrir a chance directly helped my cause with the werewolf community. Giving Dolores a chance gave me nothing. There was no logical gain to it, nor any rational explanation. At best, I could claim moral high ground, but who cared about that in a fight for revenge, survival, and fixing a broken society? Dolores was vile and useless. There was no reason to keep her alive, let alone offer her a chance at redemption. If anything, she was the most dangerous opponent at play. When I moved on to my plans for the Wizengamot, I simply could not allow her to interfere. Her ability to manipulate the political landscape was dangerous. I wish Fenrir actually killed her. Why did she have to escape the raid? Was the power of plot keeping her alive, or was she supernaturally lucky that night? Whatever it was, it wouldn't last. She might have fled the country, but she'd come crawling back. Cockroaches always came back. The moment she returned, I'd deal with her, even if I had to do it with my bare hands. I was not going to sit by while some hag tried to kill my family. I wasn't a baby trapped in a crib anymore. I would keep them safe. Oh, of course, he stammered, swallowing and trying for a confident smile. It looked like barely put together false bravado. Do you like SS? I asked him, wanting to change the subject to something he would feel more comfortable with. Yes, he answered honestly, the easy answer making him relax enough that he stopped clenching his hands. Come say hi, I hissed quietly. He flinched. Iris popped her out from under my collar, pretty blue eyes sparkling as she nodded to Draco. Hello. Draco's eyes widened with childish delight. Is that an Akame? She's my familiar, I said, slowly pulling her out in order for him to see her. Would you like to pet her? The 10-year-old boy couldn't hold back his excited smile. He reached out a hand and with great care he patted the top of her head. She let out a trill. She's very pretty. Thank you. Her name is Iris. Hello, Iris, Draco said. Did she help you do that stuff? She kept me company, I answered. Don't worry, I have no intentions of targeting the first-year group. As long as you behave, I have no reason to punish you. Behave how? Draco uneasily asked. No bullying anyone in the first or second-year group, I said. They're too young and won't know enough to defend themselves. If you do choose to deal with someone from another house, don't get caught. You have to successfully put the blame on someone else. We need to get rid of the easy target on Slytherin's back. Draco nodded along with me. I couldn't be sure if he was in agreement, or simply nodding to acknowledge what I said. The older students, they're going to get you back, Draco pointed out. I laughed. Oh, they're gonna try. A queen who can't outwit all of her subjects isn't worthy of her title, after all. Oh, they tried. They sure did try their best. From Monday to Thursday it was a constant back and forth. They tried to hide behind the corners to surprise attack me, but Iris could smell them from down the hall. They tried to set their traps, but their inexperience gave them away and most failed to trigger on their own. They tried to come up with some kind blackmail, but they couldn't find anything that didn't just make me howl with laughter to their face. Thursday night the fifth years ganged up and tried to start an all-out war with me in the common room. They fell prey to a homemade flash-bang grenade and a lot of solid somnums, the low-leveled version of Stupefy that I likely wouldn't have been able to perform without a wand. Thank you, so very much, for existing, my beloved wand. Oh, how much easier my life would have been if I had my hands on you sooner. Meanwhile, my onslaught of attacks and white traps had not let up. Only when someone came sniffling to me about promising to be good did I relent in my attack. I would not stop until each of them were ready to kneel before me. With all of that, I knew their loyalty wasn't bought. Doing that kind of attack only cemented their fear of my retribution. They would have to reassess their strategy and put on a smile and show just for me. Which was fine. As long as they obeyed my orders, over time, I would properly change them. As I waited, I relished in the chaos that was a child's war. I wondered what that said about me. Was I more traumatized witnessing Lily's murder than I initially thought? I had compartmentalized that memory with my death, so I couldn't tell. It wasn't the healthiest way to cope, but I felt like it would be a waste of time to confront it. Time that could be better spent helping my family survive and completing my list of wishes. War aside, though, being at Hogwarts was a sincere delight. We got to study the night skies through our telescopes every Monday at midnight and learn the names of different stars and the movements of the planets. 3 times a week we went out to the greenhouses behind the castle to study herbology, with an adorable dumpling of a witch called Professor Sprout, where we learned how to take care of all the magical plants and fungi, and found out what they were used for. Herbology was quickly becoming a favorite of mine and I eagerly raised my hand for each of her questions. I think Professor Sprout might even have started to like me, despite being AS. Easily the most boring class was history of magic though. Professor Binns was as monotone and sleep-inducing as described. It was best to self-study on my own time and use that class period to nap. Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, was a tiny little wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. He looked exactly like his movie counterpart in the later movies, which honestly surprised me. He had such an excitable and charismatic way of speaking that when he taught the whole class couldn't help but listen. Professor McGonagall was just, what a lady. I loved her. I wished she was my grandma. Strict and clever, she gave us such a talking to the moment the class sat down in her first class. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Then she changed her desk into a pig and back again. It got a lot of oohs and ahs, and it was clear that the class was excited. Excited up until they realized they weren't going to be changing the furniture into animals for a long time. It was funny to see their faces fall. After taking a lot of complicated notes, we were each given a match to try to turn it into a needle. By the end of the lesson, only I had succeeded due to my completely unfair advantage over the other children. It was hard to take pride in being a good student when I was literally an adult who had been practicing magic for years prior. But, that smile from Professor McGonagall made my day. Please let me adopt you as my grandma. The class most people had really been looking forward to was Defense Against the Dark Arts, but it was a stinky joke. All I could smell was the garlic he kept on him to try to hide the rotting flesh of Voldemort in the back of his head. It was interesting to note that I felt no pain when we locked gazes, nor did I sense any attempts of legilimency from him. It was possible Quirrell wasn't able to perform legilimency, and I had no intentions of directly interacting with Voldemort to test if he would try to read my mind. The very idea of meeting that horrid mad gaze made me shiver in disgust. I wondered, as I sat in that class, if his diary counterpart had an equally mad gaze. I'll find out next year. Friday was the first class one had with Harry since we started Hogwarts, double potions with Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry had taken a seat beside Hermione Granger. I was surprised that he didn't sit with Ron, who had instead sat with Seamus, while I sat in the next desk over with Draco. Draco had become more comfortable around me since introducing Iris. And, not attacking him like I did the other students. In fact, he started laughing at the upper years who foolishly had not given up to me yet. It was an innocent boyish laugh that I hoped I'd get to hear again. In a lot of ways he reminded me of Harry. A more coy version of my twin, perhaps, but kind in a lot of ways. He was especially sweet to Iris, and he loved to feed her. Anyone who treated my baby girl that well got brownie points in my book. Professor Snape entered his potions classroom with his billowing cape behind him. It was a beautiful and dramatic entrance, and I mentally applauded him. He did roll call, not pausing over the name Potter like he canonically should have. Since he had a Potter in his own Slytherin house, was he trying to restrain himself, or? You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but everyone caught each spoken word. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. More silence followed this little speech. I was honestly on the edge of my seat like Hermione. Potions was always going to be my favorite class. Biology and chemistry had been the only things I were good at, the only things I was ever praised at. I had spent nights alone in my room rereading articles and textbooks to try and comprehend things faster than my peers. Studying chemistry and biology were the only things that I could do in my free time, and so they were the only things I could enjoy. Only things she allowed me to enjoy. Here, as Rosie Potter, that knowledge turned into genuine curiosity. When Remus got me my first potions textbook and we made our first salve together, it was beyond wonderful. It was fascinating, invigorating, and it ignited a passion inside me I didn't know I possessed. I wanted to understand the science of magic. I devoured the books Remus got me over the years and a new idea came to me. One of tantalizing delight that no other witch or wizard had even attempted. It was that idea that ultimately spurred me into action to creating harmony with werewolves. It was my dream, no, my goal, to perfect the werewolf curse. By that, I meant I was taking a page out of a video game my old friend had played prior to her passing. Some artwork of the creatures shown in that game looked absolutely wicked, and I had one as my phone background for several years. That creature was a worgen. I wanted a worgen army. Start up a city named Gilneas and slowly take over the world with those perfected worgens at the front. I was serious. I genuinely wanted an entire country filled with worgens, magic, and equality. One where they didn't have to hide magic away from the world. Wouldn't it be so fantastic if the magical society could join their knowledge with science and use it to advance medicine and improve the lives of so many people? Just imagining it blew my mind. Not wholly certain I could make that a reality, that seemed dangerously close to wanting to take over the world. It was a funny thought. Perfecting the lycanthrope curse and having an entire city filled with worgens seemed perfectly within my reach. Country and world, maybe not so much. But I couldn't do any of that without mastering chemistry, biology, and potions. So potions was going to be the class one went out of my way to excel in. Plus Professor Snape's flair for drama was such fun to listen to. It felt like I was in a theater class with a professor who loved his job. Professor Snape didn't love his job, but he clearly admired potions. And, you know, Professor Snape was a fan favorite for a reason. We stan our greasy-haired drama baby even if we didn't encourage his toxic one-sided love. Maybe if he lived long enough he'd find a way to healthily cope with Lily's death and find happiness. Mr. Potter, said Snape suddenly, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry jolted, blinking rapidly as he processed the fact that he was called upon. I don't remember, sir. Professor Snape's curled into a sneer. Tut, fame clearly isn't everything. Miss Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? Ooh, I get to be called on. Belly of a goat, sir. I chirped, elated to be called upon. I was honestly afraid his hatred of me, coupled with his desire to never harass a Slytherin, would result in him flat out ignoring me forever. Expected response of a Slytherin. Oh. Do I get to be praised by him, too? Man, that put a big smile on my face. Mr. Potter, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry reddened as he shook his head, his brow furrowed in thought. They're the same, sir. That should not be a question, Professor Snape snapped at him, dark eyes glittering with anger. It bothered him that Harry could answer one of his questions. Or maybe he was putting on a show for the sake of his Slytherin students. With that introduction out of the way, though, it was time for the potions lesson to properly begin. Professor Snape put us into pairs and instructed us to mix a simple potion to cure boils. Considering I had been doing potions with Remus for years by that point, and a lot of experimental stuff on my own on nights when I couldn't sleep because I kept hearing James's and Lily's screams in my head, the cure boils was a breeze. Draco was doing very well, too. He needed little guidance from me, and when I praised him he admitted he loved doing potions with his mother, which I thought was just absolutely adorable. Our potion actually warranted more praise from Snape, who touted us as the ones everyone else should try to strive to match. The praise from being in Slytherin is great for my ego. Thanks, Professor Snape. The lesson ended rather well, ignoring the fact that Neville's potion exploded and Professor Snape somehow blamed Harry. You know, a part of me wondered if he was nicer to me because I was Slytherin, or because I looked more like Lily. Harry was a spitting image of James minus the eyes, but I was a spitting image of Lily with James' messy curled hair and eyes. Since I kept my hair up in a bun, no one would really find out exactly how crazy my curls got. As far as Professor Snape could be concerned, I was a dead ringer for his childhood friend turned unrequited love. Hoped it was the Slytherin thing. The weekend came like a breath of fresh air. And by that I meant the old Slytherin babas tried to dogpile on me Saturday morning in a desperate attempt to tame me. Oh, the dearies. I worked up a sweat dispatching them in the common room. There were a lot of onlookers who blearily drank morning tea as they watched the mayhem that was desperate bullies wanting to retain power. Because they were trying to physically restrain me, they had a hard time using their wands against me. Namely, anyone who tried to shoot off a spell ended up hitting their comrade because I'd jump behind them and use them as a meat shield. Their lack of experience in hand-to-hand combat didn't benefit them, either. They were bigger, though, and physically stronger. But I had the wandless, silent, Accio, and Wingardium Leviosa at my disposal, with a speedy Somnum added to the mix. I couldn't perform Somnum wandlessly, but give it a year or two and I'd get there. Beautiful spells. Never will I want to live a life without you again. Within 45 minutes I triumphantly stood, out of breath, sweaty, sporting several dozen cuts across my body, and with a bloody nose, over a heap of weeping Baba SS. Kneel to your queen, peasants, I cackled, high off my victory. To my embarrassing surprise, the traumatized first and second year students did exactly that. With the power struggle temporarily over, I could offer them the carrot instead of the stick. After I had mercilessly crushed their expectations of being superior to me that lovely Saturday morning, I sent out a letter to Creature to prepare the carrot for the Slytherins. Creature was such a happy boy about being able to spend some money I collected as Ineratos in order to reward the Slytherins for their submission. Come Sunday morning at breakfast, there were more owls than usual that carried a couple dozen brooms. Nimbus 2000 brooms, of course. Said brooms were dropped off at our Quidditch players' sides with a note reading, "To my loyal subjects, your queen." There were gasps of envy from the Gryffindor table as the Slytherin Quidditch players ripped open the packaging for the brooms. One by one they shouted in surprise upon finding their gift, which drew more stares over at the Slytherin table. As Slytherin's captain, it was Marcus Flint who let out the loudest victorious shout when he found his broom. He held up his new broom like a trophy. "To our queen," he shouted. "To our queen," echoed the rest of the fanatic Quidditch players, each of them holding up their brooms. It was an uproar of approval. Even those not on the Slytherin Quidditch team joined in on the cheering. A few of them started to toss smug looks over at the envious Gryffindors who glared jealousy at the shiny new brooms. Harry caught my eye from across the room and offered me a pitying look. "You had to bribe them." I could practically hear his disapproving tone. "Shut up. I do what I must." I stuck my tongue out at him. And he rolled his eyes. The cheers of joy and jubilant taunting from my table was infectious. I couldn't resist smiling in return as I was surrounded by the elated Quidditch team who fervently thanked me. Now, dears, we shouldn't make too much of a scene," I said as I laughed. "Eat your breakfast first. Destroy the other teams later." "Long live the Queen," whispered Marcus Flint as he caressed his broom like a newborn. Sunday evening I was on my way back to the dorm from the library when two red-haired twins popped up on either side of me. I offered the Weasley twins a wan smile. I kept up my pace, not faltering as my footsteps in the stone hallway were echoed by their own. I did assess them, half wondering if they were about to exact revenge on me for giving the Slytherin Quidditch team new brooms. The other half of me wondered what they wanted from me if not revenge. I had hoped I'd get a chance to run into Harry at the library, but I didn't see my twin there. I'd need to set aside some time to check up on him and schedule when we should start our morning runs together. I didn't know what his actual schedule would end up looking like with Quidditch practice because he'd obviously make the team. The duo were cuties. They had the adorable freckles just over their noses and upper cheeks, the sparkling blue eyes, and the messy yet combed ginger hair. In my previous life I would have had a crush on them, assuming I was the same age as them, of course. Being mentally adult made it impossible to find any children attractive. Only cute like flowers or puppies. I wanted to scoop them up in a big blanket, give them some warm tea, and have a nice platonic cuddle fest. God, I need a dog. Or a ragdoll cat. I could get away with abruptly cuddling with Harry since we were twins, and he craved physical affection as much as I did. Doing it with two boys who thought of me as a stranger. Definitely not okay. I bet if I had a fluffy animagus form I could get away with cuddling all sorts of people, I thought. I hope I can turn into a fox. Or a cat. Everyone wants to hold a cat. The longer I stayed at Hogwarts the harder it was not to everyone. I think I need to find Harry soon for some snuggles. What can I do for you two fine gentlemen this evening? I inquired, trying to think about where I might run into Harry later. Maybe I could talk to him after potions. I gripped the books in my arms tighter against my chest. Iris stirred from her napping in my pocket robes. She poked her head out, peering up at the twins who hadn't noticed her yet. Word on the street is, a queen has appeared in Slytherin. A very generous queen, added the one on the right. One who gifted her entire Quidditch team with some fine brooms, concluded the one on the left. I mockingly batted my eyelashes as I feigned ignorance. My, Slytherin sure is lucky. Yet, this generous queen wouldn't do the same for her own twins' house Quidditch team, beat the one on the right. We feel it is in our duty to help sort this out, insisted the other one. Odd that this queen's brother isn't asking for her help, I observed as I fought back a smile. It amused me that they would try such a blatant attempt at getting free brooms. I doubted either of them expected it to work. More than likely they would do an obligatory attempt so they could say, well, we tried to ask nicely. We really had no choice but to put spiders in her food. It's something I would do. Sirius wouldn't bother giving them a chance, he would skip straight to mayhem. The twins were kinder than Sirius in that regard. I loved him, really I did, but he had a mean streak in him that even I couldn't break. Not to mention I very much didn't believe for a second Harry would bring up the brooms situation to anyone in his house. He had the savings to buy a couple of excellent brooms, but not much else. He had spent most of his allowance money on books, candies, toys, and practically everything Quidditch related. We each had our money, and neither of us lectured the other how to spend it. Harry certainly wasn't going to start to do so now. The twins gave me a Cheshire cat grin. But, I said, endeared by their grins and presents, the queen is generous enough she might be willing to grant a couple of favors. The twins exaggerated a flourishing bow to her. How could we earn such a favor? Proper introductions first, I said. I placed both books in the air with a whispered Leviosa Manite. Then I held out both my hands. I am Rosaline Potter, but my friends call me Rosie. George Weasley, introduced the one on the left as he took my left hand. Fred Weasley, introduced the one on the right as he took my right hand. Identical twins meant I couldn't visually tell them apart. Magically was a whole other story. I gripped their hands in a firm handshake as I felt their magic. Both were playful and coy, but George's magic was warmer while Fred's had more energy. I wouldn't be able to tell them apart without touching them for a while, but it was better than nothing. I committed the feeling of their magic to memory. Withdrawing my hands I said, I won't give the entire Gryffindor team new brooms, but you two are up for debate. In sync, they frowned and raised an eyebrow at me. Due to the fact that I was currying favor with Slytherin, I would never gift the entire Gryffindor team with new brooms, and enough extra brooms to train backups, but I was fond enough of the twins I'd be willing to toe the line. They were in my top 5 of beloved characters from the franchise, after all. Seeing them in person only emboldened my affection for them. Why, you could even say I was a fan of theirs. I couldn't indulge my desire to randomly them, but surely I could support them without fuss. Simply giving them gifts would draw suspicion. Worst case they would assume I had some kind of sneaky plan up my sleeve given my house. They might even take it as an insult if they perceived it as a charity. The only way to be able to support them without bruising their egos, or drawing unwanted attention would be to set up what they perceived as a mutually beneficial trade, and eventually partnership. I need a way to sneak in and out of Hogwarts without catching the eye of Filch. Such information is valuable enough to me that I'd be more than willing to spend a bit of my allowance, I told them with a smile. Which was definitely true. Sirius told me how to do it, but it wasn't like I had a map of the castle. Deal. Deal. But, you both have to keep this deal between us, I warned them. I can't have my fellow Slytherins finding out, now can I? They nodded in understanding, their smiles only stretching wider. Maybe they thought they could blackmail me. If they did, I'd have to start a pranking war with them. They might have had the map, but I had the cloak and the ability to sneak into their dorms when they slept. Although, I thought quietly to myself as the twins cheerfully headed off. A pranking war with those two sounds absolutely delightful. Maybe another year. I have too much work to do for now. Next Thursday it was time for flying lessons with both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Since taking my role as leader of the Slytherins I lead the group. Pansy Parkinson had been one of the more eager SS to stay beside me at every opportunity. Her morning compliments were crude yet kinda adorable. Completely fake, but she was trying her darndest and that's what made it cute. I couldn't resist pinching her cheeks when she got too energetic in her flattery. Flattery is nice, but overdoing it makes you come across as insincere. You should reserve your compliments for the opportune moment, I coached her on the way to flying class. Try to only flatter someone once a day. Oh, once a day, Pansy spluttered. And no insults outside the house for a month, I added as an afterthought. From all of you, we need to change the Slytherin image, and so far none of you have impressed me with your insults enough to justify using them. They're boring. What about Mudblood? Vincent Crabbe asked, the child repeating the word without much thought. I rolled my eyes. That's the dullest one. Oh no. Mud. I'm so offended. It's been overdone, too. We need more creativity. Such as, apologize to your parents for being born a moron. That's brilliant, Pansy flattered me. That's your compliment of the day, Pansy, I reminded her. She teasked under her breath, her expression darkening into annoyance. Daphne Greengrass stepped past Pansy to take her place at my side. The pretty strawberry slyly suggested, what about, each breath you take is a waste of air. Very good, I praised her. Yes, these are the types of insults we should aspire to use instead of relying on one stereotype. We're better than that. On the weekends let's gather in the common room and practice our backhanded compliments and insults. Will we practice our flattery? Pansy asked. But of course. Remember, my dears, a proper Slytherin is silver-tongued like Salazar. That means we should be able to direct people to hell in such a way they will look forward to the trip. The 10-year-old children clapped in excitement. Little Baba SS remind me of Baba ducks, I thought. I clenched my hands tightly into fists to keep myself from reaching out and starting to pet them. They all still had their baby fat on their cheeks, so every time they smiled at me it took considerable restraint not to go aw. At 3 in the afternoon, the Slytherins had arrived onto the grounds for their first flying lesson. It was a clear, breezy day, and the grass rippled under our feet as we marched down the sloping lawns toward a smooth, flat lawn on the opposite side of the grounds to the Forbidden Forest, whose trees were swaying darkly in the distance. There were 21 broomsticks lined up neatly on the ground, and each Slytherin took a spot next to one. Draco had cleverly sped up past Daphne and Pansy to take the broom right next to me, as I had picked one on the end, and it warranted glares from both girls. He made a face at them in return. The school brooms were, well, they were certainly old. Worn down, rickety, and looked to be a solid gust of wind away from splintering. Frankly, I didn't feel wholly safe to use them. The Gryffindors hurried out onto the ground half an hour later. Harry took a spot opposite of me, he cheerfully greeted me, and Hermione stood beside him. To my surprise, Ron was still nowhere near Harry. Judging from how Harry talked with Hermione and Neville, it honestly looked like the classic trio might be no more. My face screwed up at that thought. I didn't have my heart set on keeping this canonical, but it genuinely surprised me that Harry didn't bond with Ron again. Even without the train ride introduction, the two were dear friends originally. But this Harry isn't the same Harry. The Harry before me was a shy, quiet boy, and not naive to the wizarding world. He didn't lack confidence either. He knew what he wanted, adventure and books. Not necessarily in that order. Hermione's friendship with him was expected. They were practically the only book lovers in Gryffindor aside from Percy. Neville was a pleasant surprise, but I could understand it. Neville's demeanor likely made Harry feel at ease. Harry always preferred the calm boys at martial arts over the hyped-up ones. Still, I hope he can become friends with Ron in this life, too. Ron was a boy who meant well. He had a lot of self-esteem issues that I worried would only grow worse if he didn't join Harry on adventures. Or maybe not. Maybe not being so close to Harry would prevent him from constantly comparing himself to Harry. I also had to acknowledge that there might be one more reason Ron and Harry weren't bonding. Or, really, why I only saw Harry bonding with those two instead of the other boys in his year. The reason being, me. Slytherin had a reputation, and I knew that Ron had his own prejudice against the house coming in. If he had made any kind of remark against me being Slytherin to Harry, I didn't have a lot of faith that Harry would be mature enough to forgive that. Of course, all of that was merely speculation. Harry and I hadn't had a chance to privately talk since coming to Hogwarts. When I saw him, he seemed genuinely happy with Hermione and Neville, so I didn't feel compelled to pressure him to talk to me. As long as he was happy and healthy, there was no reason for me to interfere. Children had to learn how to deal with relationships, good and bad, through their own experiences. That's what I was told during one stint in the pediatric ward. He does look happy. Gosh, my brother is the cutest when he smiles. Indeed, now Harry was smiling extra adorably at me. He gave me a little wave of hello which I returned. The teacher, Madame Hooch, arrived before I could speak to him. She had short, gray hair, and yellow eyes like a hawk. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone, stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." I warily looked down at the school broom. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," called Madame Hooch at the front, "and say, 'Up. Up.'" Everyone shouted. My broom leapt into my hand at once, as did Harry's and Draco's. Hermione's had rolled over on the ground while Neville's hadn't moved at all. Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. She eyed my grip. "You're gripping it like you're prepared to race against time, Miss Potter." "More like race against cops," I privately thought, correcting my grip. The Aurors had definitely been tailing some of my other heists. I had hung around under the invisibility cloak to see if I could pick up some information. As it turned out, the use of my magic did not trigger the use of underage magic. The trace was applied to wands, and prior to that accidental magic only registered if a large enough of magic was used, like blowing up a human into a balloon. Alohomora did not count as accidental magic, neither did Wingardium Leviosa. Accio, on the other hand, did. It was powerful enough that it confused some Aurors who had arrived as to why accidental magic had been registered at all. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard," said Madame Hooch. "Keep your brooms steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2. But Neville, nervous and jumpy and frightened of being left on the ground, pushed off hard before the whistle had touched Madame Hooch's lips. "Come back, boy," she shouted, but Neville was rising straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Oh, the poor baby's horrified face just about melted my heart. Neville's let out a small whimper as he lost his grip and slipped sideways off the broom. With reflexes that came from having almost accidentally dropped millions of pounds worth of artifacts repeatedly, I raised a hand and levitated him straight to me. Instead of falling on the ground, he fell, stumbled into my arms. "Careful now," I soothed the shaky boy. While his feet were on the ground, his legs weren't working properly, so he fell down. "How about you take a rest now, Neville?" Madame Hooch advised. "Come here, boy." Gently, Madame Hooch helped Neville back to his feet and off to the side. "Sit out this lesson," she told him. "Rest of you, on my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The following Saturday morning at the Slytherin table and by we, I meant everyone in the House of Slytherin, was hard at work writing down creative insults that did not rely on the standard dull tropes like mudblood. Only 2 insults per person, and after dinner that night they were going to read them out loud and the house would vote on who had the wittiest one. The winner would be given a special prize, a choice between a cash prize, or the right to request their queen to inflict wrath upon someone of their choice for an entire day. Not only would it give the Baba SS experience in the beautiful art of insults, but the winner would naturally become more fond of me when I gave them something of value. Oh, and the target of their insults for the first week. Me. A proper insult should be tailored for the person, after all. Everyone would get a chance to be the focus of the insults. It was important to learn how to handle insults directed at oneself in addition to inflicting them. I knew from canon that certain Slytherins could be very hot-headed and that simply wouldn't do. I was confident that a lot of the older students heavily resented me still, so it would also serve as a productive way to vent that anger. I gulped down the last of those delicious scrambled eggs before I got up from my table. Draco and Daphne both moved to follow me, but I gestured for them to wait. "Finish your food first," I chided them like a parent would a child. "I'll be right back." With a skip in my step, I went up to the professor's table and stood across a grumpy Professor Snape. "Good morning, Professor Snape," I greeted. Professor Snape lowered his newspaper and warily eyed me. "What do you want, Miss Potter?" "As you may have heard, we'll be having an insult night in the common room tonight," I said. "As a master of wit and insult, I believe everyone would learn ever so much from you if you would kindly take the time to come and insult me." There was a pause. The other professors were looking over at me with incredulity. Dumbledore's eyes were extra twinkling in amusement. Professor Dumbledore couldn't seem to resist asking, "Miss Potter, are you requesting that Professor Snape insult you?" "Yes. We're practicing our insults tonight," I explained. The over-reliance on the M word is appalling. Next weekend is backhanded compliments. Would you like to join us, Professor Dumbledore? As thrilling as that sounds, I'm afraid I'm somewhat lacking in the wondrous art of insults, Professor Dumbledore responded, his tone light and warm. Thank you, though. I nodded and turned back to Professor Snape with an expectant smile. Professor Snape blearily stared at me as if I were a venomous creature about to bite. If it is insisted upon. Oh, I do insist, I insisted. Very well. I will grant you the honor. Yay. I sat comfortably in the honorable roasting throne which was moved to the front of the common room. All before me were overly excited Baba SS with giddy smiles and little giggles escaping them. Who shall go first? Allow me to, Draco eagerly said, hopping up from his seat on the couch to stand before me. He made a grand motion of clearing his throat before he boldly declared, Dementors would starve if they tried to you. Ooh. I snapped several times, a big smile on my face. Yes, beautiful. Snaps for Draco everyone. The Slytherins snapped. We didn't clap. Clapping was for rambunctious Gryffindors. We were cool, so we snapped. A fine way to begin. 5 points to Slytherin, Professor Snape praised quietly from his dark corner across the room. Harry met me at the library early in the morning the next weekend. We took a seat in the far back so we wouldn't disturb others with our conversation. In hushed tones and whispers we caught each other up with everything that had happened so far. Harry had, unsurprisingly, made the Quidditch team. He was disappointed he couldn't use his personal broom, but he was such a talented and experienced flyer that he could compensate. He would actually have to attend practice later that day. Hermione, he had said, was also a Tolkien fan. She wasn't as avid of a reader of fantasy as he was, but she appreciated the classics, and since finding out she was a witch she had been going back and comparing the Muggle archetypes against reality. Harry went on to say that she was easy to talk to because she always waited for him to finish speaking even if he started to stutter, which he really appreciated. Neville had ended up in their group after one of the other boys teased him about his stutter. Harry didn't specify who had mocked Neville, and when I asked he pointedly looked away and mumbled for me to not have to worry. It'd be a lie to say that it didn't bother me, but I knew that was only because I was protective of my brother. You're not the one being bullied, are you? I seriously asked, pinning Harry with my stern gaze. They haven't said anything bad about me, Harry mumbled, and the emphasis on me told me students were harassing others. At my expectant look he reluctantly added, some boys can be gits to Hermione and, you. Ignore what they say about me, I told him. You standing up for your friend. Every time I hear it, affirmed Harry, raising his chin up in pride. Good. They ever cross a line. I know. I smiled, reaching forward and sweetly ing his cheek. Love you, Harry. Harry grinned, abashed. Love you too, Rosie. What have we here, Gred? I think it's a lost little Forge. Once again I was on my way back from the library when I was greeted by two charming twins. I couldn't hold back my chuckle of amusement as they flanked me. What could they want now? I wondered. Good morning, handsome men, I praised as I shifted my grip on the textbook I had checked out. I had to continue my studies in runecrafting. Independent studying was difficult to do, but I had little options. Runecrafting was an essential foundation to crafting rituals, and I had a feeling that rituals and potions would play a key element in creating my Worgen army. Handsome men she calls us. We are pretty handsome. Careful though, George joked, we were just gifted 2 Nimbus 2000s by an anonymous witch who also called us handsome men. Called us the most handsome men on the Quidditch team, and that's why we deserved proper brooms. I exaggerated my fake surprise by gasping and placing my free hand on my cheek. Oh my word, competition already. That made the duo laugh, and I giggled along. There was an undeniable air of charisma and charm that they exuded, although each a bit different. The more times I encountered the twins, the easier I could feel their magic. Fred's magic was a firework, an explosion of power and joy. George's magic was a bonfire, a steady powerhouse of warmth. Say, I did a little twirl in my steps, so I could turn around and face them both properly. Would you two like to join me in a little self-study? They made a face. Hear me out, I said, holding up my free hand. It's for wards. Specifically how to sneak past them. Now they were each raising an eyebrow at me. Sounds pretty sneaky, observed Fred. Very suspicious, agreed George. What makes you think we would be interested in that? They coyly asked together. I innocently glanced away. No reason, of course. I merely thought it was an interesting skill to have. And Hogwarts library just so happens to have books on how to do that. In the restricted section, I said with a devilish smile. I like to imagine that my own eyes must have been twinkling with dark mirth. The gleam in their eyes showed their interest. Even with the map, the duo couldn't sneak into the restricted section since there was the magical equivalent of security cameras in place. Only someone with the cloak of invisibility, Deathly Hallow grade, naturally could hope to do so. I find that having a couple of study buddies makes it a lot more bearable, I added, trying to give them a solid reason as to why I was inviting them. In truth, it was only because I wanted to spend more time with them. And I bet I know the perfect spot to hide the books and study. A spot even you two don't know about. A spot we don't know about. Show us this spot, and you can count us as your study buddies. It's called the Room of Requirement, I told them with a pleased smile. Follow me. Learning runecrafting was the basics of ritual crafting, and ward breaking. The ritual crafting was for my future Worgen army. The ward breaking was because I had every intention of turning my thieving ways on the unsuspecting Death Eater supporters. If so many of the opposition found themselves without the wealth and power to oppose me, well, all the easier to destroy them. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Between classes, homework, tutoring the Slytherins in insults and compliments, studying runecrafting and wards with the twins, and keeping up with morning exercises with Harry, Hermione and Neville had joined us per Harry's request. My time was delightfully devoured. October well and truly snuck up on me and it forced me to reassess my plans. October meant a few things. 1. Halloween was coming up. 2. It was starting to get too chilly to go for morning runs with the new Golden Trio. And 3. I needed to start thinking about what the heck I was gonna do with the Philosopher's Stone. The only thing I knew for certain was that I had to keep it out of Professor Quirrell's hands. I had hoped to let bygones be bygones and watch over Harry as he had a heck of an adventure his first year, but damn it. Remus raised him too sensibly. Harry hadn't gone to the third corridor at all, and he had no desire to do so. Why would I want to go there when Professor Dumbledore specifically said not to? Harry had asked me during our morning run around the lake when I brought it up. It was important that we both remained in shape to continue our mixed martial arts training. We had packed matching black tracksuits that we slipped on before dawn to start our morning runs. We had even packed a few extra per Sirius's suggestion in case any of our housemates wanted to join us. A good thing, too. Harry gave Hermione a spare lilac purple one, and Neville an extra dark red one. Because adventure. Uncle Moony would kill me. But adventure. Uncle Moony would kill me. But, adventure. You shouldn't be encouraging Harry to break the rules, Hermione lightly scolded me as she tried to catch her breath while jogging with us. Her frizzy hair only grew frizzier as she exercised. She had it pulled into a ponytail, but the frizz had grown so powerful it looked like a puffball at the back of her head. Poor Neville was so out of shape he had collapsed earlier on in the run. He got farther than his first week, but he had a ways to go. Well shit, I thought to myself. Why don't you do it? Harry asked me. You're supposed to be the Queen of Chaos, right? I guess, I beat. Someone's gotta. No one has to. Hermione said shrilly. It's our destiny. I'll fulfill it on your behalf, Harry. Rosie. Hermione exclaimed. Thanks, Rosie, Harry cheerfully thanked me. Let me know if it's worth dying over. I'll die with you, Harry. Hermione looked so betrayed. Hermione, you're too adorable, I said. Can I you? Only if you promise not to go into the third corridor. Damn it. Language. Her voice was a new level octave. She could have shattered glass, I bet. Honestly, October was quite a dilemma. I wasn't even confident I could complete the puzzles to get to the stone because my chess skills were barely above average. Yeah, I could beat Sirius and Remus, but that wasn't saying a lot. Ron was a budding chess prodigy who bested Professor McGonagall. I couldn't lay claim to that skill. Everything else I could probably handle, but the chess. I knew Voldemort wouldn't be able to get the gem out of the mirror, but, what was stopping him from running off with the entire mirror and hunting down someone who could get the gem out? He had to be stopped. The world wasn't ready for his resurgence. All my plans would have to be tossed out the window if he showed back up. My Worgen army might never come to fruition, and that was simply unacceptable. Gilneas will happen. Nothing will stop me from getting my fluffy cuddle buddies. The first weekend of October I had to spend it in the library. Well, first, I had to sneak away from my loyal subjects. It was cute how they followed me, but they needed to be able to independently act. They were doing good. Very good. Insult night was a big success, and last week I didn't have to reprimand anyone for using blood purity as an insult. There was no gossip of Slytherins bullying the other houses, and the overall atmosphere of the house was, dare I say it, optimistic. From what I could gather, the Slytherins were enjoying improving their insults and flattery skills. Oh, sure, there were a couple of those sadists who were itching for an attempt to hurt someone, but they feared me too much to act out. They were too old for me to properly help them, so I could only wait for them to graduate and focus my attention on those that could be adjusted. In the library I tracked down what books I could find about wizarding chess. Maybe I could finagle a way to practice against Ron, or trick him into coming with me. And what might our favorite S be plotting now? George asked as he took a seat beside me at the library. I had chosen a table in the furthest back corner specifically to avoid drawing attention to myself. How the heck did they use the map to find me, or do I stick out? Fred peered over my shoulder. Is that chess strategies? You both have been to the third corridor, right? I asked, keeping my voice low in case there were others around I couldn't see. Yep. Three-headed dog. Very interesting. Well, I know how to get past it and a few of the other ones. But I'm trying to get through one of the trials further in, I explained with a shrug. It didn't matter if the boys knew. Mischief makers never tattled on other mischief makers. You need to beat a chessboard that's been transfigured by Professor McGonagall. Is that all? They asked in surprise. We beat her in our second year, George said. It's how we got out of detention for the whole exploding meat pie. I shut the book quickly and looked up at the twins with wide eyes. Are you telling me you can get past it? Shows us how to get past the dog. They offered. How about you two come along and adventure with me? Oh, say, the start of winter break. Well, we would be staying behind this year, George said carefully. Give us a moment, Fred said. The two quickly turned away and started whispering quietly to one another. They talked it over for a few minutes before they faced me again. We'd be interested, they said. Why do I feel like there's an unsaid but at the end of that? I questioned with a wary smile. There might be, George breezily responded. For example, we'd be interested but we can't help to wonder why AS is interested. The hat mentioned I'd do well in Gryffindor, too, I chuckled, trying to keep the reasoning light and easily excusable. Might as well see what I'm missing out on. Fred nodded, giving me a pitying look. A proper tragedy to be AS. No. A proper tragedy would be to never meet the Marauders, I mocked. Their eyes comically widened as their mouths dropped. You know. You've met. I'm afraid the answer to that only belongs to those I consider adventure buddies, I dismissed. If you're up for a night of daring risk with AS, then be sure to meet me outside the third corridor the second night of winter break. With a haphazard plan set, I put the books up and decided to pen a note to Sirius. Better to give him an early heads up that I would definitely be staying behind. I wrote to him and Remus every week, and I had already sent my letter that week and didn't want to wait for the usual time. Harry had no issues lending Hedwig to me, just as I had no issues lending Iris to him to keep him company on bad nights. Hedwig couldn't exactly sleep in his bed, now could she? Iris was a much better cuddler, and my twin magic sense always told me when Harry needed a good Iris cuddle. Iris could expand her body to match a body pillow, and her wings were softer than any stuffed toy we had ever been given. There was also the added bonus that Akamis were rat hunters. I had hoped that if I sent her into Harry's room she would eat Peter, but she's yet to smell a rat in their room. It was possible Peter was good at hiding, but it was equally possible that he hadn't chosen to hide out with the Weasley family due to Sirius being alive and free. Officially he was declared a traitor and missing. Who the heck knew where he was? At the Orly I quickly wrote out a note to Sirius. Hedwig must have sensed I needed her majestic presence because she delicately flew down beside me. She held out her claw expectantly as if to say, "Are you done yet?" "You're a proper lady," I praised her, tying my note to her claw. If she could roll her eyes at me, I bet she would have. "Dear Patty, you know I love you and I miss you, but I need to stay at Hogwarts over winter break. There's a chaotic adventure calling for my name and I could never live up to the Marauder's legacy if I turned it down. If you're okay, I'd love to sneak out to Hogsmeade and be with you all Christmas Day though. Some dashing twins have the map and are more than willing to show me a few of its escape routes. With adoration, Rosie. P.S. If you get me another unicorn plush for Christmas I will never forgive you. I have enough. I will run out of space in my bed if you give me any more. Sad face. Dear Rosie. What do you mean no more unicorn plushies? Sad face. Patty. P.S. Don't get caught. If Moony asks, I never knew what you were planning. The morning of Halloween Harry and I met up for our run like usual. It was chilly enough outside that I had to wear a jacket with my muggle running clothes. Although that time I was joined by Draco and Theodore Knott who were dressed in casual workout clothes that looked very similar to what professional Quidditch players used when they exercised, according to Quidditch Weekly. Harry nodded at both boys. Hello. Are you two going to be joining us now? The Slytherin Queen shouldn't only run with lions, Draco sniffed, doing his best to act arrogant and superior. Due to the baby fat on his cheeks and the fact that he kept looking over at me as if he expected to praise me just made me think of a puppy who did a neat command for its owner. Hecka becka cute. Must. Resist. Jing. Draco here will be Slytherin's seeker next year, and Theodore's expressed wanting to be a duelist, I explained. Getting into shape and staying physically fit will be important for both of them. Dueling. What kind? Hermione politely asked. Theodore's face reflexively soured, but he did a good job clearing it up. I was still working on dismantling prejudice in the house. It would be several years before I expected proper results. The children coming in were conditioned at such a young age and I only had so much time with them. I couldn't demand them to change their viewpoints, they would simply pretend to do so in my company. No. Instead, I had to go about it differently. Starting off small, like taking away the ability to insult one another using blood purity. I had argued it was unimaginative, but in truth I wanted them to stop associating blood purity as an insult altogether. It wouldn't be an instantaneous thing, but over time they'd start using it less and less, and then stop entirely. It wouldn't be a worthy insult for them. Consequently, it'd stop being associated with a powerful negative. Apathy would take its place when brought up. And then, disdain. Disdain for those, unimaginative, and simple-minded, witches and wizards who kept using that insult. Have you no wit? They would think. Is that the only thing you can come up with? It was one of the many paths I was setting up for the Slytherin house. Baby steps that would lead to a proper change. The second foundation I was laying out was logic. Callous and apathetic logic. Slytherin was the house of ambition and cunning, after all. It would be disgraceful if AS were to not take advantage of every opportunity. Including befriending an extremely talented and brilliant young witch who just so happened to be Muggle-born. You would ignore a powerful potential ally over something so silly as blood. You could always betray her later. Why ignore such a useful tool? Morally ambiguous, definitely, but I had to compromise. I had to acknowledge that some of my Beta SS would never care to give up their viewpoint. All I needed to do was to prepare the groundwork for the following generations. Big change should be gradual and consistent, otherwise, it could spark violence. Bullying them into immediate acceptance of my views would only garner resentment and make them more stubborn about their beliefs. I couldn't think for the now, only the later. International, Theodore answered Hermione. He raised a hand to fix his neatly combed dark hair. Are you interested in dueling, Miss Granger? Hermione smiled softly. If she noticed his initially rude tone, she didn't show it. What I've read about it makes it sound fascinating. Featherdust's techniques used in the previous tournament sparked a lot of controversies. Theodore's surprise was apparent. You read about that? Naturally. It was in the library. There was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, the kind of childish glee someone had when they found someone who shared a common interest. And, what do you think about Featherdust? He's brilliant, Hermione gushed. Yes, thank you. I cleared my throat. I knew Theodore was as fanatic about dueling as Harry was at Quidditch. If Hermione kept indulging him, he would prattle on all day. We should get started on our run. Since it's starting to get too cold even with warming charms on our clothes, let's move this inside next week. Is there a place to run inside? Neville nervously asked. Oh yes, I said, thinking of the room of requirement. Don't worry. It'll be grand. Now, some might be wondering why Harry and I weren't bringing up our parents. Halloween was the night they were murdered, after all. We didn't dwell on their murders in our home. We celebrated their life. We visited their graves on their birthdays. Remus and Sirius did not want us to think of Halloween as anything other than Halloween. It was a healthy thing to do. Remus and Sirius couldn't adhere to it since they always got mopey around Halloween, but Harry and I could. Or, well, Harry definitely could. I always had trouble sleeping around that time. Thoughts of what could I have done better? And why didn't I prepare better? Would circle around my head like an off-tune carousel. If I dared to close my eyes, I'd be back in that crib watching Lily scream as she toppled forward. Her face was always so beautiful, and in her last moments it had been twisted into despair. She died not knowing if her children would be safe. There was bitter pain, chilling fear, sharp guilt, and a jumbled mess of emotions that always reared its head back around Halloween. I had lifetimes to practice compartmentalizing negative emotions, but on that anniversary I found that my experience did not measure up to the weight of that trauma. Harry did not have a clear memory of that night. Even when I broached the subject, he could not remember anything at all. I was happy for him. I hoped he wouldn't have to remember her screams. I hoped that when the whole mess of Voldemort and Death Eaters was done and taken care of, I could share with him the memories I had saved of Lily and James. I wanted to show him how much they loved him. He should know that Lily loved to play with his hair, and James adored listening to his giggles. Those were things, I felt, that Harry ought to know. But I did not dare bring those memories forth and share, because they were always closely followed by the screams, and I could never, ever risk Harry listening to those screams. So on Halloween I followed Harry's lead and feigned ignorance in front of Sirius and Remus. He had no memories of that night, and I shouldn't either. He had nothing to mourn, as he could only recall receiving love and adoration from his current family. By extension, I should be in the same position. Perhaps Remus and Sirius would be understanding if I expressed sorrow, but I did not yet feel comfortable risking it. And besides, the two men were hopeless around Halloween, especially Sirius. I genuinely did not think Sirius had the emotional capability of supporting himself and me. Remus could handle his own grief with Sirius, but if I added my own on top of it, I felt like that would be too much. For now, I was fine. I was functioning, and with enough time I would find a chance to properly mourn and eventually find closure. I could wait. We started our run, Harry and I taking the lead. When we got a good bit of distance between us and the rest of our companions, Harry leaned toward me. "Patty's very sad he can't get you another unicorn," Harry whispered to me. "Just one more." "No. You guys said that 2 years ago," I begged. "I don't have the room here. Please. For me. Traitor." "Fine. But it better be a tiny one. It'll be so small you'll barely be able to see it," Harry promised me. I sat in the Great Hall on Halloween. Around me the Slytherins chattered amongst each other about unimportant things. Millicent was telling a story about how she wrestled with a baby dragon once, a story everyone believed since her cousin was a dragon keeper in Romania, and Millicent had lots of pictures of her sneaking out into the reserve to find dragons. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkins stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. I was serving myself up some lovely roast beef when Professor Quirrell sprinted into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He proceeded to faint, complete with the back of the hand over his forehead. I bet 100 galleons he practiced that. Gosh, I wonder if he accidentally fell on Voldemort's face while doing it. There was an uproar. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Prefects, SM refects. I whistled sharply and loudly to draw their attention. Come along, SS. Let the lions run into danger while we stay safe and sound. Here, joked a Slytherin in the back I couldn't see. Back in my room I found a letter on my desk. Creature must have dropped it off, I thought. If he went to such trouble to keep me receiving it a secret, that must have meant it was for Ineratos. With extra care, I double-locked my door and instructed Iris to keep watch. I opened it up and read. Friend, Lunar Orchid is doing well. You were right about it catching attention. Someone named Enyo came sniffing. I told him about you like you said to do. Attached is his note to you. Fenris. I felt a flutter in the pit of my stomach. Enyo wasn't a name I recognized, but if Fenrir was giving me this information, that meant only one thing. Enyo was a vampire. Vampires in the Potterverse weren't discussed much in the story. I had read up about them as soon as I could and found a lot of different and contradicting information. The only thing I could say for certain was that the vampire community was entirely separate from the wizarding world. They had their own government and system to adhere to. They were secluded and preferred to hide among the Muggle population. Specifically, they wanted to stay as far away from wizards as they could. Apparently wizard blood tasted terrible and the stench of it made them nauseous. The desire for distance was mutual. According to most sources, wizards felt disturbed when around vampires. Like vampires were low-level dementors. It was in both communities' best interest to remain separate. But my passion for biology and magic wouldn't be easily sated. I was fully determined to perfect the werewolf curse into something manageable. A transformation without pain, and only by choice. I was equally interested in vampire biology. I couldn't even begin to properly study it without obtaining a reputable source, and the only way to do that would be to contact a vampire. Finding a vampire was tricky, though. The second they smelled a wizard they disappeared from sight. Werewolves, though. Vampires liked werewolves. Not in the you smell yummy let me eat you kind of way, but in the oh you smell like flowers let me be near you kind of way. A sanctuary for werewolves. Naturally it'd grab their attention. Eagerly, I pulled out the second note. Ineratos. The wolf insists you are sincere in wanting to learn about us. If you are serious, let us meet in person and discuss what it is you desire. I will be remaining at Lunar's Orchid for the foreseeable future. Awaiting your response. Enyo. I add in a breath. Well, time to speed things up a bit. November's cold weather moved our running group into the room of requirement. When there was frost on the ground every morning, that meant it was time to stop sprinting around a lake. That chilly month also meant Harry's first match as Gryffindor's seeker since he won the position fair and square at tryouts. Which meant I better put a damper on Voldemort's day to make sure he wouldn't interfere with the match. How, one might ask. Why? By setting up several dozen traps outside his office and room with the help of two mischievous twins the night before, of course. Sadly, our friendship wasn't solid enough to get their help for free. I had to let them borrow my cloak of invisibility the following weekend. By the time Voldemort was freed of the traps, the match would be over. I only wished I could see the look on his face as he realized how much of a bumbling moron he had possessed. Not so much that I would miss my brother's first match, but enough to make me picture it and laugh quietly to myself. The Quidditch match went off without a hitch. Even without his personal broom, Harry was beyond reproach. I would argue he was even better than canon because he had already been training with Sirius for several years by that point. Unfortunately, that meant that even with the Slytherin advantage of better brooms, Harry still outclassed them. Fred and George being on top-tier brooms certainly didn't help the matter. I had little hope in Slytherin winning the Quidditch Cup. Christmas break was approaching. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake froze solid and the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching several snowballs so that they followed Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban. It made me tempted to set up a bounty for any student who could rip Quirrell's turban off. The only thing stopping me from doing so was if they succeeded, they would have likely died by the pissed-off Voldemort underneath. Still oh so tempting. But then it was time. Time for an adventure. On the night where most of the students had gone home, I had snuck out of the dungeons and made my way to the third corridor. Iris poked her head out from under my collar and hissed, "Norris up ahead." With her guidance, I avoided the fluffy kitty cat and successfully made it to the third corridor without getting caught. I was quite pleased to find both twins already at the door. George greeted me first with a jaunty wave. Ready to go. Adventure buddy, Fred joked. He nudged me with his elbow when I got close enough. Yes indeedy. You both better be ready for what's up ahead. Follow my instructions without hesitation, or you might very well get yourselves killed, I warned them. They mockingly bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. I pushed open the door to find Fluffy already growling at us. Hey you cutie, I cooed while I pulled out a small wooden flute from my extendable black messenger bag. I blew out a little tune which caused an instant reaction. Fluffy's eyes dropped and the longer I played the more he swayed. Eventually he toppled to the ground, soft snores escaping him. I continued to play as I approached the trap door near his feet. While I played, I nodded to the door to signal for one of the twins to open it. Fred proved to be brave enough. He carefully opened it, then after I nodded again he and George dropped. I followed behind them. Say hello to Devil's Snare. It's meant to catch our fall, I explained as I landed on the soft vines. Just relax. Once I start a light we'll fall through. Talk about rare plants, George muttered to himself as he stilled his movements. With a quick flick of my wand and a quiet spell, white fire danced out of the tip of my wand. The vines reared back and relaxed. Eventually we each fell through. This way, I said, pointing down a stone passageway, which was the only way forward. All we could hear apart from their footsteps was the gentle drip of water trickling down the walls. The passageway sloped downward as we moved on to the next trial. We reached the end of the passageway and saw before us a brilliantly lit chamber, its ceiling arching high above them. It was full of small, jewel-bright keys, fluttering and tumbling all around the room. On the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. Now we're looking for a big old-fashioned key. It'll be silver like the door handle and, I trailed off as I tried to remember. I think it'll have a crumpled feather on one side. We gotta grab that one. A good thing you brought along us, then, Fred said, moving to the opposite end of the room where there were brooms stacked up. No one faster, George added with a cheeky grin. I bit the inside of my mouth to keep from snorting. I'm definitely not fast on a broom. Never had to run away from anyone or anything in my life. It still took them a solid 15 minutes before they could find and catch the key. Once that was taken care of, we opened the door and walked into darkness. As we stepped into the next room, light suddenly flooded the room to reveal an astonishing sight. We stood on the edge of a chessboard, behind the black chessmen which were all taller than we were and carved from what looked like black stone. Facing the black pieces, way across the chamber, were the white pieces. Take up your positions and play like your life depends on it, I said. Know what's beyond this part? Fred asked me. Yeah, a mountain troll. A what? I shrugged. You two can leave any time you want. And miss out on fighting a mountain roll. George sardonically replied. No, never, Fred dryly added. Right, then, George, let's show the S how to dominate at wizarding chess. They had it defeated in under 30 minutes. I applauded them. Next room was the mountain troll, but I already had prepped my draft of slumber. As soon as I spotted the stupid thing, I lugged the potion right at its head and blew it up. Enough of it got into its mouth that it fell over comatose. That wasn't very exciting, George commented. Want me to wake it up? I offered. I have a sword packed away here if you want to fight it traditionally. Maybe next time, Fred suggested. On to the next room, which was designed by Professor Snape. In the stone room was a table with 7 differently shaped bottles standing on it in a line. After all of us had stepped inside the room, a purple fire sprang up behind us in the doorway. That looks nasty. Yes, I agreed, grabbing the roll of paper that was laid out next to the bottles. This room was designed by the Prince of Melodrama himself, Professor Snape. I cleared my throat before I read the letter out loud to them. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins. Once you taste them, though different at first sight. George and Fred stared intently at the laid-out bottles. George asked, "Got an answer?" "Yes. And a backup plan in case Professor Snape chooses to be logical instead of indulging in Professor Dumbledore's fantasy puzzle whims." "Huh," they asked me. "Dumbledore asked some teachers to set up these puzzles to get to the prize," I explained. "They had to be dangerous enough to protect the prize, but not so lethal that no one could get through in case of an emergency. If I was Snape, I wouldn't let there be an answer. Everything would be poisonous." Fred and George warily eyed the bottles. "Don't worry," I reassured them, pulling out a bezoar. I brought along several antidotes and bezoars for just such an occasion. "Still, would either of you like to take a crack at solving the puzzle?" "You said it's logic, right?" Fred asked. "Yep. You two are brilliant young wizards. I'm confident you can solve this one," I said encouragingly. The tips of their ears reddened as they both turned away from me to look at the bottles. I wondered how often the duo were praised for their genius. They were brilliant. Molly was absolutely right. If they applied themselves, they could do anything they wanted. A pity that not many could see exactly how dazzling they were right away. Maybe this time will be different. I handed them the paper, and they talked quietly between themselves for many minutes. They went back and forth, until Fred hesitantly pointed at the smallest bottle. "This will get us through, right?" "Yes. I'll take the first sip," I said, handing Fred the bezoar as a precaution. I half hoped Professor Snape was purely logical and poisoned it just for the shits and giggles. I was wrong, it was perfectly fine. Like any good mentor would do, I turned to the twins and warmly praised them for their efforts. "Very well done, you two." The tiniest bottle barely had enough between the three of us. I took only what was needed, wincing at how it felt like ice was flooding through my body. Then I hopped through the fire forward, and waited for the twins. I can't believe Snape didn't poison it. What a silly bean. They joined me shortly and, "Ta-da," I said with a grand gesture to the stone chamber. At its center was the mirror of Arised in its glistening golden glory. "A mirror." They were aghast. "It's a special mirror. Careful not stare at it too long because it'll drive you insane," I said, skipping over to it. In it, I saw my reflection, smiling with sparkling eyes and a mischievous grin. Joining me was Lily and James. They were alive, happy, and a brilliantly smiling Harry. We were all together, a proper family. Patty was there, and so was Remus. Oh, and my beautiful Worgen army was cheering us in the background. And, no, I've no intention of inflating the market, nor do I want to live forever. Let me protect the stone from the one who covets it. The me in the reflection giggled, and patted at her pockets. I felt a weight appear, and out I pulled the glistening red stone. Neither Fred nor George saw it, which was very important. They had no defense against Snape's mind reading, so it would be best if he only ever saw that we reached the mirror. "It's our joke shop," George whispered in awe as he stared at it. Fred asked, "Does this show the future?" "Nope. Only what you deeply desire," I said. "Come on, we better get back before it gets too late." "Wah, all this just for a mirror. They might add more stuff to it later," I lied. "Not all the teachers have added traps. Maybe they're setting it up as an obstacle course for later years." "I guess," Fred said after a moment with a shrug. "It wasn't difficult to get through. First years could probably manage." "Very likely," I wholeheartedly agreed. Getting back took half the time. Once we were back out and out the corridor, it was time to head our separate ways. "Oh, and, word of advice," I cheerfully said as I pulled out my invisibility cloak. "Professor Snape regularly uses legilimency on students. Especially you two. If you don't want him to read your mind, don't look him in the eye until you've been trained in occlumency." "What?" they demanded. "No wonder. We could never get him. That sneak. Unfair," they concluded. "Until you learn occlumency, if you have to look him in the eye, start thinking of the most outlandish and embarrassing stuff. Or just start screaming in your head a bunch of nasty insults to call him," I suggested. "He'll be too busy with your dominant thoughts to dig further." "How can you learn occlumency?" Fred asked me. "I already bought your books for Christmas," I said with a smile. "When you think you're ready, let me know and I'll test you." Meanwhile, Do your best not to let Snape know about this, yeah. Otherwise they might make it harder to sneak back in when they finish setting it up. Oh, wait. And thank you, I said, turning to each of them and giving them a friendly on the cheek like I would with Harry. It was lovely company, even if the adventure wasn't nearly as dangerous as fighting a dragon. Come with me on Christmas and I'll introduce you both to Padfoot and Moony. Their grins were so bright and joyful they could have competed against sunflowers under a sunny day. Cute kids. Christmas Eve. Sneaking out of Hogwarts to Hogsmeade to use the flow channel to a designated spot where Creature would apparate me to Lunar's Orchid took longer than expected. Thankfully I set the time to meet Fenrir near midnight so I had plenty of time to get there. And by that I meant I barely got there a few minutes prior to midnight, out of breath. I had thankfully dressed warmly in my dark cloak and heavy winter boots, but the winter air was so bitterly cold it hurt with every breath I ed in. We had agreed to meet in the forest outside Lunar's Orchid at a spot Fenrir liked to visit. It was on the outskirts of the forest so it was easy to track down. I followed Fenrir's footsteps in the deep snow the rest of the way. Creature insisted on being nearby, ready to assist me at any moment and that I kept the emergency portkey on me. He respected my desire for perfecting the lycanthrope curse, but he was stubbornly cautious against werewolves and thought them untrustworthy. Especially Fenrir. Hello, I said, stepping out of the trees to greet Fenrir Greyback with a smile and wave. It's good to meet you properly. Fenrir was a large, vicious-looking man with combed-back gray hair. But, being forced into society for a prolonged period of time had done wonders on his skin and hair. The books described him as dirty, matted, and unkempt. The Fenrir before me had a roguish appearance, but not feral. Why, some might have even called him a silver fox now. Surprise flickered over his face as he looked me up and down. Kid, let's just say I'm very smart for my age, I chuckled, moving closer to him. I had hoped to meet you a bit later on, but circumstances have changed. It's time to adjust. How old are ya? Fenrir asked, golden eyes blinking rapidly. It was clear he was still stuck on the fact that I was physically a child. He sniffed, inhaling deeply, then muttered to himself, smell like the lay. How old are ya? Older than I look, I promised him. Does it really matter, though? I hope that I have treated you well enough that you can judge me by my actions and not appearance. My words struck a chord with him. He shook his head then bared his teeth at me in a feral grin. He held out a calloused hand to me. Yes, ya, Avenue. My friends call me Rosie, I introduced myself. I grasped his hand, it was much larger than my own. In another life he would have made a cool grandpa, I bet. But I would prefer if we stuck to innuendos in public. I would like to refrain from revealing myself for a while. There. A gesture of trust. I had given Fenrir a chance to betray that trust. He realized that because his grip tightened and he said, Rosie and pretend. I smiled warmly up at him. Right you are. I'm sure you have questions, I'll do what I can to answer them. I can't stay too long since I did sneak out and whatnot. Curfew. He joked. Yep, I laughed. Go ahead. Ask me anything. Why me? He asked. The speed of that question let me know he had been thinking about it for a while. Because I knew I could count on you, I said. You're sincere in what you want, and I believe in that. I believe in you. He cocked his head, reminiscent of a puzzled dog. He scratched the back of his head as he mulled over my words. How'd ya know about me? About that name, Fenris. Same way I know the sun will come up tomorrow. Huh, I just did, I said with a shrug. I can't explain it. Ya, one of them, Sears. Maybe. Never been tested, I answered honestly. I could have been Seer. Who the heck knew for sure? Those two questions must have been the most important ones because he was silent for several minutes as he chewed them over. He opened his mouth multiple times about to ask me another question, but closed it and shook his head. I patiently waited, taking the moment to look around and admire the pretty snowfall. Fenrir's favorite spot had been a hill that overlooked Lunar Orchid. To our back was the forest planted to help protect Lunar Orchid from public view. The werewolf haven was sparkling with lights. Even at a distance I could see a gigantic Christmas tree they had put up in the center of it. Wha, do ya want? He asked, following my gaze to the big tree. A better world, I answered. And, I admit I want to study the werewolf curse. I would like to see if it's possible to control it without the use of wolfsbane. Control? Ow. He warily asked. Control as in a painless transition, and the ability to transform without the use of a moon, I told him. His eyes widened as he said in a breath. Not try and take cure us? He asked, his tone and expression revealing nothing. Heck no. Embrace the fluff. I grinned at him, he burst out into harsh laughter so hard his whole body shook. No, scared. He mocked, golden eyes lit with a ferocity that would scare most men. But death and lycanthrope did not scare me, and so Fenrir could never scare me. Nah, there are much scarier things than being a werewolf. For example, dying with regrets. I can agree to that, he said, his grin large. He had moved to stand closer to me, his large frame towering over me. He placed a massive hand over my head. So, how are ya going to do that? Magic, of course. I only need some time and probably some blood samples. He grimaced as he retracted his hand. Needles. You don't have to give your blood. Just collect blood from residents, I dismissed. Send them to my lab at the orchard. I'll handle the rest. I do my best work over summer, so if you can prepare as much as you can by summer that'd be ideal. He scratched at his chin. I can. I will. So, or yay at, Hogwarts. Yep, Slytherin. He nodded, a sly smile on his face. I hear, it's fair evil witches. How rude. I'm not evil. Many will disagree considerin' the company keepin'. A shame. They're missing out, I said. Oh, here. I opened my expandable pouch and pulled out a giant colorfully wrapped box. Merry Christmas, friend. He accepted it carefully, giving an odd little smile. It was much softer than any of the previous grins he had shown me that night. It was easy to see the smile on him as a child. A child, abandoned, beaten, and ignored for too many years to count. I never go, till I met ye, he told me. I hope you'll indulge me and continue to accept them. He laughed. It was a warm laughter. It was the kind of laugh a tired man had when he finally found a bit of joy in his life. Merry Christmas, Fenrir, I said softly. Merry Christmas, Rosie. Christmas Day. I didn't really get a chance to sleep. Fenrir and I ended up talking for a few more hours. He had some questions, but in truth it felt like he enjoyed my company. It was easy to converse with him, we had a lot of similar opinions. When I eventually snuck back into Hogwarts it was already time to start getting ready to sneak back to Hogsmeade to meet Sirius, Remus, and Harry. I freshened up as best I could before I met up with Fred and George at their favored secret entrance. The three of us trekked down the dark tunnel and hid under the invisibility cloak to sneak out of the candy shop before booking it over to the Three Broomsticks where Sirius and Remus had reserved a room for us to meet. As soon as I made it into the room, I got out from the invisibility cloak and stared in disbelief at what was waiting for me. Yes, Sirius, Remus, Harry, and a rushed Christmas tree was there. They had even decorated the room with our family ornaments. It was a sweet gesture, really. But, what the hell is that? I said, staring in disbelief at the giant unicorn stuffed toy that Sirius could barely hold in his arms. Merry Christmas, Rosie, Sirius said with such great cheer. That thing is bigger than my bed. I shrieked. Take it back. He tossed it to me. It fell on me. It was like having a mattress fall on top of me. Oof. You can just use this as your bed now. It's enchanted to be extra comfy, Sirius explained. Get it off me. Huh. Get it off me. Enchant it to stick to you. Gosh, if I knew you were going to love it that much I would have gotten you two more, laughed the marauder. Patty. At my cry, Sirius kindly took it off me and tossed it in the back corner. He pulled me into it tight before giving a sharp look at Fred and George who were fish-faced and staring at him. Patty. As in Padfoot. Ah. Fresh meat, Sirius chuckled as he extended a hand. Harry and Rosie have told me a lot about you too. Treating the map well. Yes, sir, they said, hurriedly pulling it out to present it to him. Remus approached the map, smiling fondly at it. Good times. Ah, please come take a seat. We have presents for you. For us, of course. I invited you to join us on Christmas Day, did you expect we would just make you watch? I asked, offended they thought so poorly of me. They shook their heads. We didn't prepare. It's fine, Sirius insisted, pulling both boys further into the room. He put an arm around each of their shoulders. Rosie's too mean to take up the marauder mantle. Someone's got to, and as your senior it's my duty to look out for you. What do you mean I'm too mean? I gasped. I am so nice. How many SS did you traumatize this year? Harry dryly asked me. He had taken a seat on the giant stuffed unicorn. It was so big that his legs dangled off the back. I distinctly remember seeing some of them cry when you glared at them. I coughed. Oh, only a few. At least a dozen during dinner. Well, I'm not that mean. Oh, Rosie, Remus sighed. Then he gave me the look of disappointment and I whimpered. Returning from Hogsmeade was done quickly and quietly. The twins were grinning ear to ear and in such jolly moods. I couldn't blame them. Not only had Sirius taken them aside to privately discuss what it meant to be a marauder, but he had given them a fair bit of gifts. At first the twins had been reluctant to accept some of them, especially the bag of galleons, but Sirius had insisted. You need to start somewhere. We had plenty between all of us, but you've only got yourselves. Sirius had argued. Hogwarts needs marauders. Make sure you'll set up for the next generation, too. They eventually agreed. The one item that made them really happy was a book. It, sadly, wasn't my occlumency book, though they did thank me for that, but rather a book on animagus training. The same one Sirius, James, Peter, and Remus had used. Fred and George were positively giddy. The three of us reached Hogwarts without fuss and went our separate ways. I nearly made it back to the dungeons without issue when I ran into a sweet old schemer. Good day, Miss Potter, Professor Dumbledore cheerfully greeted me. He looked exceptionally fashionable in his purple star-printed robes and matching hat. Thank you ever so kindly for the gifts. One can never have enough socks. Especially thick woolen ones, I said with a sly smile. I could not agree more. People have usually insisted on giving me books. The socks are greatly appreciated. I'll make sure to send you more next year along with a matching hat, I promised him. I'm thinking fox-themed. Professor Dumbledore chuckled warmly. I will look forward to them. I do hope you enjoyed seeing your family. He definitely caught me sneaking out. Yep, thanks for not giving me detention, I chirped. It's only fair. You gave me such nice socks. I laughed. I did have one more stop to make before returning to my dorms. I did not know if Professor Snape stayed at Hogwarts over the holidays. I did not feel it would be appropriate to ask such a question, yet. He treated me better than my twin, but closer to indifference when compared to the other SS. If I answered a question correctly in class it was treated as an expectation, not a praise. It did not sit well with me. That type of treatment reminded me of my mother from my past life. I was torn between two ways of dealing with it. The first option that came to mind would be to try and please him, to go out of my way to earn brownies points. It was something I had done in my past life, and it did absolutely nothing for me. If anything, it made it worse because going above and beyond became the expectation. I was continuously pushed to meet a rising bar, and when I failed it did not work out well. The second option would be to ignore the professor entirely and play a more passive role in class. The second option was equally unappealing because I needed to excel in potions. I had a fair bit of knowledge from self-study and the tutoring from Remus, but Snape was a proper potions master. There were things that could not be taught in a book, like how to adjust a potion on the fly, how to predict when one has turned volatile, and so on. Such things came with experience. Experience which I lacked, and Professor Snape had plenty to spare. I needed him to feel comfortable enough to answer more advanced questions on potions, yet I felt sick to my stomach going out of my way to please him. I felt like I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Snape was someone I liked well enough, which was why I could even consider the first option, but the blatant reminder of how I behaved in my past life deeply unsettled me. All semester I struggled with what to do, and at Christmas I made up my mind. Professor Snape was not my mother. Lily was my mom. Professor Snape was a completely different person. If I could offer faith in Fenrir Greyback, then surely I could do the very same to Professor Snape. No, surely I would do the same to Professor Snape. So I entered his potions classroom. I had to use Alohomora, of course, and I placed neatly wrapped Christmas present on his desk along with a sincere thank you for being my potions professor. I had no way of knowing if it would be thrown immediately in the trash, or accepted, but at least I took the first step in trying. Once everyone returned from Christmas break, things slipped back into a comfortable routine. Well, some upper years had renewed courage after spending time at home. They tried to usurp me. I had to break their legs and sit on them until they begged mercy. Yes, it was extreme, but they did try to legitimately kill me by attempting to throw me down the entire flight of moving staircases. Third time, I had warned them, and I would snap their wands. That made them start to cry hysterically because they knew I would absolutely do that. On a lovely morning, I lazily trotted behind Hermione and Theodore, watching as the two had an out-breath discussion on Western versus Eastern dueling. Theodore's eyes were becoming increasingly shiny as Hermione skillfully rebuked some of his arguments. I couldn't hear their entire conversation, but it sounded like Theodore was playing devil's advocate and Hermione was supporting how he truly felt. Oh my god, I think he's falling for her, I thought as I watched Theodore gasping with glee as Hermione gestured something with her hands. Just kidding. Puberty hasn't hit any one of these babies yet. But I think he might come to see her as a friend. Yay for me. Converting the child of Death Eaters to being pro-Hermione was fantastic. Behind me, I could hear Harry and Draco quietly arguing over Quidditch. There wasn't any heat behind it, they both supported the same Quidditch team, but I guess it was something to do with how the latest referee had disappeared during a match and reappeared in the Sahara Desert. They were discussing the benefits of making referees disappear, and whether it was worth the trouble. Oh, my sweet Harry. Please don't kidnap those poor referees. To my right was an extremely determined and focused Daphne Greengrass. She had even pulled her shiny strawberry hair into a ponytail. She hated ponytails, but she was so dead set on kicking Theodore's that she was willing to make that sacrifice. Neville was on my left, the honeybee was bright-eyed and happy. Consistent exercise and friends had already done wonders for the baby boy. Further behind Draco and Harry were Tracy and Pansy, who were encouraging Millicent. Lagging the furthest behind was Vincent and Gregory, who were putting in an honest effort. Blaise was at the end, barely putting in any effort. That's right. I had them all running in the room of requirement. The room had transformed into a black stone gym with a marked track. It was pretty friggin' certainly enough that one lap around it had most of us out of breath. Draco and Theodore had been extra braggy about the runs after the first month. The first month they were miserable, a lot like Neville was at the start. Being pampered Death Eater babies for so long, they were completely unused to the physical exertion. They hated it. I could see it in their eyes that they actively resented me when I woke them up and dragged them out to run. Only for the first month, though. When they got used to it, it no longer felt like such a chore. The first time they finished the run without trembling legs or gasps of air, they felt a triumph unlike anything before. They had never had a significant hurdle to cross. I gave them one. They conquered it. Completing a goal that started out painful and difficult, there simply wasn't a high like it. They came back on their own, victorious grins on their faces. Exercising had proven time and time again to improve one's overall mood. They had gotten past the hardest part, and now they were reaping in the dopamine and endorphin benefits. By Christmas, they were bragging about how great they felt, and indeed, anyone could see that they looked better, too. Theodore not had been a reedy boy, but after 2 months of dedicated running every day, he visibly changed to someone more toned. Not drastic, of course, but enough that when pointed out everyone could see. Malfoy was the same, not as reedy as Theodore, but he was too soft. Daphne and Pansy were the next to join. Daphne wanted to quit halfway through, but Theodore smirked, taunting her, "Shoulda known a girl like you couldn't handle it." That lit a fire under her ass. Never doubt the power of petty and spite. I didn't need to be a legilimency master to read her thoughts of, "I am going to kick Yourtheodore." By the next week, Vincent, Millicent, Tracy, and Gregory had tagged along. And finally, Blaise Zabini, who really hated running but didn't want to be the only Slytherin in his year group to not be a part of it. Peer pressure really did wonders. Course, that now meant that the SS outnumbered the Lions. Had the Lions been led by someone other than my brother, that might have caused issues. It was unspoken that if anyone had issues with my twin, then they had issues with me. Hermione. Well, look, I was working with Beta Death Eaters. Per our house rule, insulting was toned back, and they were forbidden to mock someone using blood status. That being said, they still had such a superiority complex. Blaze had an ego bigger than the sun. Daphne and Tracy made a face every time Hermione tried to speak with them. Pansy bit so hard on her bottom lip to keep from insulting Hermione that it bled. Vincent and Gregory straight up walked away if she tried to speak to them. The only ones who gave her the time of day were Draco, who I praised for being polite, which I think was why he kept being polite to her, Millicent, who was just an all-around nice girl, and Theodore, who tried to talk to her about dueling at every opportunity. 3 out of 9 was not too bad in my first year. 2 out of 9 if I counted sincerity. I didn't believe for a second that Draco thought of her as a friend. He would roll his eyes behind her back in class when she got a question right. I would take what I could. Hermione was a champ. Even though the other Slytherins hurt her in their rebuffs, she didn't take it out on them. At the end of the run, I made it a point to pull her aside in a firm and tell her something to the effect of, "You're a brilliant witch. I'll make sure they see that eventually." I loved to see her smile sweetly at me in return. From December rolled January, and then into February, and then it was past Easter and everyone was scrambling to deal with their upcoming exams. It was decided that a couple of hours before roast night began we would study with each other. Theodore Knott and Daphne Greengrass had the prettiest notes. Both had color-coordinated everything. My notes were well written, but I was used to writing shorthand so only I could read them. Draco's face looked like he bit into a rotten when he tried to read my notes. "Is this a new language?" he asked me, then grimaced as he realized I might have been offended by it. "Practically is," I snorted. "Sorry, I'm not used to sharing notes." "It's fine. I have plenty to share," Daphne said with a saccharine smile as she pushed her notes closer to me. "Not to call your notes bad, but if you want to use mine. Mine is written in thick ink. It'll be easier for you to read," Theodore said as he planted his notes right on top of Daphne's. "She's not blind," Daphne hissed as she shoved his notes away. I coughed. "I'm fine with my own notes. It's important that all Slytherins do well. We want to keep a hold of the House Cup, don't we?" The first year Baba SS nodded in agreement. "Then let's." My charming Saturday afternoon was interrupted by a fidgeting third-year Slytherin girl. Queen. What?" I sighed. "Harry Potter is outside. He needs to talk to you." "Oh, God," I beamed. "He wouldn't have come to me unless he was in trouble. Want me to take care of it?" Draco offered, jumping at the chance to try and grab the title of being my right hand. "I can handle it," Pansy interjected. "Both of you sit down and study," I said. "I'll be back." I thanked the third-year girl before I ducked out of the dungeons to find a nervous Harry. With a frown, I reached forward and placed a gentle hand on his cheek. "What's wrong?" "Hagrid's got a dragon," Harry whispered urgently to me. "It's hatching. Now. We've spent weeks trying to convince him to get rid of it, but only now will he." "Okay." I let out a slow breath. I pulled out the small notebook I kept in my robes. With my wand I wrote across it, "Creature, meet us at Hogsmeade within an hour. Wait for my summon. Iris, rush this to Hedwig. Tell her it's an emergency," I hissed at her. Iris slithered out of my robes and grabbed the piece of paper in her mouth. With a quick nod she darted off to the Orly, her pure white wings beating furiously to speed her on. I wasn't sure if Iris and Hedwig could directly communicate, but Hedwig was a smart girl. If Iris was delivering a note to her, I'm sure she could conclude there was an emergency. "I'm going back in to grab the cloak of invisibility. You need to get Fred and George and we'll all meet at Hagrid's hut. Do not draw any more attention to yourself," I instructed. Harry let out a sigh of relief. "Right. You know what you're doing. Always do." With a sigh I ducked back inside. I looked over at my study group and said, "Change of plans. I need to clean up a mess. Cover for me. No one will know you're gone," Daphne promised. "Good." Cloak in hand, I met Harry, Fred, George, Neville, and Hermione at Hagrid's hut. I hadn't known that Harry had bonded with Hagrid. The two didn't meet prior to Hogwarts, but I was happy that friendship still happened. Hagrid was a gentle giant who deserved nothing but happiness and love. If I had more time I would have tried to befriend him, too. Between grooming Slytherin, prepping Lunar's orchid, and my studies both academic and personal, I literally didn't have the time. I had also been hoping to cultivate more friendships, but again, no time. Being a queen required a lot of multitasking. At Hagrid's hut, Norbert was already hatched and Hagrid was tending to it. "Hagrid, this is my sister Rosie," Harry introduced us. She's here to help. Hello, Hagrid. I know you can't keep the dragon, I said, keeping my tone warm and soft. Your hut is no place to raise him. I know I can't keep him forever, but I can't just dump him, I can't. That's fine. You know Sirius and Remus, right? I said. Yeah, Hagrid answered with a nod. We're going to get this dragon to them. They can get it to a dragon reserve, like in Romania, I said, recalling that was where Norberta had been originally placed. I've brought my cloak, we have a few hours before dinner. Fred, George, and I will escort the dragon to a meeting point. Patty already knows. Harry asked in surprise. He's good at thinking on his feet. Creature will meet us, I explained. Harry, Hermione, Neville, I need you three to make it look like there was never a dragon here. We don't want Hagrid to get in trouble, right? Right, Neville agreed. I'll leave you three to it. George, Fred, you guys up for another adventure? Trolls first and now a dragon, George said with a grin. You really know how to show your friends a good time, Fred joked. Troll? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, please tell me you didn't go to the third corridor, Hermione Ed. Fred, George, and I all innocently looked away and pretended we didn't hear that. Getting Norbert to Hogsmeade without getting caught was tense but uneventful. Fred and George were able to guide us to the secret passage without running into a teacher, and my invisibility cloak hid the sedated dragon perfectly. You didn't think I wouldn't sedate a baby dragon when sneaking it out, did you? Creature appeared in a snap when I called out to him. While he could appear at Hogwarts, I figured it best to make the trade outside it. I had a feeling if I didn't, we would get caught somehow. I would rather be caught sneaking out than smuggling a dragon. Better safe than sorry. I explained the situation to Creature, instructing him to relay it perfectly to Sirius and Remus and assist them both in sneaking it to Romania. We'll write a letter to Charlie tonight, Fred added. He studies dragons in Romania, George explained. If Sirius and Remus can watch over it until Charlie's ready for it, everything will be okay, I said to Creature. Got it. Creature understands, Creature said, bobbing his head. Great. Thank you, Creature. And that's how I handled the Norbert situation. Amazing what happens when competent adults step in. I let out a woeful sigh as I draped myself across the Slytherin common room couch. Another study group had finally come to an end. Being an adult didn't give me much more advantage in magical education other than the self-discipline to study. All the studies I had done prior to coming to Hogwarts directly related to my long-term plans. I had to practice as much as the other students. I didn't have a wide variety of spells at my arsenal like I tried to let people think. I simply mastered a select few. If I have to look at another Transfiguration book for the rest of my life it'll be too soon, Draco sourly muttered. The pale boy was seated on the floor in front of the couch, his textbook sprawled out among the coffee table for everyone to use. Vincent and Gregory sat beside him, with Daphne, Pansy, and Theodore opposite. Blaise would never sit on the floor, so the cutie patootie sprawled across one of the armchairs to study. Millicent Bulstrode returned to our study group with an armful of goodies. I had told the location of the kitchens to all my Slytherin first years, so they could grab snacks whenever needed. Everyone my entire first year's babies had joined in on morning runs they would need to eat more often to keep up their energy. Tracy Davis pulled her long black hair up into a bun, very similar to my own, actually, and opened up the charms book. We're almost done. Let's just get this hell over with. Do we really need to study more? Blaise questioned, his dark eyes narrowed as he glared at the charms book. We're only as impressive as our weakest link, I told him. Until everyone is able to get good scores, I will not be satisfied. Vincent, Gregory, and Millicent lowered their gazes. I wouldn't call them out, but the three had the lowest academic grades. Their strengths simply didn't lie in paperwork. I understood that, and I wished there was an alternative solution. The way the society was set up, however, if they wanted to snatch decent jobs they needed to do well on their OWLs and NEWTs. The best way to do that was to secure a firm foundation of the basics ASAP. I had come to genuinely care for all my SS and I wanted the best future for them. The three of them had no ambition or desire. To be frank, I really didn't know why they were put into Slytherin. Until they had that drive I was going to push them. One day they'd find their passion, they just needed time. Meanwhile, I wanted to give them the best chance I could. Which meant lots of group studying. Come on, Daphne said with a sigh. Only Charms is left. No one needs help with potions, right? Everyone shook their heads. Professor Snape made damn sure none of the Slytherins had any issues with potions. If he so much as thought a single one was dragging in lessons, he'd pull them aside after dinner and inflict such a scathing lecture it'd bring them to near tears. The Slytherin prefects were always offering to help tutor anyone lagging in potions. Why, Your Majesty, your twin is outside again. Oh my god, if it's another dragon, I swear to. Dragon, echoed more than a few confused children. I waved them off. Another time for that story. It, thankfully, was not a dragon. Harry wanted to borrow my notes. I had shown him how to read shorthand, so he knew, and used them to study. I obliged because I was a good sister and I wanted him to succeed. Not like I needed them when I had such a big study group. One way or another, we'd get through those damn exams. It was a rare opportunity. As soon as I saw it, I knew I had to act. There, in the hallway ahead of me, Harry was chatting with Fred and George. There were no books in any of their hands, and no class was expecting them for a while. I shoved my textbooks into Draco's arms, the poor boy sputtering in surprise. I turned on my heel to Harry and sprinted. I whipped out my wand and cast a quick spell to tie Fred's shoelaces together. Just as Fred noticed what I had done, I had jumped onto Harry's back. I swung out my legs as Harry reflexively began to piggyback carry me. Twin race, go go go. Without really thinking, Harry began to run with me on him. I turned around to see the looks of the flabbergasted twins. I stuck out my tongue and taunted them, "Urs." They gasped. George then picked up Fred, tossed him over his shoulder and started running to catch up. Not today, S. Faster Harry, faster. Where am I supposed to go, Rosie? Just run, brother, run. Professor Snape did indeed throw away my Christmas present for him. I noticed it in the trash bin during my next class with him. He gave me an extra stink eye all day. Yeesh. At least I tried, I thought. It wasn't terribly surprising he threw it out. Professor Snape had issues out the wazoo. Fenrir was disturbed, but a lot easier for me to understand and anticipate what I needed to do for him. Fenrir was focused on discrimination and wanting to better himself and werewolves. Professor Snape was just a terribly bitter man. Maybe next year. Surely I can wear him down enough to be a step above deplorable in his eyes. Exams were easier than expected. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when it was done. Some might have even cried tears of joy. Mostly the upperclassmen. And Millicent. She was overjoyed that she knew most of the answers. With that big hurdle out of the way, I could properly enjoy the remaining time at Hogwarts. At least until Voldemort and his puppet made their move. I hadn't been keeping watch on the corridor or anything of the sort. I knew something happened when Dada and all other classes were cancelled. I could only conclude one thing: Voldemort made his move. I bet he ran off with the mirror. That shit should have been melted into the ground or something, I thought. Well, time to go save the day. Iris draped herself around my neck like a scarf as I headed off to the staff room. I made it a point to know every location in Hogwarts that I could learn about. There were going to be rooms I wouldn't find, or I would miss, but I could at least try. Important stuff like where the teachers' offices were or the staff room felt mandatory. The staff room could be entered through the Great Hall. In fact, it was the passageway to the left that the professors usually came in from. Nearing the room I heard a lot of raised voices, and when I knocked loudly everyone got quiet real fast. The door was furiously swung open by an enraged Professor McGonagall. In my head, she was my adopted grandma, so it was worrying to see her so upset. It couldn't have been good for her health. Peering around her I could see the paled faces of all the professors, except Quirrell, who was noticeably absent. "What's wrong?" I asked, amusement in my tone. "Did a certain teacher run off with something valuable?" What do you know, Potter?" Professor Snape demanded, his voice sharper than a knife. His complexion had paled considerably. What a shame he threw away my gift. It was filled with yummy delights that would have brightened anyone's day. "Did he?" I asked again, looking at Professor Dumbledore, who looked extra stylish in his brown robes with owl prints on them. I hoped one day to have the confidence to pull off such a look when I reached his age. "He took the mirror," he answered me, twinkling eyes looking at me with curiosity. To my delight, I felt no attack or intrusion into my mind. Professor Dumbledore was refraining from using his legilimency against me. I wasn't sure if that was a mark of favor in my way, or if perhaps he had enough morals to know want to use such an ability on a child. Had he used such an ability on Tom at the start, I wonder how differently things could have gone. A good thing I'm such a brilliant queen, then, I said with an air of smugness that made Snape grit his teeth. I pulled out the Philosopher's Stone from my pocket. Your traps were laughable. You. Professor Snape's face turned purple as he trembled. He was at a loss for words with how utterly furious he was with me. The other professors were torn between anger and relief. When did you? How? What in the heavens were you thinking? Christmas break, I answered, then nodded at Snape. Really disappointed the potions weren't all traps. The way his face immediately twisted told me, I wanted to. I really did. I nodded in understanding. Yeah, I bet Dumbledore didn't let him. Professor Dumbledore walked over to me, and I placed the stone in his outstretched hand. He had such a wide smile on his face. It was impossible not to smile back when Professor Dumbledore grinned at you. You've done very well, Miss Potter. I wasn't alone. Fred and George helped me, I said, sensing he was about to give some house points. Professor McGonagall's face contorted like she bit into a sour when I said that. She looked especially done with the twins that year. Poor lady. On the bright side, as soon as I placed the stone in Dumbledore's hand, Professor Snape visibly relaxed. Already I could see color return to him. The man was plainly terrified of having to go back to Voldemort. I couldn't blame him. I wouldn't want to be anyway near a wizard who was trigger-happy with unforgivables. Honestly, I didn't even want to think about the mad red gleam in that eyes. The present-day Voldemort was an abomination that needed to be scrubbed off the planet. I wasn't sure if someone like him deserved redemption, but I had no intentions of finding out. If any pieces of him deserved a second chance, it'd be the closest thing to a child version, one where he had done no wrong and only needed to correct his line of thinking. It would have been nice to have been born prior to his birth, and aware of the fact, then maybe I could have prevented a lot of needless deaths. I had browsed time magic in my free time at Hogwarts. Everything about it was in the restricted section. For the moment, what was mentioned in it went so completely over my head I couldn't understand most of it. I could vaguely recognize some equations used. It dabbled heavily in quantum mechanics, which I did not study much in college, only my first 2 years as a fun elective. The rest of it kept mentioning ritual magic, which I had no knowledge about, and not only did Dumbledore remove them from the restricted section, but Sirius Black straight up ordered Creature to destroy any book related to ritual magic. I could start using my contacts as an Eratos, but even if I obtained the books, when would I have the time to read them? My only free time was at Hogwarts, and it'd be difficult to read them privately without anyone noticing. It seems only reasonable that you each be rewarded 150 points, then. Called it. That seems fair, I said with an easy smile. And, no detentions, right? Professor Dumbledore chuckled. Perish the thought. Sweet. Next time you guys try to come up with traps, let me test them out for you. Should such an occasion occur again, I will be sure to call on you, said Professor Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. For the moment, though, I'm sure we would all love to hear about your daring adventure into the third corridor. In my defense, I said immediately as the other professors started to crowd me, Patty challenged my bravery because I was sorted into Slytherin and I had to put him in his place. Completely understandable. Where would you like me to begin? The moment you decided to sneak in. Yes. It was a rainy Wednesday, I began dramatically. Without the flair, Potter, sternly warned Professor Snape. Thankfully his complexion had drastically improved. I frowned. But that's the best part of the story. I was even going to embellish and add in a dramatic fight with the troll. How did you get past the traps? Professor McGonagall asked, her tone dubious yet curious. The troll was easy. I lobbed a sleeping potion in its stupid mouth. The twins beat your chessboard in like 30 minutes. I'm a Slytherin, so obviously Professor Snape's puzzle was easy, but the twins also figured it out despite their lack of green and silver. Twins also caught the key. Mirror was odd, but it wasn't difficult to figure out, I explained before I began my lies. The stone was a surprise. Clearly something would have been inside the mirror, or else why was it there? At the end of every dungeon there's supposed to be loot, you know. A quest completed deserves a prize. I wanted to know what it was. And not use it, concluded Professor Dumbledore. I see. And you did not share this with your professors. I was going to leave it on Professor Snape's desk anonymously at the end of the year, I admitted honestly. It was the thing stolen from Gringotts at the start of the year, right? That's why it was in Hogwarts, for the security. That meant someone was looking for it, so if I advertised that I had it, they'd come looking for me, right? Better to see how it played out. Professor Dumbledore inclined his head, his eyes twinkling even harder. His smile only stretched wider as I went on with my explanation. How the hell does he do that twinkling thing, and can I learn it? Excellently thought out. Now, I'm sure we'd all love to hear the embellished version now, Professor Dumbledore went on, and I beamed in response, but Professor Snape glowered. The lies can wait. The stone is back with us, we should send her away before discussing what to do next, the professor coolly pointed out. Ah, can I come too? Your office later to tell the story about how the troll was secretly a king of trolls and I had to fight off an army of them with the twins. That sounds utterly delightful, Miss Potter. I will eagerly look forward to it. I've officially adopted Professor Dumbledore as my sole grandpa. I love you, sole grandpa. Thank you for enabling me. With a spring in my step, a smile in my heart, and the taste of sweet victory, I headed back to the Slytherin common room. I would tell the Baba SS the embellished story. It would only add to my infamy. Professor Quirrell was bound to die. He was on borrowed time since possession slowly destroyed the body. Once he was dead, I wagered a month at most, Voldemort would have to flee and try to come up with some new plan. I felt confident that the Chambers thing would happen again, but anything beyond that would be a mystery. There was no one in Azkaban who could escape on their own. Right. With no escapee Sirius Black hunting down Peter, he'd have no reason to seek out Voldemort and start up the Triwizard Tournament. Right. Therefore, Voldemort wouldn't be resurrected that easily. Heck, he may not have even known about Lily's protection since it wasn't Harry nor I who killed him again. If we were lucky when he bothered to show up again, we'd be able to take full advantage of Lily's sacrifice and poke him to death. Right. Which meant after my second year I could fully focus on my dreams. Voldemort didn't deserve a second thought in my head. Right. With a skip in my step, I, and my babas, made our way down to the end of year feast. Even with George and Fred scoring an extra 300 house points, and Gryffindor winning the Quidditch Cup, Slytherin had them beat. By only 10 points, but by golly did we have them beat. I could only hope that Dumbledore wouldn't come up with some last-minute points to dole out at the feast for Gryffindor to snag a victory. The fact that it was an honest possibility irritated me. I had worked damn hard to give Slytherin a new name. Slytherin didn't bully a single soul outside the house. Not one. I put in blood, sweat, and tears, not mine, obviously, to make those SS behave for a whole year. Damn it, I deserved the house cup. I took a seat in between Draco and Daphne. Daphne shot a haughty look over at Theodore and Pansy. The two had tried to shove each other out of the way to sit next to me, and let Iris out of my pocket. She deserved to enjoy the feast with us. The Great Hall was decked out in the Slytherin colors of green and silver, and AE banners showing the Slytherin serpent covered the wall behind the high table. I tentatively hoped it would stay that way. More and more students filed into the Great Hall, babbling and chattering about too many things to discern. Only when Dumbledore arrived did the conversation fall flat. Another year gone, Dumbledore said cheerfully. And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully, your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In fourth place is Hufflepuff with 352, Ravenclaw has 426, Gryffindor with 612, and Slytherin with 622. A storm of cheering and stamping broke out at the Slytherin table. Yes, well done, Professor Dumbledore said, his gaze settling on me. Congratulations to the Slytherin house for another year with the cup. I gasped. He's not giving it to Gryffindor. No last-minute points. Nothing. Truly. Perhaps if puberty had hit me sooner I would have started sniffling and crying out of joy. Thankfully I had a couple more years, so I only grinned and gave him 2 thumbs up. Never thought I'd see the day. Then the year was over. Trunks were packed, goodbyes were exchanged, and promises to write were made. I boarded the Hogwarts Express, the S-Babes arguing over who got to sit with me and Harry. With Hermione and Neville already taking up space, only Draco and Theodore were able to squeeze into the compartment fast enough. We were squashed together, but it was fine. We had funny conversations on the way home. We laughed, played, and joked around with each other like perfectly normal children. Like we were all actually friends. Getting off the train was a chaotic mess, but when Harry and I saw Sirius there waiting for us, we ran to him. I sprinted and jumped into his arms and he swung me around while he laughed. Harry body tackled into him, almost knocking him to the ground with his surprising strength, but Sirius stood firm. "Welcome back," Sirius told us. "Did you have fun?" "Yes," we said with a smile. And so my first year at Hogwarts came to a quiet, but happy, close. Time to get ready for Riddle. I hope he's not as hot as I fear he is. The first weekend of my summer I snuck out to Lunar's Orchid to meet with the vampire. Fenrir set it up for me. I had introduced myself to Fenrir in person first specifically so he could be with me when I met the vampire. I had no way of knowing how the vampire would treat me and I wanted someone I could trust beside me. Fenrir was dear to me and I had faith in him. In Lunar's Orchid I owned a decently sized building. It had a privacy fence and a lot more security wards than the other homes, but that was because I intended it to be used as my laboratory. I needed it to be secure for the kind of tests I had planned out. Only Fenrir, Creature, and Silk could access it after the security was put into place. I didn't have a good mind for decorating so I hired a witch who took care of it for me. She seemed to go with a night plant-themed witchy aesthetic that I oddly liked very much. At 11 o'clock at night Fenrir guided the vampire into the backyard of that home, where I waited. Under the waning moon, I sat on a stone bench in my black rose, black iris, and black hellebore garden. I had a fair few stone fountains around the area so it was calming to listen to the sound of running water. I wanted it to be relaxing, a place for me to step out and catch my breath in between research times. Iris was at her full length, 30 feet long, and 3 feet in diameter, as she stretched out in the garden. She still had more growing left to do, but it was nice to see how big she was already getting. She lifted her head and flicked her tongue in the air when Fenrir and the vampire Anyo approached. Anyo was maybe 5 foot 7 inches. At a glance, she, did not appear to be something as dangerous as a vampire. They were light on their feet as they moved closer to me. She, wore a loose white blouse and tight black leather pants with knee-high black boots to go with. They had a pristine white porcelain mask over their face so I couldn't see anything apart from silvery eyes gleaming underneath. Their white hair was feathery soft hair and gleamed under the moonlight. As soon as Anyo reached me I couldn't help but blurt out, "Do I call you they, he, or she?" "I'm sorry, if that offended you." Anyo said, which did not help me decide. Everything about them was androgynous. Their figure could have been that of a pretty boy, or a boyish girl. Even their voice was too velvety soft to make me figure it out. Anyo seemed amused by my mental struggle because they laughed and said, due to the patriarchal society of the European wizarding world, perhaps he would be best. "Okay, thank you," I sighed with relief. Fenrir's face screwed up at that. He shuffled closer to me so he could stand behind me while Anyo took a seat on the stone bench next to me. Anyo cocked his head at me. "You're not quite what I imagined. You're so much prettier than I imagined," I sighed. "You can't see my face. In my head you're even prettier." He laughed, the sound sweet and melodic. Anyo shifted his weight to turn to me. "Fenrir mentioned you want to perfect the lycanthrope curse. I don't suppose you've already studied it." "Vampire magic is very different from what a witch can do," he answered. My eyes widened as he said that. The books I had read had very little information on what vampires could do. He must have noticed my interest because I felt him smile at me behind the mask. "Vampire magic is more illusionary. We do not affect the world around us like witches." "That's still really neat," I sincerely praised. "Could you make an illusion feel so real to a person it affects them? Like if they die in the illusion they believe it so much they die in real life?" What a morbid question. Anyo laughed again, this time louder and warmer. "Truly powerful elder vampires could, but it is not a common thing. Our magic is used more to keep our society safe as we hunt for our food." I nodded, accepting his answer. A thought occurred to me. Anyo, can vampires make potions? Under certain circumstances, Anyo said. When a potion requires a spell we usually have to substitute it for an enchanted rune. Enchanted rune. A rune that a witch or wizard will load a spell into. Vampires rarely need potions, so there isn't a high market for them. I frowned, a little disappointed. That's a shame. I was hoping to have someone else with more experience assist me. Anyo placed a hand over his chest. While I do not brew potions on the regular, I am an elder and perhaps my experience could still be of use to you. Would you like to join me in my experiments, then? It would be quite fascinating if you would care to invite me. Consider yourself invited. Every insane potioneer should have a pretty assistant, I joked. Anyo did not laugh, but I felt like he was amused by that statement. Come on, I'll show you the lab I've got set up. Ah, Fenrir, I already gave you a tour, right? Fenrir mutely shook his head. I grinned and offered out my hand to him. Then you better come along, too, my friend. The grizzled werewolf's smile as he accepted my hand was as adorable as a puppy wagging its tail. Under the sweltering sun, I laid flat on my back. The grass beneath me was cool, and when the wind blew the sun didn't feel quite so horrible. Harry was sprawled out next to me, blearily glaring up at the clear blue sky. Together we laid in our backyard, sweaty and uncomfortable. Can we go inside yet? Harry croaked. I'm dying. Depends, you gonna throw up again? Hopefully not. Remus had a horrible time of the month. The morning after he stumbled home and proceeded to lose whatever dinner his werewolf form had scarfed down all over the living room. That made Harry throw up when he got downstairs. Sirius proceeded to slip in Harry's mess, then get sick himself, which just set Remus off again. I, a reincarnated medical student, dragged Harry outside to get fresh air. I laid him in the grass, then I dragged Sirius out the front and laid him under the shade. Finally, with my lovely Wingardium Leviosa I got the unconscious Remus bathed, in new clothes, and tucked into bed. I would have started cleaning up the mess, but when Creature returned from grocery shopping and saw everyone out, Kreacher must clean the stupid mutt's mess. So now I laid in the grass next to Harry, envious of the unconscious Remus who got to sleep in the cool house. It'll probably be a while before it's ready, I admitted to Harry. What do you want to do? It's too hot to want to do anything other than die, he muttered. Wanna sneak out? And go where? I dunno. You got money on you. Harry dug around in his pockets. Little bit. Wanna go window shopping? In this heat? I'm sure Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor will be cool, I reasoned. Harry sat up abruptly, his eyebrows raised. They'll kill us if we're gone too long. Sirius won't be able to resist napping under this sun, and Remus is out cold. If we bring back ice cream for them both they won't complain, I said cheerfully. Come on, I'll even let you drive the broom. Nah, better idea. I'll race you there, and whoever is last gets to pay. You little shit. I'm in. We were still grounded, but only for a day because ice cream was a great bribe to reduce our sentencing. My main home in Lunar's Orchid was primarily a laboratory. There were 3 levels, a main floor, a second floor, and a big-ass basement. The top floor was one room with a skylight ceiling, very similar to greenhouses, and had a bunch of standard potion ingredient plants that grew all around the sides. I had purchased a house elf specifically to tend to the plants in this home and monitor it. Her name was Syl. She was young by house elf standards, only 24, but I, as my alias through Fenrir, was repeatedly assured that she could take care of any gardening desire. I would have loved to have had only Creature, but he was too busy tending to our family as a whole. It would put too much of a burden on him to take care of our home in addition to my second home. A second house elf was an ideal solution. In honor of Dobby I did offer Syl the choice to work for me with wages instead of a contract, but she wailed and started sobbing, so I reassured her that a standard contract was fine. I wasn't comfortable with Rye, but I had to acknowledge my limitations. I was not all-powerful. My free time was devoured by my preparation of obtaining wealth and power, and helping the werewolves. I simply did not have the time or energy to devote that level of dedication to freeing house elves yet. I was not ignoring them. House elf abuse was not something to be taken lightly. Worst of all, for all intents and purposes it looks like they had literally been bred to be subservient through a contract. A house elf with no master would die off within a decade if not sooner. Some house elves died of grief within minutes of their master's death. Hermione had worked hard in the canonical story to try and give them freedom, but none wanted it. I could only conclude that they physically could not handle freedom yet, either due to psychosomatic symptoms, a magical issue, or a physical limitation on their bodies. Dobby could have been a mutation. Something I couldn't just blindly rush into and forcibly free them. Winky had nearly killed herself after being given freedom. It would be irresponsible, reckless, and arrogant to rush through their freedom. For their own sake, I needed to be able to dedicate the time and energy to properly research the safest way to free them. At the moment, I simply could not devote that level of dedication. I was only one human and I was already being stretched pretty thin. Syl was given, as a uniform, not a gift, so it didn't free her, a cute flowery apron and dress to wear with matching boots. She had an option of clothes made available to her, as a uniform, I had to repeatedly stress to her, not as a gift. I didn't want her to get cold in the winter, or too hot in the summer. After all. And if something got torn up beyond repair, she had other options. She was instructed to take care of the house, and to come to me when I called her name. She couldn't teleport to Hogwarts like Creature. Creature was registered as Black and Potter's house elf, and as long as a Black or Potter went to Hogwarts he could apparate inside, but she could come to my actual home. The wards did nothing to prevent house elf entry, apparently. It would be easy to sneak back and forth to my lab in Lunar's Orchid and my bedroom back home with her. My laboratory was on the top floor, and in the basement. It was pretty much just lots of potion workbenches, each filled with different cauldrons. Where there wasn't a potion there was a bookshelf crammed full of ingredients and books. I had dozens upon dozens of cauldrons up for testing. After all, some potions required different lengths of brewing time. To experiment, I would have to make the same potion over and over and over again and adjust the time in between stirs or ingredients added. Luckily for me there wasn't a potion that took longer than a lunar cycle to make, so I was willing to bet a pretty penny what I had in mind wouldn't exceed that. Speaking of potions, they were odd. If someone was good at chemistry in a past life, they'd be making potions in the Potterverse. If someone was a great poet in a past life, they'd be a genius at making potions in the Potterverse. The art of potion making was delightfully ridiculous and yet completely understandable. For example, when you tossed say strawberries into a pot over heat they'd eventually melt. But if you tossed those same strawberries into a potion they'd flippity-flappity explode in a puff of cloud of super fine grains, almost dust, before settling into the potion. All sweets turn to dust when tossed into a potion. Why? Because sweet like sugar and sugar was a fine grain like dust. Sugar in potions did make them taste sweet, but it also meant you had to start stirring the potion clockwise. Clockwise was for good and anti-clockwise was for bad. Good potions were healing potions. Bad potions were destructive potions. Everything in between utilized clockwise and anti-clockwise. Sweet and spicy were good. Salt and bitter were bad. Dry was neutral. Sweet-tasting stuff exploded into dust, spicy erupted into flame, salty condensed into a rock, bitter turned to sludge, and dry lamely dissolved. In terms of science none of it sounded sane, but in terms of what a toddler or poet might think of, it made perfect sense. Then you got to the magical ingredients, and oh my god what a trip. Unicorn hair had 13 different results depending on what was already added to the potion. 12 of those results would only happen if the potion was considered good, and if it was any other type, bad or neutral, then the unicorn hair would turn the whole thing into the magical equivalent of a block of dry ice. Fascinating. Now here was the tricky thing. I wanted to start with a painless transition potion for werewolves. Did the potion count as good since my intention was to take away pain, or bad because werewolves were considered dark creatures? I had to pick one of those paths since they would take me down drastically different ways to experiment. They would require opposite ingredients, and if I chose wrongly the first time it would turn into a waste of time. How could I possibly choose? With a coin flip. Come on magical luck, kick in and give me a good answer. The coin landed right in between the crack of the floorboard of my top floor laboratory. You magical luck. The first full moon of the summer was a special one. I had discussed previously with Anyo on theories of which direction we could take the potion, but all of that had merely been theories. I had studied the blood samples Fenrir had kindly collected for me. Blood was essential in magical rituals. Blood was the strongest medium to use for curses. I felt very certain that the lycanthrope curse relied on blood, or could be found in the blood. While the lycanthrope curse most often spread through bite infections, there had been cases where healers become infected due to mishandling the cursed blood. The blood Fenrir procured was at a glance perfectly normal. I didn't have access to advanced medical equipment, so the exams I conducted weren't more advanced than testing for reactions and monitoring under a microscope. The blood behaved and looked like standard human blood, nothing out of the ordinary. The only way, I concluded, to see a physical difference would be to examine the blood under a full moon. That came with another issue, because I had no idea if the blood would react accordingly after being out of the body for so long. Ideally, I needed a werewolf who was willing to let me draw blood from them under the full moon. I explained as much to Fenrir, broaching the subject with complete honesty. He listened patiently. When his brow furrowed at some of my words, I took the time to further explain them. He had never had a science class, let alone a biology lesson, so it took longer than anticipated, but he eventually understood what I needed and why I needed it. Go, be me, Fenrir said firmly. Anyone ye can trust. Yes, I agreed, but only if you're comfortable with it. I'll have to chain you. Fenrir shifted on the couch, clear discomfort flickering over his face. Even with wolfsbane there was no guarantee he wouldn't try to bite me. I had nothing against become a werewolf on principle, but it would certainly make things infinitely more difficult. He knew that, but he detested the idea of being chained during a transformation. It was already a painful, horrible process. Fenrir was as used to it as any werewolf could be, but being bound during it could make it so much worse. He didn't speak for several minutes, his hands clasped tightly together as he thought it over. I didn't pressure him at all. It would be a terrible night for him. He would be bound, gagged, and helpless as I forcibly withdrew blood from him for testing. He wouldn't understand it in his wolf form, which would make it all the more terrifying. I wasn't going to force that upon him. Whatever he decided, I would respect his wish and move on from there. Okay, said Fenrir. Okay. You can change your mind. No. Fenrir looked out the window at Lunar's orchid so I could not see his face. I cannot. I trust ye. I placed a hand over top his own. He was more than twice my size, but at that moment he just seemed like a scared, small boy. Anyo and Fenrir rigged up the testing area. Fenrir had taken his wolfsbane potion and nervously allowed us to chain him in the laboratory. A healer at Lunar's orchid had kindly set up a few monitoring wards in the laboratory, no questions asked, that would alert me if Fenrir lost too much blood, if his heart rate elevated to a dangerous level for a werewolf on the full moon, or if the chains were under too much distress. Anyo had been reviewing some blood biology books I had brought over. He was already well versed in human biology, which was a pleasant surprise, but he had not studied up on canine biology. I hadn't either until a few years ago. I couldn't claim to be an expert. I felt like I understood enough that I could spot differences between lycanthrope blood and canine blood at the very least. All that was left to do was wait. Fenrir shivered in the laboratory as the full moon began to climb into the sky. The transformation, the movie did not do the horrors correctly. It was not quick. It didn't happen within minutes. It happened within hours. Hours of skin ripping, blood pooling and gushing, then sizzling away into a dark mist after an hour of being outside the body, bones snapping and crunching, screams and whimpers of absolute agony, and just wrong. It was wrong. Looking at it hurt. From a medical perspective, watching it felt like I was witnessing some absurd Hollywood grotesque film. As if it were disturbing for the sake of being disturbing. It was hard to accept what I was witnessing as a reality because of how utterly horrific it was. Disgust swelled in the pit of my stomach, but it did not stop me from working. I wrote down what I saw, taking notes at how some bones were repeatedly broken, specifically the spine cord snapped and reconfigured the most, despite the fact that it was the skull that underwent the most significant transformation, and that I had not anticipated that werewolf blood would literally disappear after an hour of being outside the body. I even checked the previous vials of werewolf blood I had collected, and they also disappeared an hour after the full moon went up. So werewolf blood could not be collected in mass. It would vanish upon the first full moon, 1 hour after being outside the body. That was good news, and it made sense. It would prevent werewolf blood from becoming a biological weapon. It explained why no Dark Lord had thought to use it as a grenade, or a way to poison a water system previously. The blood was only contagious on the full moon, and if it could only survive 1 hour outside the body, that didn't give enough time to properly utilize it as a weapon. Or at least not enough to bother when one could simply use actual grenades and poison. Anyo did the first withdrawal from Fenrir, causing the partially transformed werewolf to howl in rage. Anyo was professional, though, and did not hesitate or falter in his movements. He placed a few drops on some slides under each microscope and we examined what we saw. Obviously it was terribly weird. I had expected all the blood cells to undergo a transformation, but that was inaccurate. There were some human cells, some cells that looked remarkably similar to. No, surely, not. Anyo, hand me everything Canis lepophagus, I quickly asked Anyo, who was examining his own sample under the microscope. You saw it, too? Annie asked, pulling out the thick textbook and placing it between us. Canis lepophagus lived in the early Pliocene in North America. It was considered, thus far, to be the original father of the modern-day wolf and coyote. Scientists had tracked the canine history as best they could, with many proposing their own visions or ideas to what the evolution appeared as. The author of Everything Canis lepophagus had created several simulations to what those extinct species would look like if dissected and examined thoroughly today. They had produced several iterations using different beginning information in the simulation, and one of those iterations looked remarkably like what I saw under a microscope. I flipped through the page, only vaguely remembering the odd cellular pattern. Oh my, I said out loud, already reeling from that projection. Anyo, do you happen to know when exactly the first werewolf was spotted? Not off the top of my head, but I'm quite certain it was much later than that, said Anyo, perplexed as he compared the picture and what he saw under the microscope. How, I wondered, exactly does a curse barely a few centuries old looks like it has DNA from a species that died out 16,000 years ago? I confess I am at a loss. For reasons I could not currently fathom, the lycanthrope curse transformed some cells into what looked like Canis dirus cells, the dire wolf. How is that possible? What kind of magic is this? Were dire wolves magical creatures? I whispered in awe. Not as far as I am aware, Anyo said, tapping on the table in thought. Oh, I do wonder, though, some rituals use bones, don't they? That's, oh my gosh. Fossils. I shrieked, causing Fenrir to howl. I quickly put my hands over my mouth as the pieces rapidly fell into place. Dark rituals required blood, or bones, to be used. The older the bone, the stronger the ritual. How friggin' powerful would a 16,000-year-old fossil make a ritual? It must have been incomplete, I went on. Not all the cells are transforming. Which would cause a half-state, half-man and half-wolf, Anyo concluded. Yes, they likely didn't have access to a complete skeleton, I said, thinking quickly. So, what? If I could reverse engineer that ritual and get a hold of a complete dire wolf skeleton, or at least more than what they had, could I complete it? The thought sent chills down my spine. One thing at a time, Rosie. You don't know enough about rituals to even consider going down that road. But now, I feel confident saying that we can treat lycanthrope as a botched ritual, I said. There's already a set-up guideline healers use to treat that. Let's review, test some individual ingredients on the blood we collect tonight, and re-evaluate in the morning. I will follow your lead, my lady. After having robbed almost every museum, absurdly rich muggle in Great Britain that didn't have absurd security that would require very obvious magic to beat, it was time to move on to another country. In honor of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, I chose France. Thankfully, France was one of the countries connected via the Flow network to Britain, so I didn't have to worry about setting up an international portkey. The real downside to having robbed so many muggle places was that the Aurors were so definitely onto me and I was starting to have a few close shaves. If I didn't have a Deathly Hallow grade invisibility cloak, I would have been caught years ago. But that's what makes being a thief so fun. There's nothing like the thrill of the chase. To be an extra dick about it, I started leaving a rose as my calling card a couple of years ago. I took a seat on the cream-colored couch next to Harry, turned over then sprawled over his lap so I could hang my legs off the arm of the couch. My twin didn't bat an eye, merely lifting his book up long enough for me to relax. I yawned and closed my eyes, ready to take a nap. Spending a whole night thieving like a badass and brewing potions with Anyo made me pretty tired. As much as I enjoyed my summer vacation, I was spending it more like a summer work program than an actual vacation. I'd get more sleep at Hogwarts. On the bright side, I could officially claim I was a master at werewolf biology. Really not that different from human biology, except the cells were mind-bogglingly buoyant, and when prodded at they transitioned closer to canine cells. Pretty weird. Even weirder to see it under a microscope. Had to give props to the author of Everything Canis Lepophagus for a surprisingly accurate proposed simulation to the dire wolf. Or at least what Anyo and I theorized to be the dire wolf. We could very well be wrong in our hypothesis, but it was the only thing we had to go on for the moment. It made sense. Something as powerful as the lycanthrope curse had to be done with a very powerful medium, and a fossil would be damn strong. Could I make were dinos? A thought for later. Oh dear, I heard Remus exclaim. He sat in the kitchen at the table. Our downstairs was an open space with only a half wall to divide the kitchen from the living room. It looks like our Aurors are teaming up with France's Aurors to hunt down this gentleman rose thief. Gentleman who? Harry asked. For several years a nasty wizard has been targeting Muggle museums, art galleries, auction houses, millionaires, and so on. The past few years he's left behind a rose as his calling card, so the media has been calling him Gentleman Rose. Why gentleman? Harry was intrigued. If he's a nasty wizard, I mean. No one's been hurt. And now he's, what? Targeting France. It looks like it. Wicked. Harry. I could feel Harry shrug. Morality aside, it's impressive to have gone so long without getting caught. He must be pretty smart. I cleared my throat. Less talking, please. I'm trying to nap. Harry shoved me out of his lap. I toppled to the floor. Go take a nap in your room. Rude, I sniffed. It's your obligation to be my pillow when I need to nap. That's why we shared a womb. I'll have to fail that obligation, then, he said dryly. So sorry to disappoint. I woefully sighed, rolling over on the carpet to look up at Remus with a hopeful expression. Remus quirked an eyebrow and said, Rosie, I'm not going to try cuddling with you on the full moon, please stop asking. But, ask again and I'll ground you. Damn it. I idly stirred potion 12 beat batch 12, cauldron beat clockwise while Anyo stirred 12C clockwise. So, can vampires go into sunlight? Goodness no. There isn't even a spell for it. Why would there be? Vampires tend to get nauseous around wizards. It's too much of a discomfort for most vampires to form a friendship, let alone ask a wizard to craft a spell for them. And wizards have repeatedly told us being around us makes them feel like a baby Dementor is bothering them. Did you know some have even tried to cast the Patronus charm against me? Anyo sounded scandalized by that last part. A Patronus? Why would that do anything to a vampire? I snorted and bit the inside of my cheeks to keep from laughing. What an idiot. I don't even know what they're talking about. I feel nothing but happy being next to you. You're so pretty. He shook his head. I couldn't see his face behind the porcelain white mask, but I thought he was smiling at me. You're an exception, Rosie. Although I am hesitant to take off the mask and smell you in case you do make me nauseous. I think it would be rather rude of me to get sick at the scent of you. I would be deeply offended, I said while nodding. Deeply, deeply offended. Why, our friendship might even be ruined. How terrible, he teased. It would be a tragedy to lose you. There's so few eye candies in this world, I bead. Suddenly both of our potions exploded in a burst of red smoke. I had set up plenty of standard protection charms on us both. I could use my wand in Lunar's orchid as the trace was placed over it similarly to Hogwarts, so we weren't hurt, but it was still startling. And frustrating. I glared at the now empty cauldron. Butter biscuits. This is tricky business. Maybe I should look into finding a third opinion. My sister is returning home soon, Anyo said. She married a Vila who has both a Muggle degree in veterinarian science and has taken healer courses. She doesn't have a wand, but she knows the theory by heart. Perhaps she might be able to assist. Do you think she would? I believe her wife would be willing to help in exchange for a few items. Such as, nothing too strange. I understand she is very fond of gemstones. I smiled sweetly. Does she care if they're obtained illegally? Anyo laughed warmly at me. I think it would make her all the happier. A woman after my own heart. So, I drawled it out as I wrapped my arms around Sirius from behind. He was sitting at his favorite chair in the kitchen, tinkering with an odd contraption in his hands. Can we go shopping with the Weasleys this summer? Fred and George promised to buy me a new book. And why would they do that? Sirius asked me, turning his head to place a chaste on my cheek. I may have wagered a bet. They may have lost. It's been a couple of months since I've seen Arthur and Molly, and that's far too long. I ate his cheek. I love you. It's impossible not to, Sirius said cheekily. Even Dementors would swoon for you. He chuckled at that. When it was time to go shopping, Sirius, Harry, and I flew over to the Weasleys for breakfast. Molly and Arthur were ever so pleased to see Sirius again. Apparently Sirius had visited Molly several times while we were at Hogwarts. I had wondered what he did with all that free time. He had enough money between the Black and Potter fortune to not need a job, but Sirius Black was never one to sit still. I knew he had been studying curse breaking and warding for the past few years, but aside from that, no clue. Luckily for me, Molly answered that question with, "Did you catch the latest drama?" "I cannot believe that witch Sally Ann would do such a thing," Sirius told her. "What a waste," Molly nodded. Sirius Black listened to the magical equivalent of soap opera dramas over the radio with Molly Weasley. Beautiful. While Sirius started helping Molly with breakfast, always such a dear, aren't you, I eagerly explored the burrow. The kitchen was small and rather cramped. There was a scrubbed wooden table and chairs in the middle. There was an old-fashioned wooden clock on the wall opposite. It had only one hand and no numbers at all. Written around the edge were things like time to make tea, time to feed the chickens, and you're late. Books were stacked 3 deep on the mantelpiece, books with titles like Charm Your Own Cheese, Enchantment in Baking, and 1-Minute Feasts, It's Magic. Already up and waiting for us were Fred and George, who gave me their charming Cheshire grin. I rushed forward, jinged George first, then Fred. "Good to see you both in person. Writing letters isn't the same," I said, giving both their hands a friendly squeeze. "We have been told we are devilishly handsome," Fred said with a firm nod. "The most handsome blokes on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, in fact," George added with great confidence. I reached up and pinched both their cheeks. "Cocky little shits. Cocky little she. You two better not finish that." Molly rounded on them, holding up her wooden stirring spoon like a weapon. The twins flinched away from her. Harry glanced around the kitchen some more before offering Molly a polite smile. "Your home feels warm. Aren't you sweet?" "Thank you, dear." Molly was all smiles for me and Harry. The next Weasley to greet the morning was Ron. He came down the stairs in his pajamas, yawning and rubbing his eyes. "Mornin', Harry." "Hello, Ron," Harry politely greeted his housemate. "What are you doing here?" "Rosie wanted to do school shopping with Fred and George," Harry explained, gesturing to me. I cheerfully waved at Ron. "They owe me a book," I said, and the twins sighed. "A big, fancy book. Should have known to bet against AS, Fred muttered. "You really should have," I agreed. Ron shrugged, nonplussed by the news. He took a seat at the kitchen table beside Harry and asked, "Good summer, mate?" "Not bad actually," Ron said with an easy smile. "Did you catch the games?" Harry perked up, eyes brightening. "Did you hear the one last night?" "Oh man, did I? Yeah, I really didn't care to listen to 2 boys gush over Quidditch." Fred offered me a seat in between him and George, a truly dangerous position for those not brave. But I rose to the challenge. At that moment there was a diversion in the form of a small, red-headed figure in a long nightdress, who appeared in the kitchen, gave a small squeal, and ran out again. "Ginny," muttered Ron in an annoyed tone to Harry. "My sister. She's been talking about you all summer." "Yeah, she'll be wanting your autograph, Harry," Fred said with a grin, but he caught his mother's eye and wisely mimed the motion of zipping his lips. "His, not mine," I asked, jokingly offended. "You're not a handsome bloke," George mocked. "What a pity." The twins snickered. "Where's Arthur?" Sirius asked Molly while he whipped up his famous soufflé pancake batter. "Had to work last night, I'm afraid," Molly tutted. "He should be back in time for breakfast." Indeed, perhaps 15 minutes later Arthur Weasley came in through the floor. He slumped into the nearest kitchen chair with his glasses off and eyes closed. He was a thin man, going bald, but the little hair he had was as red as any of his children's. He was wearing long green robes, which were dusty and travel-worn. "What a night," he mumbled, groping for the teapot as they all sat down around him. 9 raids. 9. And old Mundungus Fletcher tried to put a hex on me when I had my back turned. Mr. Weasley took a long gulp of tea and sighed. "Find anything, Dad?" asked Fred eagerly. "All I got were a few shrinking door keys and a biting kettle," yawned Mr. Weasley. "There was some pretty nasty stuff that wasn't my department, though." Mortlake was taken away for questioning about some extremely odd ferrets, but that's the Committee on Experimental Charms, thank goodness. "Why would anyone bother making door keys shrink?" said George. "Just muggle baiting," sighed Mr. Weasley. "Sell them a key that keeps shrinking to nothing so they can never find it when they need it." Of course, it's very hard to convict anyone because no muggle would admit their key keeps shrinking, they'll insist they just keep losing it. Bless them, they'll go to any lengths to ignore magic, even if it's staring them in the face, but the things our lot have taken to enchanting, you wouldn't believe. Arthur was interrupted by a couple of Hogwarts owls entering the kitchen with their Hogwarts letters. Like clockwork, they arrived at the same day every year, the day not even changing since Sirius went to school. "Harry and I accepted our letter. I noticed Fred and George were also cursed to share a letter due to being twins." Molly hollered up at Ginny to come down for her letter, and the youngest Weasley did so while Harry and I read through ours. As we read, Sirius and Molly began to pile food on each of our plates. Second-year students will require The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk. Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wanderings with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Fred, who had finished his own list, peered over at my shoulder. "You've been told to get all Lockhart's books, too," he said. "The new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher must be a fan, bet it's a witch." At this point, Fred caught his mother's eye and quickly busied himself with the marmalade. "That lot won't come cheap," said George, with a quick look at his parents. "Lockhart's books are really expensive." "Well, we'll manage," said Molly, but she looked worried. "I expect we'll be able to pick up a lot of Guinea's things secondhand." "Oh, are you starting at Hogwarts this year?" Harry asked Ginny. She nodded, blushing to the roots of her flaming hair, and put her elbow in the butter dish. Fortunately not a lot of her siblings saw that, because just then Percy walked in. He was already dressed, his Hogwarts prefect badge pinned to his sweater vest. "Morning, all," said Percy briskly. "Lovely day." He sat down in the only remaining chair and nodded to Harry and me. "Let's tuck in then head out, shall we?" Arthur asked as Sirius plopped down beside him. "Oh." Sirius clapped his hands together. "All right if Harry's housemate joins us, too. She's a muggle-born so her parents aren't quite used to Diagon Alley." "But of course," Arthur all but gleefully exclaimed. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "Invited Hermione?" I asked. "She was worried about her parents getting overwhelmed," Harry explained. "Be kind. I won't run them off, I promised." Then I paused as I considered it. Not intentionally, at least. We met up with the Granger family outside Gringotts. Hermione was ever so happy to see us again. She G'd me first. I might have raced Harry to get to her in order to get the first, but still. "You're muggles," exclaimed Arthur right away with utter delight. "We must have a drink. What's that you've got there?" "Oh, you're changing muggle money. Molly, look." He pointed excitedly at the 10-pound notes in Mr. Granger's hand. "Come now, Arthur," Sirius said. He put an arm around Arthur's shoulders and dragged him off. Away we go. We pulled out our money then exited the bank. Back outside on the marble steps, we all began to separate. Percy muttered vaguely about needing a new quill. Fred and George had spotted their friend from Hogwarts, Lee Jordan. Molly and Ginny were going to a second-hand robe shop. Arthur was insisting on taking the Grangers off to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink and Sirius was never one to turn down the chance to socially drink. "We'll all meet at Flourish and Blots in an hour to buy your school books," said Molly, setting off with Ginny. "And not one step down Nocturne Alley," she shouted at the twins' retreating backs. Harry, Hermione, and to my delighted surprise, Ron headed off on their own down the winding, cobbled street. I had other plans. "Nocturne Alley, here I come." Nocturne Alley was poorly lit, seemed to be allergic to basic hygiene, and yet smelled like a delicious roast of dark chocolate. I wandered about for a little while, easily evading those that tried to approach me. Then I spotted a familiar head of platinum blonde hair and I skipped over. "Hello, Draco." I greeted him cheerfully. Draco and Lucius Malfoy were standing outside an antique shop named Borgin & Burke's. Draco turned to me in shock, his gray eyes widening. Lucius Malfoy held his own surprise well hidden, only offering me a courtesy thin smile. Draco asked me, "What are you doing here, Rosie?" "Sneaking around. We came with the Weasleys to do school shopping, but then Mrs. Weasley told us not to go down Nocturne Alley, so obviously I went here first," I explained. Draco snickered. "That sounds about right. Then you were without an escort?" Lucius smoothly inquired. "Unfortunately yes. I can escort you," Draco offered, holding out his arm. "Why, thank you," I said, hooking my arm through his. "Is that okay, Lord Malfoy? It would be discourteous to leave a young witch unattended to," the handsome wizard softly returned. "Lovely. Please lead the way." With Draco's guidance, I got a proper tour of Nocturne Alley. Lucius was content to walk further behind us, carefully watching our interaction. Draco appeared eager to show his father that he had established a good friendship with one of the twins who lived, and from the brief moments I caught Lucius smiling I could only assume Lord Malfoy was pleased by that development. It was interesting to see the different shops. Down Nocturne, I understood why it got such a bad reputation, considering some ingredients they were selling were both unsavory and dangerous. The only place I was able to make a safe purchase was from Borgin & Burke's. I bought the Hand of Glory, a dark artifact that took the appearance of a shriveled hand. It would only give candlelight to the holder, and could even shine through a veil created by Peruvian instant darkness powder, which is resistant to most light creation spells. Such an artifact was perfect for a thief. Lord Malfoy didn't comment on my choice of purchases, but Draco thought it was super wicked and I promised him he could borrow it whenever he wanted. Another artifact I purchased, there was a flame holder made out of some type of porcelain and shaped like a small human skull. Any fire lit in the holder would stay lit indefinitely until the person who lit the fire in the first place blew it out. Perfect for when I wanted to plot an evil scheme at my desk in near darkness except for a single lit candle. The last purchase there I had no reasonable explanation for. It was a rock that had something carved into it. From the jagged edges on one side, and the smooth rounded part on the other, I could only conclude it was a piece of something bigger. The moment I touched it, I felt a rush of warmth and, I know it's going to sound weird but I had no other word for it. I felt the color blue. Warmth, and blue. Super weird, I knew. Draco thought the stone was warm, but he had nothing else to comment about it other than that. I decided to purchase it, intrigued by it. Maybe I could find the rest of it. When the tour came to an end, as thanks I placed a friendly on Draco's cheek. He grinned triumphantly at his father, who gave him a satisfied smile in return, then headed off to meet my family at the bookstore. As I approached it, I saw a large crowd jostling outside the doors, trying to get in. The reason for this was proclaimed by a large banner stretched across the upper windows. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. The crowd seemed to be made up mostly of witches around Molly's age. A harassed-looking wizard stood at the door, saying, calmly, "Please, ladies, don't push, there, mind the books now." With careful ease, I slipped inside. A long line wound right to the back of the shop, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing his books. As much of a moron he was in the book series, one had to reluctantly admit he was handsome. He had a face that a Hollywood actor would be envious of, complete with those shiny golden locks and too white to be natural pearly smile. I grabbed one of the books I needed and then snuck up the line to where the rest of my family and the Weasleys were standing with Mr. and Mrs. Granger. "Oh, there you are, good," said Molly Weasley. She sounded breathless and kept patting her hair. "We'll be able to see him in a minute." A short, irritable-looking man was dancing around taking photographs with a large black camera that emitted puffs of purple smoke with every blinding flash. "Out of the way, there," he snarled at Ron, moving back to get a better shot. "This is for the Daily Prophet." "Big deal," said Ron, rubbing his foot where the photographer had stepped on it. Gilderoy Lockhart heard him. He looked up. He saw Ron and then he saw Harry. He stared. Then he leapt to his feet and positively shouted, "It can't be Harry Potter." The crowd parted, whispering excitedly. Lockhart dived forward, seized Harry's arm before anyone could react, and pulled him to the front. The crowd burst into applause. Harry's face turned redder than cherries as Lockhart shook his hand for the photographer, who was clicking away madly, wafting thick smoke over the Weasleys. "Nice big smile, Harry," said Lockhart, through his own gleaming teeth. "Where's your sister?" "Ah." To my absolute horror, Lockhart made a move to grab me, but Sirius was prepared that time and snatched his hand and pulled Harry back over to me. "Not very polite to make a grab at a young girl," Sirius said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Apologies for the misunderstanding. I only meant to offer a chance for the young twins to be presented, for free, of course, my autobiography," Lockhart smoothly said with his award-winning smile. "How kind," came Sirius's saccharine sardonic response. Naturally, Lockhart demurred. "It only makes sense to have a proper introduction now since we'll be seeing each other more often in September. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Lockhart had turned to the cheering and clapping crowd at that last statement. Hogwarts professors don't put their hands on students. Sirius's eyes were now narrowed, and he made it a point to push Harry and me behind him. Lockhart's smile didn't falter. "Thank you, Lord Black." Ooh, Sirius was definitely glaring now. I hadn't seen him that angry since Remus decided to sleep in an alleyway instead of coming home because he didn't want to be a burden, or some other bullshit. Sirius threw such a hissy fit and had to physically haul Remus back home. It turned into a brawl between the two that had them both in the hospital with broken bones and black eyes. Remus started sleeping at home from then on. Knowing Sirius wasn't about to break eye contact, it was a dog thing. Dogs didn't break eye contact with those they wanted to rip their throats out. You see, I decided it was the best if Harry and I slipped away. The moment we tried though, Sirius lost interest in Lockhart and the press swarmed in on the soon-to-be professor to ask him questions. Sirius put on a jolly smile and assessed our large group. "Well, guess I will be the one paying for these books," Sirius said with good cheer. "Sirius Black, you will not," Molly sternly told him. "How dare you? Did you not make me Ginny's godfather?" Ginny let out an eep while Molly laughed and rolled her eyes. "We most certainly did not." "Well," Sirius blustered, "I am declaring her my goddaughter now. Harry and Rosie are impossible to spoil nowadays. Did you know Rosie won't let me buy her any more unicorns?" "Unicorns?" echoed a mischievous Fred. "Shut up. Now," I hissed at Sirius. "It's too late," Sirius said, throwing a literal sack of galleons at the counter. "They're bought. Let me spoil, damn it. You are impossible to deal with," Molly scolded him, poking a finger in his chest. But her eyes were warm and her tone held no malice. "Impossibly handsome. We know the feeling," George added. "Look, you gotta give me godship over these two at least," Sirius said, placing a hand atop both boys' heads. "They're everything I ever wanted in a Marauder successor." "Words hurt, you know," I dryly added, to which he ruffled my hair. "Absolutely not." Arthur laughed. "Molly would lose her mind." "Oh, she's tougher than that." "I would lose my mind," Molly wholeheartedly agreed. "Molly," Sirius whined, betrayed. "How could you? I thought we had a connection." But Molly only laughed again. Fred and George came up on me as I inched closer to the bookstore exit. "So, what book did you want us to buy you?" "I don't actually have a book I want to buy. I only wanted to win," I said with a shrug. "And be at Diagon Alley when Lucius gives Ginny the diary so I can snag it for myself." "Pick one out you think I'd like." The twins exchanged silent expressions, then headed into the store to peruse. I went to the exit where I saw Lucius and Draco leaving as well. "Already get your books?" I asked in surprise. Canonically, Lucius was supposed to fight Arthur and use the commotion to slip Tom Riddle's diary in Ginny's cauldron. "Yeah," Draco said, holding up his bag with a roll of his eyes. "Hopefully Lockhart won't be as incompetent as Quirrell." My lips twitched as I fought back a smile. One can only hope. "Thanks again for being my escort. I hope you both have a lovely day." I offered them a curtsy. Draco politely returned it with a small bow, and Lucius dipped his head before the two departed. Since the commotion didn't happen, did he slip Ginny the diary still, or? I had placed the artifacts I had bought from Borgens and Burke's inside my expandable messenger bag. I rummaged through to see if there was any hidden diary, but sadly there was not. How disheartening that Lucius didn't try to kill me. What a pity. Glancing around, I spotted Ginny in her cauldron. With the skill of a gentleman thief, I rummaged her cauldron without her knowing, and Lucius, you cunning s. He slipped her the diary without ever making a scene. I inwardly applauded him while I pickpocketed the diary for myself, then stepped out of the shop to wait for the twins. They came back out with a purchased book and handed it to me with smiles so sweet I knew they did something ornery. It was a book about unicorns. You little shits. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.